4-day planet. Chapter 1. A ship from planet Earth. I walked through the gates, hoisting the anti-gravity basket of gear onto my head. I wonder what, short of a revolution, could transform Port Sandor into a place as clean, cozy, and well-lit as the spaceport. I often ponder this. Neither my father's editorial work nor my sarcastic reports were up to the task. We'd been trying to influence the environment for long enough. 2 girls in bikinis passed me, animatedly discussing a recent brawl one of them had with her boyfriend. I approached the group of monster hunters. There were about half a dozen of them, all wearing knee-high boots and short sailors' jackets, with impressive daggers dangling from their belts. Since they weren't arguing about whose ship was faster, whose captain was tougher, or who was making the real money, I realized they were all on the same team. The hunters were discussing the price of monster tallow wax, and it seemed they'd already heard rumors that it was going to drop to 35 centisols a pound. I was shamelessly eavesdropping, even though I already had this information. "Hey, Walt!" someone called from behind me. "Looking for news worth capturing, huh?" I turned around. It was a curly-haired man of about 35 with a wide smile. Adolf Lauter, patron of entertainment. He and my father each owned a stake in the Port Sandora television company, dividing their time between Adolf's music programs and feature films and my father's news broadcasts. "All news is worth it, and if it's real news, the Times will print it," I replied. "Looks like you're going to get a cracking thriller this time?" Lauter shrugged. I just asked. Adolf never knew what films would be released. The ones currently approaching us on board the Peenemünde were fairly new, as the ship had come from Earth. Adolf intended to watch every film on board and exchange the new ones one for the ones he'd already shown. "They say they showed a real, old-style Western filmed on Earth at Volunda. Maybe we'll get one this time," Lauter said. "Made in South America, with real horses." "Yes, this film would have been a surefire success here. Almost everyone thought horses had gone the way of the dinosaurs. I once saw a so-called Western with cowboys riding Freyan Okries." Having expressed all these thoughts to Adolf, I continued. "But our viewers will think that old cattle towns like Dodge and Abilene were inhabited by rather pampered creatures." "I think so, compared to Port Sandor," Lauter said. "Are you planning to come aboard and interview our distinguished guest?" "Who do you mean?" I asked. "Glenn Murrell or Leo Belcher?" Lauter called Belcher something you're unlikely to find in a dictionary, but no one needs a dictionary to understand the meaning of that term. The hunters ahead of us laughed at this. It was an approving laugh. Adolf was clearly about to continue the topic of Leo Belcher's origins, his personal characteristics, and so on, but suddenly he stopped abruptly. Following his gaze, I saw Professor Hartzenbaugh approaching us. "Here you are, Lauter," he greeted. "I hope I haven't kept you waiting." Then he noticed me, too. "Oh, it's Walter Boyd. How is your father, Wal?" I assured him of my father's good health, inquired about his own, and asked how things were going at school. He said everything was going well, as expected, which led me to believe the professor's expectations weren't all that high. He then wanted to know if I planned to board the Peenemünde to interview Mr. Murrell. "It's really wonderful, Walter, that such a famous writer as Mr. Murrell is coming here to write a book about our planet," he said very seriously, and then, as if casually, asked, "Do you happen to know where he is going to stay?" "Well, I know," I admitted. "After the Peenemünde handed over the passenger list, Father spoke with Mr. Murrell and invited him to stay with us." Mr. Murrell agreed, at least until he could find something suitable. "There are plenty of good poker players in Port Sandra," But Professor Hartzenball wasn't one of them. His frustration would have been comical if it hadn't been so touching. Jan Hartzenball himself had hoped to lasso Morel. "I wonder if Mr. Morel would have time to visit the school and talk to the students," he asked after a while. "Of course. I'll tell him about it," I promised. Hartzenball restrained himself and said nothing. The great writer was expected to visit the school out of respect for the professor, not because some young reporter had advised him to do so. But the professor always had a favorable attitude toward the Times, in case he needed to advertise or publicize anything. The elevator door opened, and Lauder and the professor squeezed inside. I stepped back, deciding to wait for the next one. Perhaps I'd be able to squeeze through to the back wall first, and then my basket wouldn't be in anyone's way. After a while, the empty elevator returned, and I managed to enter as planned. On the upper level, the entire crowd exited. I reactivated my basket's anti-gravity system and towed it into the fresh air, where by then it was slightly cooler than an oven. I looked up, where everyone else was looking. Peenemünde was nowhere in sight, still several thousand miles away. Huge, ragged clouds drifted high up from the west. The sunset was even brighter and redder than it had been 10 hours ago, the last time I'd seen it. It was about 4:30. Now, before anyone starts asking questions about who exactly went crazy here, let me point out that this didn't happen on Earth, or Balder, or Freya, or any other normal planet. This was Fenris, and on Fenris, sunsets, like so much else, are something special. Fenris is the second planet of the star G4, located 6.5 light-years from the solar system. It's largely the same type of planet as Earth, only closer to its initial cold period, with similar radiation levels. I was born on Fenris and haven't left my planet in the 17 years since. Everything else isn't quite like Earth. A year on Fenris is slightly shorter than on Earth, just over 8,000 standard galactic hours. During this time, Fenris rotates 4 times on its axis. This means that while one side of the planet is in shadow, the other endures 1,000 hours of unbearable heat. After 8 hours of sleep, you wake up and, emerging to the surface in an isolation machine or a special suit, discover that the shadow has only shifted an inch or so, and that it's getting even hotter. Finally, the sun sinks toward the horizon, and in Earth time hovers there for a few more days. After that, being on the surface is pure pleasure, a magnificent sunset that lasts for 100 hours. Then it gets progressively darker and colder. The cold reigns on Fenris until dawn. Then the sun appears, and the cycle begins again. Now, I hope you understand that Fenris is no gift. It's not a true hell planet, and astronauts don't mention its name in their oaths the way they mention Niflheim. But even Reverend Hiram Zinker, an Orthodox preacher, admits that Fenris is one of the planets the Creator created while slightly out of his mind. The charter company that founded the Fenris colony at the end of the 4th century of the atomic age went bankrupt exactly 10 years later. It wouldn't have taken that long, but communication between Earth and Fenris was a matter of 6 months each way. When disaster finally struck, 250,000 colonists found themselves penniless. They lost everything they had invested in the company, and for most, that was all they had. Before the Federal Space Service could send evacuation ships, many colonists lost not only their livelihoods, but their very lives. About 1,000 of them, those too poor to start over anywhere and hardy enough to survive on Fenris, refused to evacuate. They retained the equipment and gear the company had discarded, and they attempted to rebuild the planet. Currently, there are approximately 20,000 of us, and although we are still very poor, we are resilient and stubborn, a fact we like to boast about. On the wide, concrete upper deck of the spaceport, around the landing shaft, there were about 2,000 people, 10% of the entire population. Having made my way through the crowd, I set my basket with television cameras and tape recorders on the concrete, hoping, as usual, that I would come across some 10 or 12-year-old kid stupid enough to want to be a reporter. Then I would have an apprentice to carry all this junk around for me. As the sole star reporter for the planet's only newspaper, I was always on hand when the Earth 1 ships, the Peenemund and the Cape Canaveral, arrived on Fenris. Of course, we always kept in touch with them as soon as they emerged from hyperspace. We received a list of all the passengers and a brief summary of all the news they had, from native uprisings on Thor to political scandals on Venus. Sometimes the natives on Thor weren't at war with anyone, and the ranks of the Venusian Republican Federation were filled with politicians who weren't exactly scandalous, but there was always some heart-wrenching story. Generally, all the stories were 6 years old, and some were even a year old. A starship could travel a light year in over 60 hours, but the radio waves traveled at the same speed. Despite all of the above, I was obliged to meet the ships. There's always something that requires a personal presence, usually an interview. This time, the news approaching us aboard the Peenemunda was of local importance. A paradox? Nothing of the sort, my father would have said. He says a paradox is either a literal contradiction, which you can get rid of by saying it again, or a structural contradiction, which you simply call impossible and leave it at that. In this case, it was a real, living writer about to write a travelogue about Fenris, a planet with a 4-day annual cycle. Glenn Merle. It sounded very much like a pseudonym, and besides, no one had ever heard of him. It was too strange. The only thing we could truly be proud of, besides the endurance of our citizens, was our public library. When people are forced to spend most of their time underground to avoid being fried or frozen to death, they have plenty of time to spare, and reading is one of the cheapest and most useful ways to kill it. Travelogues were especially popular, perhaps because everyone hoped to find a book about a less pleasant place than Fenris. Before Morel's arrival, I tried to get some information about him from our library. None of the librarians had ever heard of him, and what's more, there wasn't a single mention of him in the vast catalog of publications. The simplest and most obvious conclusion follows from this. Glenn Merle is a con man posing as a writer. There's just one but. I can't figure out why a con man would need to go to Fenris, and who he's planning to swindle here. Perhaps he's on the run, but then why bother trying to invent a cover story? Many of our most prominent citizens ended up on Fenris only because, on any other planet, they would have been immediately presented with an arrest warrant. I was still thinking about Morel when suddenly someone called out to me from behind. I turned around. It was Tom Kuyvelson. Tom and I are buddies when he's in port. He's only a shadow older than me. He turned 18 around noon, and I won't be 18 until midnight, Fenris Standard Solar Time. His father is Joe Kuyvelson, captain of the Javelin. Tom is something like junior engineer, second gunner, and third harpooner. We went to school together, or, in other words, spent 2 years under Professor Hartzenbaugh's thumb, learning the basics of reading, writing, and adding numbers. That was all the education anyone could receive on Fenris. Joe Kuyvelson sent his eldest daughter, Linda, to Earth for school. Here, everyone had to take care of their own education. Tom and I were still pursuing ours. We each envied the other. I thought monster hunting was the most exciting, romantic pastime, while Tom thought being a reporter was a truly hot job. In truth, we both knew perfectly well that neither of us would trade our jobs for anything else. Tom couldn't string 3 sentences together. No, probably not even one, without putting his life in danger. I, on the other hand, was just a city boy who enjoyed being constantly where the going got tough. Tom was about 2 inches taller than me and about 30 pounds heavier. Like a monster hunter, Tom had tried to grow a beard, but so far it was just a light white fuzz on his chin. I was surprised to see that he was dressed the same as me: shorts, sandals, a white shirt, and a short, light-colored jacket. Usually, even in town, he wore his ship's clothes. Looking Tom up and down, I noticed a sheath peeking out from under his jacket. Hunters never carried knives or anything like that while in port. I also wondered what had brought him here in the first place. It was unlikely that Joe Kyvelson, after 2 or 3 hours of hunting, would rush his ship into port just to meet the Pienemunda. "I thought you were somewhere in the Southern Ocean right now," I said. "There's a general meeting of the cooperative planned," Tom said. "We only found out about it last night." He called the captain, who called the Javelin. We tried to notify everyone we could contact. That's how things stood in the Hunters Cooperative. Steve Ravik had only to wait for all the captains to bring their ships, call a meeting, pack it with his mercenaries, and push through a vote on whatever he needed. That's how it's always been, as far as I can remember, although my memory doesn't cover that long. I was about to say something about it when someone suddenly shouted, "Over there! It's him!" After quickly checking the radar cup's orientation, I glanced in the same direction and saw a barely noticeable shimmer in a break in the clouds. Mentally calculating at what altitude the Pienemunda would be able to catch a sunbeam, I relaxed a little. Even if I'd used a telephoto system, the resulting image would have been no larger than a pinhead. So, I mentally fixed the ship's position and looked around. I noticed 2 men standing in the crowd. Both were well dressed. One was tall and slender, with small hands and feet. The other was short and stocky, with a bushy gray mustache. The tall man had a distinctive bulge under his left arm, while the stocky man had a similar bulge near his right hip. The first was Steve Ravik, the boss of the cooperative. The second was the venerable Morton Holstock, mayor of Port Sandora, and therefore head of the planetary government of Fenris. For as long as I can remember, they've always held these honorary positions. I also don't recall any elections on Fenris, either at the government or the cooperation level. Ravik maintained a gang of thugs. I just saw a couple of them downstairs, who kept the opposition in check. Holstock had similar types on his payroll, only they wore badges and called themselves police. From time to time, my father would write brilliant exposés about this or that. Whenever these articles were published, I was forced to carry my pistol, as was Yuli Kubanova, a one-legged typesetter and the third and last employee of the Times. We had to keep an eye out for any type of guy sneaking around behind my father, and although nothing ever happened, the tension took a toll on me. These 2 racketeers were so firmly entrenched in their positions and so closely connected that they didn't care what the Times reported or printed about them. Holstock glanced in my direction and said something to Ravik, who chuckled, took a cigarette out of his mouth, and stubbed it out on his left palm. Ravik had demonstrated this trick more than once, showing everyone how great it was. When you see a show-off, my father would say, ask yourself, is he doing it to impress others or himself? I wonder what happened in Steve Ravik's case. I looked up again. The Pienemunda was approaching at full speed, unafraid of overheating from atmospheric friction. To the naked eye, it was already the size of large shot. 2 tugboats were ready to lift off to meet the ship. I pulled the telephoto camera, the buttstock, and the trigger from the basket. I caught the ship in the viewfinder and pulled the trigger for a couple of seconds. About 5 more minutes would pass before the tugboats approached the Pienemunda, and anything else would happen. I put the camera in the basket and looked around. Bish Ware was moving through the crowd. It seemed as if he were walking along the swaying deck of the ship with the anti-gravity system engaged. Upon seeing us, he waved, unbalanced, returned to his previous position, rolled over to starboard, changed course, and headed toward us. It was carrying its usual cargo, manifested as Baldur's honey rum, and shipped to Harry Wong's bar. I don't think Bish Veer is this man's real name. About 5 years ago, when he first appeared on Fenris, someone nicknamed him Bishop, and over time, only the first syllable remained. The nickname suited him. At least, anyone who had only seen bishops in movies probably thought that's what bishops looked like. He was a large man, not fat, but tall and portly, his red face always reflecting wisdom and benevolence. Bish's hair was gray, but he wasn't old, as you could tell from his hands. They weren't dry or wrinkled, the veins weren't prominent. Drunk or sober, I must admit I never saw him in the latter state. Bish had lightning-fast reflexes I'd never encountered in anyone. I once witnessed the following scene at Harry Wong's bar. Bish accidentally knocked a bottle of rum off the bar with his left elbow, then spun 90 degrees in a single motion, caught it by the neck, and replaced it, all the while continuing the conversation as if nothing had happened. I remember when Bish first arrived on Fenris, he loved to quote Homer. It seemed as if he was thinking in ancient Greek and then translating his thoughts into the language of Earth. He was dressed as usual, a conservative black suit, a slightly longer jacket, and a black tie with a pin made of a natural opal from Ulir. Bish Ware didn't earn his living, but every planetary day, or in other words, 4 times a year, he received a substantial check and deposited it in the Port Sandor Bank. Precision and trust. If Bish encountered someone with poor manners and began asking questions, Bish invariably replied that he had a very wealthy uncle on Earth. When I was a kid, well, younger than I am now, I believed Bish was a bishop, just without the cassock, leggings, and all that jazz. It must be said, not just kids, but many adults believed this too. Some accused him of preaching Zen Buddhism, others considered him an Anglican, and so on, including Satanism. There were many theories about why exactly he was excommunicated, the mildest of which was the story of a church being unfinished somewhere due to Bish's fault, having fled with all the money the parishioners had raised for it. Absolutely everyone believed that some unknown religious organization was paying for Bish's stay in our safe haven, just so he wouldn't cause them any trouble. I myself thought someone was paying him to keep a low profile, perhaps his family. There are plenty of such types on colonized planets. Bish and I were good friends. Fenris had its fair share of ladies of all ages and genders, like Professor Hartzenbaugh, who occasionally tried to influence my father to let me date him. My father simply ignored them all. Since I was planning to become a reporter, I needed information, and Bish Ware was an excellent source. He knew all the most infamous people on the planet, allowing me to avoid them. It's a shame, but Sunday school really does offer very little breaking news. I wasn't afraid Bish would be a bad influence on me. Rather, he hoped that my company would turn him into a better person. This thought was firmly lodged in my mind. If only I could figure out how to do it. Bish had once been a good man. He still was, with one caveat. You could hold that opinion until he started drinking. Perhaps something unbearably terrible had happened to him, and now he was trying to hide from this obsession behind a bottle of rum. I can't stand lost people. A man who systematically turns himself into a barrel of rum is the worst kind of lost person. Correcting Bish would require considerable caution, enormous effort, and a carefully thought-out tactic. Preaching a healthy lifestyle was more than useless. It was simply an attempt to force him to stop drinking. Dr. Rojansky would have called it treating the symptoms. I had to make him want to stop drinking, and I had no idea how I could achieve that. I'd thought a couple of times about hiring him at the Times, but we rarely made enough money to support ourselves, and Bish, with his regular income, simply didn't need a job. My head was full of similar ideas, but upon closer consideration, each one fell through. Chapter 2. Reporting Work. Having completed his journey, Bish solemnly greeted Tom and me. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Captain Ahab, if I'm not mistaken," Bish said, bowing to Tom, who seemed a little puzzled. The education Tom had striven to acquire on his own was more technical than liberal. "And Mr. Pulitzer? Or is that Horace Greeley?" "Lord Beaverbrook, Your Grace," I replied. "Will you share with us any modest news from your diocese?" Bish swayed slightly, pulled a cigar out of his pocket, examined it carefully, and lit it. "Well," he began slowly, "my diocese is filled to the brim with sinners. That's hardly news." Bish turned to Tom. "Just recently, one of your guys got into trouble at Martin Joe's, literally crushed a guy." Bish named the hunter from the Yavelin and the victim. The latter was from Steve Rovick's gang of thugs. "I regret to admit that the outcome was fatal," Bish added. "The local Gestapo is looking for your boy, but I believe he's already aboard Nip Spazzoni's bulldog and probably halfway to German Reichsland." "Won't Nip be at the meeting today?" Tom asked. Bish shook his head. "Nip is a very peace-loving man, and he has a very strong suspicion that peace is precisely what will be missing from the Hunters' Hall today. You know, of course, that Leo Belcher is arriving on Peenemünde and plans to address the meeting today. I believe he'll announce another reduction in the price of wax. The new price, as I understand it, will be 35 centisols per pound." 700 sols a ton, I thought. Yes, that would barely cover the cost of the ship. "How do you know?" Tom asked a little sharply. "Oh, I have plenty of spies and informants," Bish replied. "But even if I didn't, it wouldn't be hard to figure out. The only reason Leo Belcher visits this paradise among planets is to secure a new contract. And who ever heard of a contract that would send prices soaring?" "Yes, it happened before, more than once. Back when Steve Rovick was just beginning to control the Hunters Cooperative, wax was priced at 1,500 sols a ton. As far as my father and I could find out, wax was still being sold to Earth at that price." We were absolutely certain that Rovick, Leo Belcher, the official representative of the cooperative on Earth, and Mort Holstock were simply pocketing the difference. I was as infuriated by the current situation as it was by the people who sailed the oceans on hunting ships. Monster fatty wax is the only product exported from Fenris. Everything imported to our planet was paid for with funds earned from wax sales. In reality, it's neither wax nor fat. It's something that can only be obtained by killing a monster from the Yarvi Sea. The monster had a substantial layer of this substance under its skin and around certain organs. A medium-sized monster, about 150 feet long, accumulates 12 to 15 tons of what hunters have decided to call wax under its skin. An experienced team of hunters can kill about 10 monsters a year. At the price Rovick and Holstock are offering, the annual take would be approximately 150,000 sols. If you say that figure quickly and without thinking, it sounds like a pretty decent sum. After all the payments, the remaining money is divided among 10 or 15 people. The captain of the hunters, even as tough as Joe Kyvelson, earns no more in a year than my father and I do at the Times. The chemical composition of the monster's waxy fat is unique in our galaxy. The molecules are enormous, easily visible under a standard optical microscope, making them a fascinating subject for observation. This product is used by factories producing protective clothing. A suit coated with our monster's waxy fat offers just as much protection from radiation as a suit coated with 0.5 inches of lead, yet weighs no more than 2 pounds. In the old days, at $1,500 a ton, hunters made good money. But that was before Steve Ravik and before I was born. Steve Ravik arrived on Fenris about 20 years ago. He bought shares in 2 hunter ships, framed 2 down-on-his-luck captains, and forced them into his debt. He quickly made contact with Holstock, who controlled a certain number of people gullible enough to vote for his government. Ravik initially served as secretary of the Hunters Cooperative. Old Simon McGregor, then president of the cooperative, was an excellent hunter but knew nothing about business. Soon, McGregor was completely under Ravik's thumb, right up until the day his ship and its entire crew disappeared in the Fitzwilliam Sound. I think a bomb was planted in the ammunition bay, or I'm just overly suspicious. After that, Steve Ravik became president of the cooperative. He immediately began gathering the right people around him. Most of the new members of the co-op had never been out to sea hunting, but they were responsible for ensuring that voting at meetings proceeded in the manner Ravik desired. Ravik's first act was to jack up the price of wax, making everyone happy except the wax buyers, naturally. Anyone who had previously hunted alone rushed to join Ravik's organization. Then, Steve signed a contract with the South African company Capstad Chemical Products. Under the terms of the contract, the company would buy all the wax produced on Fenris. This ended competition among wax buyers, and when Capstad was the only one left, hunters were forced to sell their wax through the cooperative or were banned from trading at all. After that, wax prices began to slowly decline. The cooperative, or Steve Ravik, or whatever you want to call it, had a representative on Earth, Leo Belcher. He signed all the contracts, collected the proceeds, and, naturally, was in cahoots with Ravik. Although nothing could be proven, absolutely everyone understood what was really going on. And what could anyone do? Maybe they'll try to sort this all out at the meeting today. I was planning to attend the meeting as a reporter. It's a shame I've reached 17 and still haven't acquired a bulletproof vest, I thought. Tom and Bish exchanged their views on the problem. Some of this dialogue, it should be noted, was fit for publication. I peered through my binoculars. The tugboats had already taken off to meet the Peenemünde. All we need to talk to Ravik, Holstock, and Belcher is a harpoon each, and something to pull them in by the skin, Tom said. This manner of conversation would have shocked my father. He respects law and order, even when lawlessness reigns, and order is simply out of the question. I, however, always thought Tom's proposals were sensible and useful, although Bish apparently had some doubts on this score. No. We need to find a better way. Can you think of at least one? Tom asked. I didn't hear Bish's answer. By that time, the tugboats had already approached the ship. I pulled out my camera and took aim. The camera had its own power source and could broadcast directly. Theoretically, I could tune into a television station and immediately begin transmitting the footage. But right now, I had to get the material to the Times so they could prepare it for the next newscast. Since there was no 100% guarantee that everything would be transmitted to a high standard, I had an audio-video system at my disposal, and if necessary, I could always edit the report after my return. I filmed the tugboats docking with the ship, now almost weightless. It looked like a gorged spider being dragged by 2 mosquitoes. I held the butt of the camera to my shoulder. If anything worthwhile happened, I'd always be able to pull the trigger. I remember the first time I used a machine gun. I needed to finish off a slasher. I fired 3-second bursts, and the blue beast flew into pieces. Everyone wondered where I'd learned to use such a weapon. 2 more boats and 2 tugs rose into the air to help hold the Peenemünde aloft. At this point, it was about 1,000 feet high, roughly half its diameter. I took the camera off my shoulder and decided to work with the tripod. The most interesting part was approaching. The ship was certainly weightless, but it had volume, and quite a bit of it. If it had been lowered straight down, it would have covered part of the spaceport and 10% of the entire population of Fenris, including the brilliant Times reporter. Cosmodrome employees appeared, along with 2 police officers. They set up barriers and created a passage. The Peenemünde landed, slowly turned so its left side was aligned with the passage, and lowered its ramp. I took a couple of photos and began packing my equipment back into the crate. "Come on board?" Tom asked. "Can I come with you? I'll carry your gear, and you introduce me as your mate." Praise be to God, I finally have an apprentice. "Yeah, sure," I said. "You carry the basket, and I'll handle everything else." I picked up the camera case and slung it over my shoulder. "But you should take me out on the Javelin sometime and let me shoot some monsters." Tom said it could be solved. Another thought occurred to me. "Bish, maybe you'd like to come with us. After all, Tom and I are just 2 guys. But if you join us, it'll look like we're representing a serious newspaper." Tom clearly didn't like my idea, but Bish shook his head and Tom beamed. "I'm so sorry, Walt," Bill said, "but I'm going to go on board alone. I need to see a friend. I haven't seen him in ages. Dr. Watson. He's going on to Odin." The name had caught my eye even as we were looking through the passenger list. I knew many people liked to call themselves Doctor, and John or Watson didn't sound so far-fetched. But I'd read about Sherlock Holmes a long time ago, and the name had stuck in my memory. This was the first time, as far as I knew, that Bish Ware had intended to make contact with a person from another planet. We began to move toward the gangway. Ahead of us walked Steve Ravik with Holstock, Sigurd Ngatsori, president of the Precision and Trust Bank, carrying a heavy briefcase and accompanied by a bodyguard armed with a machine gun, as well as Adolf Lauter and Professor Hartzenbach. 2 police officers in steel helmets and khaki uniforms stood by the gangway. It would be nice if our city police looked as cool. They were men from the Odin Docks and Shipyards Company, both clearly former members of the regular Federal Army or the Colonial Police. The spaceport wasn't part of Port Sandor or even Fenris. Here, all power belonged to the Docks and Shipyards Company. The police recognized me. Seeing Tom dragging my basket, they made a few jokes about the Times' new underage reporter and let us pass. I thought they'd have questions for Bish, but they simply nodded to him and let us pass. When we entered the Peenemunde's lounge, the ship's captain introduced us to a renowned writer. Glenn Murrell was a tall, prematurely gray man with a rather pleasant, unremarkable face. I'd rather classify him as a businessman. Of course, writing is also a business, if he really is a writer. Glenn Murrell shook our hands and asked, "Aren't you too young to be a reporter?" I started to get annoyed. I always get irritated by conversations about my age, and especially at work. I may not be 18, but I'm doing a man's job, and I do it professionally. "They mature quickly here on Fenris," the captain interjected, earning my gratitude. "Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown up, let alone survived." Morrell unclipped his memophone and repeated everything the captain had said. The first line of one of his book's chapters, I thought. Then he wanted to know if I was a native of Fenris. It was time to end this. Such conversations should be stopped as soon as they begin. "Who's interviewing whom?" I asked. "You have at least 500 hours until the next ship arrives, while I only have 2.5 hours until my next broadcast. You want us to cover your arrival, right?" The more publicity we give you, the easier it will be for your own work to move forward. I then introduced Tom and pretended for a while that I needed his help to set up my entire system for a full-fledged interview. Then we settled into a quiet corner and the interview began. Everyone knows that journalists use tape recorders when conducting interviews, but what I had was far superior. I had a recording radio transmitter. Like the audio-video system, it not only linked directly to the Times, but also provided backup recordings. I pulled out a notepad and, twirling a pencil in my hand, discreetly flicked the switch. The interview began with a question about what prompted Glenn Murrell to decide to write a book about Fenris. The writer started talking, and I only interjected a few questions from time to time, not really paying attention to his answers. The radio would handle that better than I could. At the same time, I tried to keep an eye on Ravik, Holstock, and Belcher on the other side of the room, and on Bish on the third. Bish was within earshot. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a young man approaching from the corner of the room, apparently a civilian soldier. "My dear Bisham," he greeted. As far as I knew, the nickname originated in Fenris. I decided to take note. "Well, hello," Bish replied, extending his hand. "You were in Afghanistan, I understand." "Exactly. I've already mentioned that I've read Sherlock Holmes stories, so this place was familiar to me." The meeting had been arranged in advance, I thought. They don't know each other. They need a password. Then I returned to my writer, deciding to deal with Bish Ware and Dr. Watson later. Soon, I began to notice certain oddities in Morell's behavior, confirming my earlier suspicions. He couldn't pinpoint the name of his publisher, didn't know who his literary agent was. And when we got to reminiscing about his journalistic career, he constantly used the term news service. Everyone says that. Everyone except journalists. Journalists always say press instead of news service, especially among themselves. Of course, there was no printing press at the time. All the public received was a photographic print from a teleprinter. Since the Times circulation was small, Port Sandor and the smaller settlements on the archipelago had only 400 or 500 printers. Most of them were located in cafes, tobacco shops, and similar establishments. The printers were rented by the owners of these establishments, and information could be accessed at any time by inserting a coin into the slot. Some large ships, such as Joe Kivelson's Javelin or Nip Spizzoni's Bulldog, also had printers on board. Once upon a time, a very long time ago, all information was printed on paper. The copies were duplicated and then sold. Presses as heavy as ship engines were used for duplication. That's why we still call ourselves the press. Earth's oldest newspapers, such as Pas Prensa in Buenos Aires and the Melbourne Times, which was called the London Times when London still existed, were originally printed in exactly this way. Finally, I finished my interview and spent another 15 minutes recording the audio and video, which was later edited down to 5 minutes. Bish and Dr. Watson had already disappeared, I presume, in the direction of the ship's bar, while Ravik and his companions, with their characteristic secrecy, were discussing their next steps regarding the hunters. I left Murrell with Tom and headed in their direction. Along the way, I ostentatiously pulled a notepad and pen from my pocket. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," I greeted. "I represent the Times." "Get lost, son. We don't have time to deal with you," said Holstock. "But I'd like to hear something from Mr. Belcher," I began. "Come back in 5 or 6 years, when you've had enough," Ravik told me. "Our readers aren't interested in the state of my nose," I said sweetly. "They're interested in wax prices." What's with all this rumor about another drop? 35 centisols a pound, I take it? Steve, the young man works at the Times, and his father will publish anything he brings in, Belcher countered. Better give him some information. He turned to me. I don't know where the leak came from, but it's true, he said. Belcher had a long, horse-like face. At least, he resembled the photographs of horses I'd seen before. And when Belcher began to speak, his face lengthened even further and became mournful, like that of an undertaker who charges 10,000 souls a funeral. Indeed, prices have started falling again. Someone has invented a synthetic substitute. Sure, the quality is an order of magnitude lower than the natural stuff, but try and explain that to people. Capstad has no other way to stay in business than by lowering prices. He continued in the same vein, and I restrained myself as best I could. Firstly, I was absolutely certain that there was no such thing as a good or bad wax substitute. Secondly, this product wasn't sold to the gullible public, but to equipment manufacturers, who employed specialized personnel who checked the quality of their products according to generally accepted safety standards. Belcher had no idea that all this nonsense was being passed to the Times as fast as it poured from his mouth. He thought I was just jotting down notes. I knew what my father would do. He would broadcast it, through Belcher. Maybe then the hunters will understand what's what. After finishing with Belcher, I shot a short piece with Captain Marshak and joined Tom and Morell. Mr. Morell says he'll be staying with you, Tom said, sounding as upset as Professor Hartzenbaugh. I wondered if Tom was planning to steal a famous author from me.
He wants to go out to sea with us, hunting. That's awesome! I hope you haven't forgotten that you promised to take me on the Javelin, too. Mr. Morell is my main topic right now. I flipped the feedback switch on my camera. I'm calling the Times. I need someone to come to the spaceport and pick up us and Mr. Morell's luggage. Hey, I'm in the car. I have a Jeep, Tom interrupted me. It's on the lower level. We can use it. What a strange place to park, I thought. Apparently, while Belcher was pulling my leg, some sort of understanding had developed between Tom and Morell. I hadn't been able to observe it, and yet Walter Boyd was supposed to be a hawkish reporter. Chapter 3. Lower Level. Morell quickly gathered his luggage. Surprisingly, there wasn't much of it. I didn't see anything resembling a camera or tape recorder among his belongings. When Morell finished packing and emerged from the cabin, I noticed something protruding from under his jacket on the left side, at waist level. Judging by its size, it could have been an 8.5mm automatic pistol. Apparently, my writer had been thoroughly briefed on the situation in Port Sandor. We were usually on the main city level, and Tom's Jeep was on the lower level, but he didn't offer to get off at the usual spot and wait for him to bring his Jeep up to us. I didn't offer anything either. After all, it was Tom's car, and we hadn't hired him. Besides, I was getting curious, and curiosity is the main part of a journalist's kit. One of the spaceport workers loaded our belongings onto the lift and lowered it to the lower hatches through which the ship was unloaded. There was practically nothing to lift on board, except maybe mail and old Adolf Lauter films. Our main commodity, monster wax fat, is exported only to Earth and would be picked up by the Cape Canaveral, which would arrive from Odin on Fenris in 500 hours. All our imports, save for a few luxury items, came from Earth. So the Peenemund was only just beginning to unload. We were lowered down on a tug loaded with ammunition. I noticed Morell carefully examining the boxes marked Earth Federal Forces, 50M, Mark 608, Anti-Personnel and Anti-Tank, 25 discs. Checked. Rejected. Obsolete. The hunters bought all this through the cooperative. The price was half that, but it was unlikely to be of any use. Morel didn't comment on what he saw, and Tom and I remained silent as well. We emerged at the bottom of the shaft, 1,000 feet below where I had boarded the Peenemünde, and paused for a moment. Morel gazed admiringly at the vast amphitheater. When I learned the ship had the ability to land directly on the planet's surface, I realized your spaceport wasn't small. But I never expected such a scale, he said. And all of this serves a population of 20,000 people? 24,708, unless the man who was injured in the bar around 1:30 died, I replied. But you mustn't forget that the spaceport was built almost 100 years ago, and the population was 10 times larger then. I already knew from Morel everything I needed for the report, and now it was his turn to ask questions. I think you know a little about the history of Fenris, I said. Yes, there's plenty of information on Earth about the colonization of Fenris, right up until the company's bankruptcy. But many people have no idea what happened after that. That's why I decided to write this book. I started to tell. Several cities were built on the mainland. Now they're all abandoned. The first was built traditionally. All the buildings were on the surface. But it soon became clear that it was impossible to live there given the 4-day cycle here. So they began digging deeper. The Fenris Charter Company delivered a huge amount of mining equipment. The colonists began building burrow-like cities, like northern Hampshire on Earth, built during the Third and Fourth World Wars, or like the cities on the Moon, in the Twilight Zone on Mercury, and on Titan. This land is rich in valuable minerals. Perhaps in the next century, our descendants will begin to exploit them. 6 years before the Fenris Company fell apart, the colonists decided to consolidate their presence in a single city here on the archipelago. The sea here remains cool during the day and cools less at night. Thus, Port Sandor was built on Oakleaf Island. For the convenience of hunting monsters? Morel asked. No. People learned about the monsters from the Yarvi Sea after the city was built, a year before the company went bankrupt. But back then they didn't yet know how to use the fat. I began by describing the flora and fauna of Fenris. Since the fluctuating air temperatures on the surface make it virtually uninhabitable for any organisms, most life forms on Fenris develop underwater. Land animals are very active during sunrise and sunset, but when the weather gets colder or hotter, they crawl into burrows, hide in rock crevices, and hibernate. Speaking with Morel, I realized he was seriously interested in our planet, and the information he'd previously obtained wasn't all that far off the mark. I thought he was under the impression that Port Sandor was also built underground. I enlightened him on this matter. I suppose you noticed what this place was like when you landed, I said. It's a simple plateau dotted with domed mines and landing strips. Before the colonists arrived, it was a valley between 2 hills. The city was built in the valley, level after level, and then the hills were leveled to form the upper level. Our public library is full of films about the construction of Port Sandor. As far as I know, there aren't any copies of these films outside of Fenris. You'd think Mr.
Morel would have been extremely excited after hearing that last passage, and eager to watch all those rare tapes. Instead, he showed interest in the ship's unloading. Food was being unloaded at the time. Morel wanted to know if we were forced to export all the food we needed. Oh no, we're descending to the lower level now, where the main storage facilities are. And on the 2nd and 3rd levels, counting from the main city level, are the farms, thanks to which we have sufficient plant and animal food. We produce our own timber. At sunset, we collect swamp reeds and turn them into wood pulp. The local trees produce very good, strong wood, but we only use it for furniture, gun stocks, and the like. Trees on Fenris only grow for 4 periods a year, which amounts to 200 hours a year.
About 1,000 of our people work on the mainland, mining and smelting ore. But every millisol on Fenris is obtained from selling the waxy fat of monsters, if not directly, then second or third hand. This part of my story seemed to interest Mr. Morel more than the previous one. Perhaps his book, if he intended to write one, was intended as an economic study of Fenris. Or perhaps Morel's interest, if he had one at all, was limited to the local production of ore, timber, food, and the like. I began telling him about our farms, about the factories where you could obtain any kind of animal tissue you desired. Beef, game, the meat of the Feranzumi, the milk of the Zarathustran steppe cow. Morel knew that earthlings could not consume any of the animal organisms of Fenris. Here you can get any delicacy your heart desires, I said. We grow goose liver, the size of which is about 50 feet in diameter. By this time, we had reached the lower level. It was cool and pleasant, with a steady light streaming down from 50 feet above. The light sources were located between the bases of enormous columns, spaced 200 yards apart. The columns supported a roof of stone and earth that insulated the lower level. We approached the place where the wax had been stored before the Cape Canaveral's arrival. It was packaged in vacuum-sealed plastic and resembled enormous bolognese sausages, each weighing half a ton. Each package bore the Hunters Cooperative emblem. Morel showed keen interest in this product and immediately mentally calculated how much wax was there and how much it could fetch. "Who owns all this?" he asked. "The Hunters Cooperative?" Until now, Tom had left the conversation with Mr. Morel to me, but he answered this question himself, and very emphatically. "No, it all belongs to the hunters," he said. "All the hunting crews own this wax together. The cooperative sells the goods for them. The captain receives the proceeds through the cooperative and then divides the money among all the crew members. Every last ounce of wax, until the capstad pays for it, belongs to the hunters who obtained it." "I see. But what if the captain wants his goods back after he's already handed them over to the cooperative?" Morel asked. "No questions." Morel nodded, and we moved on. The maintenance worker who was carrying our luggage on the elevator stopped to chat with a couple of his friends. We slowly made our way through the lower level, trucks passing us every now and then. Then I saw Bish Ware, sitting on a package of wax, talking to a man from Cosmodrome Security. They were both smoking, but there was nothing dangerous about it. If the wax ignited, it would be quite a spectacle, but for that to happen, it would need to be heated to a temperature of 750 degrees Celsius. A cigarette clearly wasn't enough. Bish must have come here by the same route as us. I filed that away under my questions. Pretty soon, I thought, I'd have so many of these questions that they'd start answering each other. Seeing us, Bish waved, and suddenly the man's face turned as white as my shirt, and he grabbed Bish by the shoulder. Bish's expression didn't change. He shook off his interlocutor's hand, jumped to his feet, threw the cigar aside, and jumped back into the passage. "Morel," he shouted, "don't move. If you value your life, stay where you are." I saw the pistol. I didn't notice how or where he got it. It was simply in Bish's hand. He fired, and the shell casings clanged onto the concrete. Soon it was all over. The maintenance worker ran toward us. Morel remained standing, staring at Bish with his mouth agape. "Excellent," Bish said, returning the pistol to its original place. "Move to the left, carefully. No movements to the right." Morel, still in some sort of trance, complied. He stepped to the side, and over his leg I saw what Bish had been shooting at. It was a gray, irregularly shaped thing, about 16 inches long and no more than 4 inches wide. Ahead, The oval tapered to a cone and curved upward about 6 inches. The cone merged into something resembling an antenna, which at that moment slowly bent, emitting a yellow, oily liquid. Bish had hit his target. A black, gray, and green mess spread across the concrete. We called it a caterpillar snail because it moved on short, thick legs arranged in 2 rows on its abdomen. The antenna rising from the caterpillar snail's head is its sting, and the yellow, oily liquid is poison. 1/10 of a milligram of this poison is in your blood, and, open the gates, St. Peter, I have arrived. Tom saw the snail at the same time as me. His face turned the same color as the security service officers. I don't think mine looked any better. When Morel saw what it was that wanted to befriend him, I could have sworn on a whole warehouse of Bibles, Korans, Torah scrolls, Buddhist prayer rings, and the idols of our ancestors. His hair literally stood on end. I'd often heard that expression, and now I saw it happen. I was right in thinking Mr. Morel was well acquainted with the local flora and fauna. I examined his right leg. He wasn't stung, otherwise he wouldn't have been breathing by now, but he was splattered. I saw 2 yellow spots on his left trouser leg. I told him to stand still, pulled his trouser leg back with my left hand, took out a knife, cut off the splattered piece, and tossed it onto the dead snail. Morel started shouting something about his trousers, saying he could take them to the cleaners. Bish came up and politely asked him to stop talking all this nonsense. No one will clean your trousers, and even if someone does, some poison will still remain. Someday, God forbid, you scratch your leg and get caught in the rain in your magnificent trousers. And then Walt can immediately start writing one of his wonderful obituaries. He then turned to the officer who was transmitting something on the radio. Call an ambulance. Possible case of skin poisoning from caterpillar snail venom. A second later, looking at Morel's leg, Bish added, leave out the possible. 2 small spots appeared on Morel's skin, beginning to take on the color of raw liver. The poison hadn't entered his bloodstream, but some had seeped through his trousers. What Morel absorbed through his skin was enough to make him seriously ill. The officer radioed something else, and a worker arrived on a forklift and lowered our luggage. Morel sat down on his suitcase. Tom lit a cigarette and handed it to Morel, reminding him to sit still. The wail of an ambulance siren could already be heard. The pilot and his co-pilot could only provide first aid. They gave Morel something to drink from a flask, liberally applied ointment to 2 spots on his leg, covered them with a bandage, and escorted him to the car. I told Morel we'd take his things to the Times. Between the gunshots and the siren, a small crowd had gathered around us. It was a pleasant recrimination party. The head of the workers blamed the security service officer. The warehouse manager blamed the head of the workers, and the representative of the Cosmodrome's main administration blamed them all at once, simultaneously conveying to me that the manager, Mr. Fesci, would be very grateful if I kept the incident quiet. I told him it all depended on the editor, and that he should talk to his father instead. No one had the slightest idea where the snail had come from, but no one saw anything mystical about it either. The lower level is full of such creatures. Since the air temperature here is constant, they remain active around the clock. They usually pick out some gaping worker and quickly make contact with him. Tom stood watching the ambulance carry Mr. Morel away, clearly unsure what to do next. Morel's accident had been a shock to him. This matched what was beginning to form in my mind. Finally, Tom gave the order to the worker, and we headed in the direction where he'd left his Jeep. It was already beyond the spaceport grounds. Bish walked alongside us, reloading his pistol. I noticed it was a 10mm Argentine Colt Federal Service, commercial type. There weren't many such weapons on Fenris. 10 Colts would suffice, but mostly from South Africa. The Martian Special Police Consolidation also carried them. Mine was a 7.7mm South African, but I didn't bring it with me today. "You know," Bish said, replacing the pistol, "I'd be as grateful as Mr. Fesci if you kept this episode private. If you do decide to publish this story, I'd like my involvement to be kept to a minimum. You've probably noticed that I have some experience with these deadly pieces of hardware, but I'd prefer you didn't advertise it. I usually manage to avoid difficulties, but if I can't, I prefer to have a little surprise in store." We all piled into the Jeep. Tom, not very kindly, offered Bish a ride anywhere. Bish replied that he was going to the Times, and Tom lifted the Jeep into the air and steered it horizontally. We found ourselves in a one-way alleyway, crowded with trucks transporting food to cold storage facilities. Long before this, I noticed, among other things, packages of wax, no different from ordinary ones, except that they did not have the emblems of the cooperation, but simply had the names of the hunter ships written on them, such as Javelin, Bulldog, Hellrider, Slasher, and the like. "What's all this stuff doing here?" I asked. "It's a bit far from the docks and not very close to the spaceport." "Just a temporary warehouse," Tom said. "This wax hasn't been delivered to the co-op yet." It meant nothing, or it meant a lot. I decided to settle for what I knew. We pulled into an empty space about 50 feet square. Near a Jeep with a mounted 7mm machine gun, 6 men in naval clothes were playing cards on an ammunition box. I noticed that each of them had a pistol, and when 2 of the hunters noticed our arrival, they stood up and picked up their rifles. Tom lowered the Jeep, got out, and approached them. They talked for a few minutes. It's hard to say that the hunters' faces lit up at what Tom told them. After a while, he returned, climbed back into his seat, and lifted the Jeep back up. Chapter 4. Main City Level. The main city level was 200 feet high. To ensure adequate air circulation and free movement of traffic, nothing taller than 150 feet was built here. The exception were square buildings, spaced 200 yards apart. Their foundations were on the lower level, and their upper portions supported the roof of the entire level. The Times editorial office occupied one of these columnar buildings. We had the entire building to ourselves. In a city designed for 250,000 people, it's not necessary to sit on top of each other. Accordingly, we had no upper landing. But aside from the corner supports and the central column, the entire street was open to traffic. Tom hadn't said a word since we'd driven away from the hunters guarding the unregistered wax. We'd driven a few blocks down Broadway. Tom lowered the Jeep and eased it under one of the arches. As usual, the area was littered with various gear, merchandise obtained in exchange for advertising, and several cars, ours and others, were parked nearby. 2 mechanics were tinkering with one of them. I decided, for the umpteenth time, to do something and tidy up the place. In 200 or 300 hours, I thought, all the ships would be back in port. There would be less work, and I could hire a couple of men to help. We unloaded Morel's things from the Jeep, and I poked around a bit for a hand hoist. "Will you stay for lunch with us, Tom?" I asked. "Huh?" He didn't immediately understand what I said. "No, thanks, Walt. I have to get back to the ship. Father wants to talk to me before the meeting." "And what about you, Bish? Would you like to share with us what God has sent?" "I'll be very glad," Bish assured me. Tom said goodbye to us with a vacant expression, lifted the Jeep, and drove it outside. We watched him go. It seemed Bish wanted to say something, but then changed his mind. We towed Morel's luggage and my gear to the elevator behind the central column and began the climb to the top floor, where the editorial office was located. Exiting the elevator, we immediately found ourselves in a large hall that took up half the entire floor. The entire space was filled with desks, video equipment, radios, and photo printers. Father, as usual, was wearing a gray knee-length robe, and as usual, a pipe was sticking out from under his disheveled mustache, which he took out of his mouth every minute to light. He was editing the footage I'd given him for the next newscast. Diagonally across from him sat the rest of the Times staff, represented by Yuli Kubanov. He had his headphones on and was sitting at a typewriter, his fingers flying rapidly across the keyboard. Yuli Kubanov was a long-time monster hunter. He'd lost a leg on one of his expeditions and was forced to acquire another specialty. He still sported a beard, an essential part of any hunter, though it was now completely gray. "Did the material arrive okay?" I asked. "Yes." "What do you think of this Belcher?" asked the father, without turning around. "Have you ever heard so many shameless lies?" Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the lift loaded with luggage, and partly my companion. "Mr. Morel? Excuse me, I need a few more seconds to connect this damn recording." Finally, he finished the work. "Bish? Where is Mr. Morel, Walt?" "Mr. Morel gained some experience on Fenris today," I replied. "He was splattered with caterpillar snail venom almost immediately after disembarking. He was taken to the spaceport hospital. I don't think they'll be able to evaporate all the poison anytime soon." I recounted, in order, everything that had happened on the lower level. Father's eyes widened slightly. He took his pipe out of his mouth and looked at Bish with a certain amount of respect. "This is very delicate work," he said. "If you had hesitated even a second, we would hardly ever have another visit from a traveling writer. The whole thing would have been known back on Earth, and that wouldn't have been very favorable for Fenris. And of course," he added, "for Mr. Morel." "Yes, of course, but if you're going to make this story public, I'd prefer you didn't mention my modest feat," Bish said. "It's not hard to guess that spaceport management wouldn't be too happy if you told the public that the lower level is infested with caterpillar snails. They have enough problems with personnel as it is." "But don't you want people to know what you did?" my father asked incredulously. "Everyone dreams of having their name in the newspapers or on the radio." My father believed that. "If people find out what you've done," he continued, then fell silent, realizing the point he was making. "It wouldn't be very tactful to end with, 'Maybe then they'll stop thinking you're always just a useless old drunk.'" Bish also understood what his father was getting at, but he only smiled, as if he was about to bless us. "Yes, but that would be quite out of character for me," he said. "I must not embarrass my people. Do me a favor, Ralph, and keep your mouth shut about me." "Okay, if you don't want to, I won't." "Are you planning on doing a little work in the Hunter's Hall today, Walt?" He turned to me. "How can I miss this?" Father frowned. "I could handle it myself," he said. "I'm afraid things won't go quite smoothly this time." I shook my head. "Let's face it, Father," I said. "I'm not 18 yet, of course, but you're already 60. If things get tough, I'll notice before you do, and it'll be easier for me to avoid trouble." Father smiled sadly and looked at Bish. "That's how it happens," he said. "We spend our whole lives trying to protect our children from danger, and suddenly we notice they're the ones protecting us." My father took his pipe out of his mouth once again and lit it. "It's a shame you didn't make a video recording of that idiotic statement." He didn't even suspect I was recording it, The whole time he was spouting this nonsense, I was scribbling in my notebook. "A synthetic substitute," Father snorted. "Putting together molecules of monster wax is like building a spaceport with a hammer and a pocket knife." He blew out a puff of smoke, apologized, and returned to his work. Editing a program is a one-man job. Bish asked if he needed help, but we had no choice but to sit, watch, and listen. My father edited Belcher's statement with the videotape, playing up the plot and interjecting his own sarcastic comments from time to time. When the material was broadcast, Ravik probably wouldn't like it. He'd have to carry a gun again. Then my father prepared a story about the arrival of the Peenemünde and Mr. Morel on board. The famous writer, my father said, had a minor incident upon arrival. When my father finished, I handed this tape to Julius, along with the one announcing the reduction in wax prices. Julius just grunted and put it all aside. He was finishing typing a report about the altercation at Martin Joe's bar. Of course, no one was killed, stabbed, cut to pieces, or beaten within an inch of their lives. All news is fit to print, but you cannot contribute to the deterioration of the reputation of your advertisers and teleprinter customers. Then Bish, my father, and I went down to the dining room. The dining room also doubled as a library, a lounge, a place for important meetings and relaxation. It was as large as the editorial office upstairs. It had once been the Fenris company's office. Some of the furnishings were still there, while others were crafted from local woods, like the large table that could comfortably accommodate 2 teams of hunters. Of course, it was also filled with all sorts of equipment, with shelves full of microbooks and the like. In case anyone wanted a snack without having to travel 200 feet to the pantry, there was a refrigerator. I walked up to him and pulled out a can of concentrated juice and a soda. My father rarely drank, but he always kept a few bottles on hand for guests. It seemed that most of our guests needed a solid shot of potato schnapps from our farms before imparting any information. "You prefer Balder honey rum, don't you, Bish?" said Father, reaching into the bar next to the refrigerator. "I'm sure I have a bottle." Right now, it's somewhere around here." When my father is about to establish close contact with someone, I will never believe in his sincerity until I hear, Now, it's somewhere here." Bish asked what I would like to drink. "Don't worry about the rum, Ralph," he said. "I think I'll join Walt for a fruity soda." Wow. Could it be that my secret alcohol-free campaign was finally starting to pay off? My father was confused. He put the bottle he'd been holding back on the bar. "Then I'll join you," he said. "Make me some of that fizzy stuff, Walt." I mixed 2 more glasses and we headed to the table. Bish took a critical sip from his glass. "Acceptable," he said. "Just one little thing. It's non-alcoholic, but definitely acceptable." My father watched Bish, not believing his eyes. It was approaching dinner time, and Bish and I decided to have another drink. My father felt obliged to join us. I mixed 3 more glasses. We were just finishing them when Mrs. Layden began setting the table. Mrs. Layden is a widow. She's lived with us since my mother died, when I was exactly 1 year old. Mrs. Layden is a militant teetotaler. With great difficulty, she forced herself to remain silent, watching my father occasionally down a drink or 2. But as soon as she saw Bish Ware, her face simply turned to stone. She put the soup on the table and retired to the kitchen. Mrs. Layden always dined with Julius, during which time he would inform her of all the news fit for publication and all the gossip that was not fit for publication. I recalled all the oddities I had discovered in the behavior of our distinguished but temporarily out-of-the-game guest, and related my observations, beginning with the complete absence of any information about Glen Merle in our library. So he could be an imposter, the father exclaimed. Why do you think he came here? I wouldn't jump to conclusions like that, Bish said. First of all, it's entirely possible that Glenn Morell is his real name, and he publishes under a pseudonym. I admit, some of his behavior struck me as odd. But even if he's not a writer, it's entirely possible he's a businessman, here legally. Having learned a few things about this paradise among planets, he simply decided to take a few precautions. Walt, tell your father about that wax we saw in the fourth compartment of the lower level. I told him. The whole time I was talking, my father remained sitting, holding the spoon with soup halfway to his mouth. Yes, that's funny, he said, putting down his spoon. So you're suggesting someone, Bish said. A group of hunter captains is holding on to the wax, not handing it over to the cooperative. Since there's no other outlet for the product, I assume they're holding on to it in anticipation of higher prices. The only way to achieve that goal literally lies over the corpse of Steve Ravik. Perhaps they're hoping Steve's body will turn up somewhere nearby, and the prices will skyrocket. I expected my father to start a speech about order and respect for the law in response, but instead he slammed his hand on the table, fortunately not the one he was holding the spoon with. I hope so too. If they'd succeeded before the Cape Canaveral arrived, if they'd also managed to capture Leo Belcher in the same state, then during the general uproar someone would have managed to slam the door, that is, kill Mort Holstock. After the triple funeral, we could have begun work on organizing a proper cooperation and begun preparations for the election of a new, worthy government. I never expected to see you in the role of a supporter of lynching, Father, I said. He looked at me silently for a few seconds. To tell you the truth, I didn't expect it myself, my father admitted. Lynching is a terrible thing, make no mistake about it. But there's something even more terrible, and that's the real situation in Port Sandor. Do you know what it is? We have no real government, none of our own, none subordinate to the federal authorities. There isn't even a Federation representative on Fenris. Before the Fenris company went bankrupt, there was a government here, but when the colonists were evacuated, so was the government. Those colonists who decided to stay were more concerned with survival than with having real power. They didn't even care that Fenris, a Class 3 planet, uninhabitable but habitable, was now considered a Class 2 planet, suitable for habitation only in an artificially created environment, like Mercury and Titan. When Holstock took power at the town meeting, that is, when it was handed over to him, the colonists wiped out the previous 50 years. No one realized what had happened until it was too late. Lynching was the only thing left in our arsenal. Ralph, if something like this happens, Belcher, Holstock, and Ravik won't be the only victims. Besides Ravik's thugs and Holstock's police, they have at least 100 more people supporting them. I'm not against purging the planet of them, but it won't just end in lynchings. It will start a civil war. Very good. Simply excellent, replied my father. The federal government has never paid any attention to us. The Federation planets are scattered across space, millions of cubic light-years apart, and the Federation authorities simply can't afford to zip from one planet to another, wiping the colonists' noses. As long as all is quiet on Fenris, they won't do anything for us. But you'll see what happens if something leaks into the press on Earth under the headline, "Revolution Breaks Out on Fenris," and I'll be sure to send that kind of material to interplanetary news. I'll tell you what will happen, Bish replied. A lot of people will die, which in itself is unimportant. People continue to kill each other for more serious reasons. But our colonists, like all normal people, have relatives and friends. and they will try to avenge the dead. If a gang war breaks out here, then in 100 years, in a dark passage, one colonist will put a bullet in the back of another, continuing the war. Do you really want this planet to be poisoned by blood feuds for years to come? It never occurred to my father or me, but it should have. There were feuds on Fenris even now. Half the other colonists on the islands and the mainland were formed precisely because certain groups or families of colonists were forced to leave Port Sandor due to feuds with others. Half of all the shootings and stabbings occurred precisely because of old feuds between colonist families or hunting parties. But we also don't want everything here in the next century to be poisoned by what Mort Holstock and Steve Ravik sowed, the father said. Of course, Bish nodded. If civil war is the only way to get rid of them, then that's what you need. Just make sure that not a single one of them is left alive when it's all over. Still, it would be much better if you could bring in representatives of the federal authorities to restore order. It's unlikely anyone will start a vendetta against the Federation. But how? Asked the father. I'm sending them evidence of crime and corruption on Fenris, one after another. They're just putting it all on the back burner. Mrs. Layden appeared, cleared away the soup, and brought the main course. Bish sat for a moment, fiddling with his fork. I don't know how you can do it, he said slowly. If you can contain the brewing explosion until Cape Canaveral arrives, if you can send someone to Earth. Suddenly it dawned on me. There was something here that gave Bish meaning to his existence, something that made him want to stay sober. Don't say if you can, I said. If we can. You live on Fenris too, don't you? Chapter 5. Disorder in the Hunter's Hall. After dinner, my father called the Cosmodrome Hospital and spoke with Dr. Royansky. Morel was asleep and out of danger. He'd been given a sedative and a couple of injections, and his body was gradually ridding itself of the poison. Morel would be fine, Dr. Royansky said, but it would be best for him to stay in the hospital for a while longer. It was time to get ready for Hunter's Hall. Julius and Mrs. Layden had begun dinner, while father and Bish went up to the editor's office. I decided not to take the car. Hunter's Hall was just a few blocks south of the Times, toward the harbor. I grabbed a bag containing my radio equipment and set out on foot. The business district of Port Sandora wasn't too badly illuminated. The usual overhead lighting was supplemented by the glow of shop and restaurant windows. Many of the latter were open. Sitting at a table in one of them, I spotted 2 junior officers from the Peenemünde, accompanied by 2 attractive women. This suggested the ship wasn't planning on leaving Fenris immediately. Passing the town hall, I noticed some activity near the parking lot. An unusually large number of police were milling about. Apparently, Ravik had some doubts about how the hunters would react to the news of the wax price drop, and Mort Holstock had mobilized his assault squadron in case Steve needed backup. I mentioned this to my father, to which he nervously told me to stay away if any trouble broke out. The Hunter's Hall was housed in a sturdy 4-story building, as sturdy as any that didn't support the entire roof. Accordingly, it had a landing pad on the roof and a parking lot below. As I approached, I saw a large cluster of cars, jeeps, and boats in the parking lot itself, and, beyond it, a crowd of men. Almost all of them were dressed in ship's uniform, among them quite a few men who had never been to sea hunting in their lives, but were members of the cooperative, the best of the best. There were also quite a few of Holstock's men there, dressed in uniform. They peacefully surrounded the parking lot, some playing with clubs, others simply standing,
their hands resting on their bandoliers. I took the elevator to the second floor, which was one large room with an elevator and an escalator at the back. The walls were covered with photographs and stereoscopic images of hunter ships, record-sized monsters tethered alongside the ship before they were gutted, and numerous shots of entire hunter teams. Besides the photographs, there were also dried-out slashers and halberd fish, monster fangs, and even a complete monster head with its mouth open. Hunters milled around, some huddled together and animatedly discussing something, others lounging at the bar, and still others surrounding the slot machines. I saw Tom Kuyvelson, his father, and Oscar Fujisawa and approached them. Joe Kuyvelson looked like a mirror image of Tom Kuyvelson, complete with a white beard that must have been growing for 35 years or more. Oscar Fujisawa, captain of the Peckwood, would hardly have been embarrassed if Bish had called him Captain Ahab, despite his blue eyes, red hair, and beard. He was almost as big as Joe Kuyvelson. "Hello, Walt," he greeted me. "What's this Tom telling us about Bish shooting a caterpillar snail that was about to get to know Mr. Morrell better?" "That's right. The thing must have been hiding among the wax packets when we approached," I replied. "We didn't see it until after it happened. The snail was right behind Morrell and had already raised its sting when Bish shot it." "He had a better chance of shooting Mr. Morrell," Joe Kuyvelson said. I think he was completely sincere in his thinking. There wasn't a worse shot with a pistol on the planet than Joe, so to hear him tell it, it was impossible to hit anything with a pistol. "He had no choice," I said. "If he hadn't taken his chance, my material about Morrell would have had to be framed in black." Another hunter approached us, thin, red-haired, with a sharp nose.
It was Al Davis, an assistant engineer on Joe Kuyvelson's team. He too wanted to know more about the caterpillar snail story, and I was forced to start from the beginning. I doubt I could add anything to what Tom had already told me, but I represented the Times, and if the Times confirmed it, then it was true. "Still, I wouldn't want some drunk like Bish starting a firefight near me," Joe said. And this was understandable. Joe didn't drink. "Don't fool yourself," Oscar told him. "I witnessed Bish knock a knife out of a guy's hand with one shot at One-Eyed Stevenson's bar. He hit the blade right there. One-Eyed still keeps that knife behind his bar." "Well, was he drunk?" Joe asked. "When Bish shot, he had to hold on to the counter with one hand to keep from falling." Oscar turned to me. "How's Morrell?" I relayed to them all the information we'd managed to obtain from the hospital. Everyone was visibly relieved. I hadn't imagined that a writer no one had ever heard of was so popular in monster hunting circles. As we talked, I kept glancing at my watch. Soon, the Times screen appeared on the screen on the wall opposite us, and the news began. Everyone who was in this room came closer. The story about the Peenemunda's arrival was received very calmly. Then my father appeared on the screen, a tape recorder lying on the table in front of him. He played the entire footage with Leo Belcher. I'm usually pretty relaxed about cursing, even allowing myself a few liberties when tinkering with some of the outdated equipment in our newsroom. But when Belcher began explaining how and why the price of wax would be reduced to 35 centisols per pound, the hunter's comments were too thick with specific expressions, even for my ears. Admittedly, there were plenty of people in the crowd who didn't comment on what they'd heard. They were probably Ravik's men, and they apparently had orders to do nothing until the meeting was over.
"I wonder how he's going to push through all this replacement crap," Oscar asked.
"Well, what are you going to do?" I asked. "I'll tell you what we're not going to do," Joe Kuyvelson replied. "We're not going to agree to a price reduction. If he doesn't accept our price, he can use his substitute."
"But you don't have the right to sell wax to anyone else, do you?"
"Oh, is that so? So we don't have the right," Joe began. Before he could add anything else, Oscar intervened. "We can hold out for a while longer and not die, even if we don't sell wax. Sigurd Ngotsori is on our side. He'll lend us a certain amount against future wax supplies. When the wax supply stops, Kapstad will be interested in why. While we were talking, several more hunters from the Javelin approached us. First Mate Ramon Llewellyn, Navigator Abe Clifford, and a few others. I chatted with them briefly and then went to the bar, where I met another captain, Mohandos Gandhi Feinberg, known simply as Mahatma. He didn't look like his nickname. He had a curly black beard from which a black cigar always protruded, and one glance at Mahatma was enough to never confuse him with any apostle of nonviolence. The Mahatma had a plan for which he needed support. He wanted only hunter captains to vote. Captains would then represent the majority of their crew. It was a good idea, but it would have been better if a common hunter had proposed it. That would have stripped everyone, even temporarily unemployed hunters, of their voting rights. The only problem was that I couldn't see any conceivable way to accomplish the task. It was very much like trying to reduce Parliament to its own work. Armed gangsters emerged from the street and, dividing into teams of 2s and 3s, spread out across the room, prepared for any potential difficulties. When I joined Joe Kyvelson and Oscar, I turned on my radio and, without turning it off, wandered around the floor, allowing it to eavesdrop on all conversations. Ravitch's men either said nothing or tried to argue that Belcher had done all he could. And if Kapstad wasn't going to pay more than 35 centisols a pound, it wasn't his fault. Finally, the bell rang for the meeting to begin, and the crowd began to slowly move toward the elevator and escalator. The meeting room was on the floor above. 2 of Ravitch's armed henchmen and a sergeant stood at the door leading into the room, checking to see if any of the hunters had a knife or pistol. I'd brought my entire arsenal: a pepper spray disguised as a lighter, and 2 cylinders worth 20 sols, each containing 40 quarters. Clenching one of those in your fist gave you more confidence than waving your bare hands. Ravik, Belcher, and the co-op secretary, a clearly henpecked husband who had never had an opinion of his own, sat at a huge table. When most of the hunters had taken their seats and the rest, including the press, had settled along the back wall, Steve Ravik wrapped the table with a piece of the monster's fang, the one he usually used to call the meeting to order. "We have a lot of unresolved old issues," he said, "but I'd like to put them aside for a while. Today, we have a representative of the cooperation on Earth, Leo Belcher, at our meeting. I'd like to introduce him to you. Mr. Leo Belcher." Belcher stood up. Ravik clapped, setting an example for his puppets. The zombies clapped their hands. Everyone else remained motionless. Belcher raised his hand. "Please, no applause," he asked. "What I'm about to tell you doesn't deserve applause." "You signaled correctly," someone in front of me said very clearly. "I'm very sorry to have to break this news to everyone, but the facts are this. Kapstad can no longer pay 45 centisols per pound. Prices have dropped to 35 centisols per pound. I'd like you to understand that Kapstad sincerely wants you to get the best price for your product, but the current state of affairs makes it impossible to maintain the old wax prices. 35 centisols is the maximum, and besides, the competition that has arisen—" "Hey, stop it, Belcher!" someone shouted. "We've heard all this crap on the news before." "What about the contract?" someone else shouted. "We have a contract with Kapstad, don't we? The contract terms need to be changed. They'll pay 35 centisols per pound or nothing. Let them try to get by without wax, or buy it, but somewhere else. Yes, this magnificent synthetic substitute." "Chairman," Oscar Fujisawa called, "I make a proposal. Either we refuse the proposed price, or we throw Leo Belcher out of here." Steve Ravik started yelling that Oscar was disrupting the meeting, that Belcher had taken the floor and had the right to speak. "I support Oscar's proposal and insist that we fire Belcher and hire someone else. I propose an addition to Captain Fujisawa's proposal," Joe Kyvelson said. "I propose the following addition and set the price of wax at 75 centisols per pound." "You're crazy!" Leo Belcher almost shouted. 75 centisols is the old price, and that's where Ravik and Belcher started lowering it, and have now reached 45 centisols per pound. I heard a distinctive beep, unfastened the handphone from the receiver, and brought it to my ear. "Yes?" It was Bish Ware. "Get the Kyvelsons and get them out of the hall as quickly as possible," he said. "I just got word from a parishioner of mine. Ravik is planning to stage a riot, so the whole stock police have a pretext to break up the meeting and raid it. They're after Joe Kyvelson and Tom." "Accepted." I hung up and immediately heard Joe Kyvelson shouting, "You think, Fenris Toll, that we can't learn anything here? Wax on Earth is still selling at the same price as it was 8 years ago when you two rogues just started lowering prices. But on board any ship arriving here from Earth, you can find commodity exchange quotes." I began pushing my way through the crowd and eventually found myself next to Oscar Fujisawa.
I thought it would be best to edit the information I'd received, rather than present Bish as my source. "Oscar," I told him, "I just got a call from my father. They've received word that Ravik's men are planning to stage a riot at the Hunters' Hall, and the whole stock police are going to raid it. They're after Joe and Tom. You know what the police will do if they catch them. They'll shoot you for resisting the police. Are you sure of the source?" A few rows away from us, someone jumped to their feet and threw a chair aside. "You're lying like a son of a bitch," someone yelled. "Who are you calling a son of a bitch, you lousy runt?" came the reply. More chairs flew, and then it began. "I guess so," said Oscar. "Let's go." We struggled through the crowd toward the Kyvelsons and 2 other hunters from the Yavelin crew. I clutched the cylinder of coins in my right fist and let Oscar go ahead. He was heavier than me. I acted very wisely, because before we'd gone 10 feet, some guy squeezed between us and raised a rubber truncheon over Oscar's head. I knocked him to the floor in an instant, smashing my heavy fist into his left ear. Oscar, who must have eyes in the back of his head, spun around and snatched the rubber truncheon from the guy. Someone else was rushing toward us, and I almost hit him too when he shouted, "Careful, Walt! I'm with you!" It was Cesario Vieira from the Yavelina crew. He was engaged to Linda Kyvelson, Joe's daughter and Tom's older sister, the same one Joe was going to send to Earth to study. We finally reached the Kyvelsons. Oscar grabbed Joe's hand. "Come on, Joe. We have to get out of here," he said. "The whole stock Gestapo are already on their way. They have orders to take you dead or alive." "Like hell," Joe replied. "When was the last time I ran away at the very beginning of the mess, and—" This is exactly what I was afraid of. Joe is like Zarathustra's step cow. The only tactic he knows is a frontal attack.
"You want them to wipe out your team, and you and Tom along with them?" Oscar asked. "That's what will happen if the police catch you. Now, are you coming? Or should I knock you out with some kind of gag and drag you out of here?" Luckily, at that moment, someone grabbed Joe, lightly grazing his cheekbone. Fortunately, that was all he could do. The guy had brass knuckles. Joe bent his knees slightly, leaned down 2 feet, grabbed the guy by the hips, and straightened up, lifting him over his head. Then he hurled him over the heads of the people in front. Screams erupted from where Joe's victim landed. "Way to go, Joe!" Oscar shouted. Come on, we can do this along the way. So the strategy turned retreat into attack. We aimed Joe at the door, and before he could blink, we were in the hallway by the elevator. Ravik's 2 men and the sergeant were still standing there, joined by 2 more police officers. One of the latter 2 stepped in Joe's way. With one punch, Joe threw him back 10 feet. The second officer grabbed me with his left hand. I knocked him down with a well-aimed punch to the jaw with my tensome right hand, and immediately felt the cylinder wrapper crack in my fist, quarters leaking into my palm. Before I could pocket the coins and reach for the next cylinder, the sergeant pulled out his pistol. I simply threw all the coins in his face. He dropped the pistol, clutched his face, and howled in pain. I, too, mentally howled, quickly calculating how many wonderful and useful things I could buy with those 10 sols. One of Joe Kivelson's pursuers bent down, picked up a pistol, and fired a couple of shots. We shoved Joe into the elevator and huddled behind him. Before the doors had even closed, I heard sirens wailing from both directions, from the street and from the landing pad above. Outside, 4 of Ravik's mercenaries were crawling on all 4s, picking up the coins that had rolled around. The pursuers, running out of the hall, stumbled across these animals and slowed considerably. It's a shame I didn't bring a camera. The audience would have loved this. This is Walter Boyd, returning to your regular schedule. A second later, I heard a ringing tone. The doors closed, the elevator began to descend, and I picked up the phone. It was Bish again. We're taking the elevator down to level 2, I said. I'm with Joe, Tom, Oscar Fujisawa, and a few other hunters from the Javelin. The area is swarming with police. Go down to level 3, then up the ramp on the right, Bish said. I'll be there and pick you up. Deal. We'll keep an eye out for you. The elevator stopped, and I pressed the button for level 3. Rubbing his cheek with something like a handkerchief, Joe Kivelson asked what was going on. They'll come for us, I told him. Transport from the Times. I thought that by not telling who exactly would pick us up, I could avoid long explanations. Chapter 6. Elementary, my dear Kivelson. Before leaving the illuminated elevator, we counted our noses. Besides the Kivelsons, there were 5 other hunters from the Javelin. Ramon Llewellyn, Abdullah Monahan, Abe Clifford, Cesario Vieira, and white-bearded Pete Dumont. Al Davis had been with us when we made our way out of the Hunters' Hall, but he'd fallen behind along the way. We had a couple of flashlights, and after exiting the elevator on the lower level, we climbed the zigzagging stairs to the ceiling and settled down 75 feet above. Joe Kivelson began to torment himself. I am a good captain. I ran away and left my guys. If they don't hold out, it's just bad luck. Fate, Oscar Fujisawa told him. You got everyone you could out of there. If you'd waited a little longer, we'd all have stayed there. Nothing will be done to them, I added. The police only want Tom, Oscar, and you. Joe was still allowing himself to be convinced he'd done everything right when we saw the truck's headlights glowing on the ceiling. A moment later, Bish Ware peered out from the driver's seat. Where do the gentlemen wish to go? He asked. To the Javelin, Joe quickly answered. Oscar disagreed. That's the first place they'll look. If they catch Ramon and the others, nothing will happen to them. But if they take you and Tom, they'll just shoot you and call it self-defense, or give you such a beating that they'll be scraping you off the concrete for a long time. In 15 or 20 hours, things will calm down. But right now, I'm not going anywhere near my ship. The Times, I said. We have the whole building to ourselves. We can hide half the population. So, it was decided. We climbed into the truck. Bish chose a quiet spot on level 2 and let the vehicle go. Ramon Llewellyn and the others got out. Then we ascended to the main city level, Bish driving the truck just a few blocks from the Hunter's Hall. There was plenty of noise there, but no gunfire. Joe Kyvelson remained silent throughout the flight, but kept his eyes fixed on the pilot's seat. I think he expected Bish to ram every building we came across. We found my father in the editorial office on the top floor, playing a recording for Yulia, who was typing it up for teleprinting. I gave him a brief account of everything that had happened and what I hadn't reported on the radio. My father clucked disapprovingly about my getting into a fight and attacking an officer simply because of some wasted money. Bish Ware seemed to be in some difficulty. "I think," he said, "I should tour my parish and check out how my faithful flock is doing. If I find anything noteworthy, I'll let you know." Having said this, he headed towards the elevator, stumbled along the way, and made a remark that was clearly not bishop-like. I looked in his direction and turned to my father. "Has he had anything to drink since I left?" "Nothing, except for 5 cups of coffee." I mentally noted it down as follows. More and more strange, Bish Ware. He had gone without alcohol for about 4 hours, and his gait was as unsteady as it had been at the airport where I first saw him. I can't recall an alcoholic drink whose effects lasted so long. Yuli finally finished working on the hour-long recording, and we went down to the living room on the floor below. Joe was still completely perplexed about Bish. "How did he manage to contact us?" he asked. "He was with me all evening," said my father. "Bish came from the airport with Walt and Tom. We had dinner together. He made a couple of calls from here and learned about Ravik's plot. You'd be surprised how much information he can dig up." Joe looked at me worriedly. "Hey, you let him see," he began. "The wax is in the 4th section of the lower level?" I asked. "He won't blab. Bish doesn't have a habit of blabber where he shouldn't." "That's true," said Father. He was beginning to think of Bish as a member of the Times staff. "We get a fair amount of important information from him, but Bish himself never talks about what he learns here." Father lit his pipe again. "What about that wax, Joe?" he asked. "Are you seriously suggesting a return to the old price?" "Of course I'm serious," Joe declared. "That's the real price and always has been. And that's what we'll get for our product, or Capstad won't get any wax." "If Morel can raise the price, Capstad might never get it at all," I said. "What position does he hold in the Interstellar Import-Export Organization?" Looking at Kyvelson, one might think that a prickly worm had crawled into his chair. "How did you know that?" he demanded. "That's the stupidest question anyone in the entire galaxy has ever asked a journalist." "Tom, if you're the one who blabbed—" "He didn't blab anything," I said. "He had no reason to do that. Even a fool could understand that." I told him about all the strange things I noticed in Morel's behavior during the interview and after he got off the ship. Even before I'd even heard a word from him, I was very curious as to why Tom was so eager to come aboard with me. He didn't know we'd agreed to put Morel up at the Times and was planning to show him the wax and then take him aboard the Javelin. Morel was supposed to be your trump card at the meeting, but that caterpillar snail ruined the whole game. Then you decided not to sign the new contract until Morel was released from the hospital. The Kyvelsons and Oscar Fujisawa exchanged glances. Tom and Joe were dumbfounded, but Oscar grinned. Bro, I thought. Sherlock Holmes himself couldn't do better. My own thoughts suddenly reminded me of Dr. Watson, whom Bish had identified by the password. It was the only mystery that, even after applying deductive reasoning, Sherlock Boyd still couldn't solve. Well, fine. Give me a little more time and more facts. You just figured it all out, didn't you? Joe asked sarcastically. The sarcasm was hollow. The Times, my father began, trying to speak modestly, is staffed by professional reporters, Joe. It's not import-export, Oscar told me, smiling. It's exotic organics from Argentina. You know, everyone here thought Joe sent his daughter to Earth to study for appearance's sake. But education isn't the only reason Linda traveled so far. The last time Cape Canaveral was here, we got a letter from her. Linda said she'd managed to establish contact with organics, and that a man from their side would be arriving on Fenris on the Peenemünde, disguised as a traveling writer. And here he is. You'd better keep a closer eye on him, I advised. If Steve Ravik gets his hands on Morel, our writer won't be any use. Do you think Ravik could really hurt Morella? Asked the father. What do you think, Ralph? Oscar asked him. If there's competition among wax buyers again, 75 centisols a pound will be the starting price. I don't spend money until I feel it in my hands, but I wouldn't be surprised if wax went for a sol a pound. And you know what that would mean. 30 for Steve Ravik, said the father. This remark somewhat puzzled Oscar, because 30 in journalistic language means the end. I think Walt's right. Ravik will do anything to prevent that from happening, Father thought for a moment. Your strategy was flawed, Joe. You shouldn't have stopped Ravik from setting a new price for wax for the co-op trade. You should have let Morel offer 75 centisols a pound, or something like that afterward. Are you crazy? Joe exclaimed. That would be the end of the co-op. That's for sure. Every hunter would have left the organization immediately after Morel announced his price, even Ravik's debtors. He would have had no one left, except maybe a handful of thugs and drunks. But that would mean the co-op's complete bankruptcy, Joe objected. Listen, Ralph, I've been a co-op member my whole life. When I joined, there was no sign of Ravik on Fenris. I worked for the co-op like a dog, and you must not have worked hard enough, I thought. You let Ravik take her away from you. Father told Joe the same thing. You don't have the co-op, Joe. Steve Ravik has the racket. The only thing you can do for that organization is to destroy it and then rebuild it, leaving Ravik and his gang in the dust. Joe puzzled over everything he'd just heard for a moment. He'd assumed this was the same old cooperative organized by his father, Simon MacGregory, and other old hunters. He'd apparently also thought that getting rid of Ravik was as simple as not voting for him. Now Joe was beginning to understand that parliamentary procedure was no weapon against the forces Steve Ravik represented. Tom never intervened in the conversation. Finally, he cleared his throat. On Peenemünde, I promised to take Morel hunting with us. He was still posing as a writer back then. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Yeah, we can't let anything happen to Morel on Fenris, Joe said. It's unlikely Organic will send anyone else here if something happens to him. So, said the father, we'll air the story about Morel in the morning newscast, then correct the inaccuracies, apologize to viewers, and provide an explanation in the evening newscast. And then we'll record an audio-video interview in which he himself explains who he is, who he represents, and announces the new price for wax. We'll air the interview. Too many people will know about it, and Steve won't dare do anything against Morel. Glasnost, I thought, was the only weapon my father knew how to use. He thought it invincible. I wouldn't have bet on Steve's ability to remove Morel, even if I'd been offered 100 to 1 that Steve was harmless as a lamb. He'd been at the helm too long. Ravik was drunk on power. It was as familiar and necessary to him as honey rum was to Bishop Bear. But the intoxication of power is nothing like the intoxication of alcohol. Okay, do you think Ravik has already contacted Morel? Oscar said. We kept it a closely guarded secret. Only Joe, Mahatma, Nitz Spazzoni, Cor Finnegan and I knew about it. No one else. I didn't even tell Tom about it until we got in touch with Peenemunda, Joe Kyvelson said. Only then did I tell Tom, Ramon, Abdullah, Abe, and Hans Corney. And Al Davis, Tom added. A buzzer sounded from the intercom screen, and I walked over and activated the system. It was Bish Ware calling from a street kiosk or booth. Early report. I have something for you, he said. The police have cleared the Hall of Hunters. Only Ravik's puppets remain. Steve held a meeting of his own gang. They very carefully checked for a quorum, and then voted to accept the new price. 35 centisols per pound. That's what I was afraid of, Joe Kyvelson said. Did they take anyone from the team? Nobody I know, Bish replied. They arrested a few hunters, but they released them all pretty quickly. The police are still looking for you and Tom. As far as I know, they're not interested in anyone else. He glanced quickly over his shoulder, as if checking to make sure the door to the booth was securely closed. I'm not alone right now. I'll call you back later. That's how it is, Joe, said Oscar. Ravik's cooperative is settled on this price. All we have to do is pull all the hunters out of there and organize a new one. I suppose so, Joe agreed. I wonder if Ravik knows about Morella. Walt figured it out in 2 hours, Oscar said. Belcher was on the same ship with Morel for 6 months. Okay, let's say 3. In space, everything happens twice as fast. But in 3 months, he had the opportunity to see what Walt noticed in 2 hours. Okay, but Belcher won't necessarily find what Walt found suspicious, Tom replied. Of course not, I replied. But he and Morel are in the same business. I'll bet Belcher noticed a dozen suspicious things about the writer's behavior that I overlooked. Then we must ensure Mr. Morel's safety, Tom said. We need to get him on board the ship as quickly as possible. Walt, you'll come with us, won't you? We'd agreed on this back when Glenn Morel was a traveling writer. Now I didn't want it at all. It was unlikely anything would happen aboard the Yavalon, but a lot would surely happen here in Port Sandor. My father thought so too, but he absolutely wanted me to join Morel. He just didn't want me in the path of any small, high-speed particles that might soon start whistling through the area. Chapter 7. On board Yavalina. We heard nothing more about Bish Ware that evening. Joe and Tom Kyvelson and Oscar Fujisawa spent the night at the Times. And in the morning, after breakfast, Father called the hospital about Morel. He had spent a good night and seemed to have gotten rid of all the poison he had absorbed through his skin. Father spoke with him and advised him not to leave the hospital until one of us came for him. Tom and I each grabbed a pistol and a machine gun and headed to the car. At the last moment, I remembered that not only our guest had been injured, but also his trousers. I unpacked Morel's luggage and grabbed a suit for him. Glenn Morel was very grateful for our attention to his wardrobe. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw all our artillery. Morel already knew the score, the rules of the game, or rather, the lack thereof, and considered us to be his team. We descended to the lower level and drove to the wax storage area. There were now about a dozen guards there, armed to the teeth. We exited the car. One of the hunters prepared a probe, testing equipment, and a microbeam scanner. Morel wasted no time. He probed one of the wax packages, chemically analyzed the samples, and scanned the rest for any foreign matter. He may not have known his literary agent, but he certainly knew what wax was. I learned from the hunters that no serious problems had arisen since we left the hunters' hall. The city police had beaten up a few people, expelled all the hunters opposed to Ravik from the hall, after which they reconvened the meeting and voted on a new price by secret ballot. The police were still searching for the Kivelsons. Apparently, Ravik believed that Joe Kivelson was the leader of the opposition. If I had suddenly learned that Joe and Oscar Fujisawa had formed some kind of secret alliance, I probably would have also assumed that Kivelson was the one in charge. Perhaps Oscar simply encouraged this viewpoint in case things didn't go quite so well.
After all, self-preservation is the first law of existence, and Oscar adheres to it 100%. After Morel finished his inspection, we climbed into the car and began to climb. I asked him what he was going to offer for our goods, as if I were the captain of the largest hunting ship in Port Sandor. But it was truly as important to us as it was to the hunters. The more wax sold, the more advertisements we'd need to advertise for buyers, and the more people would rent our teleprinters. 80 centisols a pound, Morel said, sweetly and decisively. A big difference from his first interview. 75 centisols, the price offered by Kapstad, not to mention what your people got from that rogue Belcher. We'll go even further and make him run like hell. Let him try to keep up. You can put it on the news. The wax monopoly on Fenris is no more. On returning to the Times, I immediately asked my father if there had been any news from Bish. No, he said sadly. He didn't call this morning, so I decided to call him at home, but I got no answer. Then I called Harry Wong. Harry said Bish had been there last night with some people. He named 2 ladies and a man whose reputation left much to be desired. They'd had a good drink. Bish had filled up to his ears. They left around 1:30. Harry also said the police had been snooping around all night, but there had been no problems. I nodded, feeling awful. 4.5 hours was Bish's limit. Well, after all, 90% failure meant 10% success. Bish had gone 4.5 hours without alcohol. Maybe the percentage would change a bit next time. After all, I'm no longer at an age to expect miracles. Around noon, the Peckwoods assistant called, saying it would be safer for Oscar to return to the ship. Then, Ramon Llewellyn, assistant from the Javelin, called with the same message, also reporting that the heat had finally subsided on the coast. In any case, he began conducting an inspection aboard the Javelin, so that from the outside, one might think the entire operation would take 100 hours, but in reality, it could be completed in a minute. Under this cover, he was hauling food supplies, weapons, and other equipment aboard. We made a lengthy recording in which Morel, on behalf of Exotic Organics, announced the new price for wax, 80 cents per pound. Immediately afterward, we loaded Morel's travel bag, the ship's clothes we'd prepared for him, and my equipment into the car. Taking Yuli Kubanova with us to return the car to the Times, we headed for the port. By the time we arrived, Ramon Llewellyn had already completed all the preparations, and the ship was ready to depart at any moment. The shoreline of the main city level was located 100 feet above the ship docks. Ships were loaded and unloaded on the first level. The city roof curved downwards on the southern side, extending 50 feet underwater. Thus, even during the dawn and dusk storms, our ships could safely enter the port by sailing around the outer pier and roof underwater. There was never any wind or waves in the port itself or along the docks. Morel was intrigued by everything he saw, and in a short time we walked along the docks to the Javelin's mooring site. I knew Morel had never actually seen anything like this, but he'd surely looked at plenty of photographs, judging by his comments, and was familiar with similar structures. Almost all the ships had been lifted out of the water and were now resting on the wide concrete docks.
But the Javelin was afloat, its anti-gravity system operating in a special gravity-based weight reduction mode. It was a typical hunter ship, 100 feet long and 30 feet abeam, with a squat conning tower in the center and gun turrets for 30mm cannons and harpoon launchers along the entire side. The single airlock beneath the conning tower was open. Julius landed the craft on one of the gun turrets. 2 hunters were on deck. They immediately grabbed our luggage and hurried inside. We followed them, and as soon as Julius lifted the craft into the air, we closed the airlock. As soon as the anti-gravity level dropped below the ship's designated level, the Javelin began its dive. I climbed up to the conning tower. There were huge armored portholes there. I wanted to watch the water rise and the external lighting come on. After a few minutes, the Javelin slowly rocked and began to move forward, using radar to navigate its way to the channel beyond the pier, beneath the overhanging roof of the city. Then, as it surfaced, the water once again cleared the portholes. Full anti-gravity kicked in, and the ship suddenly rose into the air. Morel, accustomed to the dim sunsets of Earth, simply couldn't tear his eyes away from the spectacle before him in the western sky. High in the sky, backlit clouds drifted westward from the daylight half of Fenris, while far lower, even more clouds drifted in from the east. By the time the Javelin returned to Port Sandor, it would be pitch dark, and rain would pour down, soon turning to snow. We would be immersed in this element for another 1,000 hours. Ramon Llewellyn spoke with Joe Kyvelson. "We have one man down, Davis, Abdullah's assistant, at the hospital. Did you get hit in that fight last night? He was with us when we were breaking through to the elevator, and then I lost him." "No, he returned to the ship around the same time as us, and he was fine, not a single scratch. He pulled his back this morning, trying to lift the power unit with his hand." "I can imagine. Those things weigh a couple 100 pounds each." Joe Kyvelson cursed. "Does he think we're in the 1st century of the pre-atomic era? Or is there not a single elevator on the ship?" Llewellyn shrugged. "I was just too lazy to take a couple of steps to the side."
The doctor said the examination and treatment would take at least a day. "Is this Al Davis?" I asked. "Which hospital?" Al's back injury was a good thing for 2 reasons, and he'll be pleased later if we mention it in the news. Hospital of Cooperation. That's right. They always send their patient lists to the Times. Tom was dissatisfied. Now he had to do Al's work and his own. "Do you know anything about engines, Walt?" he asked me. "I know they generate magnetic current and convert the multi-phase magnetic current into unidirectional repulsive fields, violating all the ancient laws of motion and gravity," I said. "I read it in a book, and that's all I could learn. Then the math got a bit tricky, so I started reading another book." "You'll be quite useful. Do you think you could hit anything with a 50mm cannon?" Tom asked. "I heard you're pretty good with a pistol and an axe, but our cannons are a little different." "I can try. If you want, throw an empty suitcase or something overboard. I'll fire a couple of shots, and we'll see how close I can get." "We'll do that," Tom said. "I usually man the gun when a monster shows up, but someone needs to help Abdul with the engines." He discussed it with his father. Joe K. nodded. "I heard Walt got a few good shots out of his pistol once," he said, "and I saw him turn a slasher into a hamburger with his axe. Get someone to inflate a few monster skins, and after we get further southeast, we can splash down and do some shooting." I convinced the charmed Morel that sunset would be here for another 2 hours, and we lowered our luggage below and found the cabin we would share with Tom while sleeping. The hunter ship appears very large from the outside, but there's very little room for the crew, as it operates both underwater and in the air. Its engines are much larger than those on simple anti-gravity vessels.
There are also huge cargo bays for wax and berths for scout boats. So frankly, the hunter ship isn't the most comfortable vessel. But it shouldn't be. Hunter ships rarely go to sea for more than 150 hours. Morel had read a ton of literature detailing every phase of monster hunting, and now he wanted to know how it all worked in reality. He explained that Exotic Organics wanted to keep him on Fenris as a sales representative, and in that position, he'd be required to deal with the hunters, both individually and through the cooperative. Of course, this would all happen if we could get rid of Ravik and create an organization with which an Exotic Organics representative could deal. Therefore, he wanted to learn to speak the hunters' language and understand their problems. So, I took him on a tour of the ship, pointing everything out and calling on the first available hunter for help when my explanations were clearly insufficient. I led him to the scout boat docking area, where we boarded one and examined everything carefully. Then I showed Morel the wax packaging machine, the cargo compartments, the gills that extracted oxygen from the water, and the ship's armament. Finally, we reached the engine room. Seeing the engines, Morel whistled. "Hey, those things are the same size as the engines of a 5,000-ton ship," he said. "That's how they're supposed to be," I said. "After all, swimming underwater isn't the same as swimming in the atmosphere. Have you ever swum?" He shook his head. "I was born in Antarctica, on Earth. The water there is too cold. You can't really swim. Then I spent most of my life in central Argentina, the land of the Pampas. Of all the sports, they prefer horseback riding, polo, and the like." Wow, what do I know? There was a man among us who not only saw a live horse, but also rode one. That in itself would be excellent material for the Times. Tom and Abdullah, who had been fussing around the engines, overheard us. They stopped working and started questioning Morel. I expected him to think they were fools, but he answered all our questions about horses and riding very patiently. I stood nearby, examining a couple of power units. Al Davis strained his back trying to lift one of them. Externally, such a block was no larger than a liter-sized jar. It was rounded on one side and completely flat on the other, where the power cable was attached. However, the block lasted for 25 years. It also contained a miniature plutonium reactor, which, among other things, accelerated the processes within the block when necessary. Thus, one block lasted for 5 years. 2 such blocks kept the engine running. The ship's engines converted the electric current coming from the pulleys into magnetic current. Abdullah described the entire engine operation to Morel in great detail, and it seemed to me that Morel was completely satisfied with what he heard. We finally left the engine room. Morel wanted to admire the sunset some more and went up to the conning tower, where Joe and Ramon were at the time, while I decided to take advantage of the opportunity and get a little nap. Chapter 8. Practice. 50mm gun. I thought I was just beginning to drift off when the ship changed direction and began losing altitude. I knew there was a huge cloud mass moving east below. Perhaps Joe had decided to take the Javelin under them and survey the sea surface. I ran up to the conning tower. The cloud base was already quite high above us. It was getting dark, and another hunter-killer ship was coming toward us with its lights on. "Who is this?" I asked. "Bulldog," Nip Spazzoni, Joe answered. "He's got my saloon fighter on board, and he wants to meet Mr. Morel later." I remembered that the hunter who had dealt with one of Ravik's thugs in Martin Joe's bar had fled the city and put to sea on the Bulldog. A boat detached itself from the Bulldog's stern, bobbed in the air for a moment, then righted itself, circled us, matched its speed to the Javelin, and released its magnetic grapnel. Nip Spazzoni and another hunter climbed out of the boat, safety lines attached to their belts. They slowly made their way across the Javelin's deck. Someone opened the airlock and let them in. Nip Spezzoni is an old Italian Earth name, but the captain of the Bulldog had slanted mongoloid eyes and a sparse beard that justified his nickname. Thanks to the wave of international marriages in the 1st century, the correspondence between a person's appearance and their surname became a matter of chance. Oscar Fujisawa, for example, would have been more suited to the name Leif Erikson. "Here's your swashbuckler, Joe," he said. "I owe him the second shooter's share of the 15 tons of wax. Yeah, that was a nice specimen. You heading home now?" He turned to the hunter who had arrived with Nip. "Not very well done, Bill. That guy's already out of the hospital." "Well, you know who took care of him," the hunter said. "Give me another chance, and I'll try to do him a better job." "No, I'm not heading home yet," Nip replied. "I've got another empty wax bin, assuming I get a monster no bigger than normal. When the wind picks up, I'm going to lay low, wait it out, and try to get another one." Then he turned to me. "Hey, Walt, when did you learn to be a monster hunter?" Then he was introduced to Morel, and he and Joe sat around the chart table. Joe ordered coffee, and the conversation began about prices and the quality of wax. I sat nearby, listening attentively to everything they said, because this was part of what was destined to be the biggest story of the year. Finally, they discussed all the matters concerning the wax trade, and Joe asked Nip how the hunt was going. "Excellent. You won't have any problems," Nip said. "I picked mine up at Cape Terror. That's where the sea spaghetti drift west, along the entire coast of Hermann-Reichsland. Right here," he pointed at the map. "They drift along this entire area." Morel asked if sea spaghetti was what the monsters ate. Despite his extensive reading, there were significant gaps in his knowledge here and there. "No, it's seaweed. The name pretty accurately describes its appearance. Screwfish feed on it, and large schools of them follow the spaghetti. Swallowers, vortexes, and other vermin feed on the screwfish, and the monsters, in turn, feed on them. So, if you find spaghetti somewhere, you can safely count on a monster or two." "How's the weather?" Joe asked. "It's pretty good right now. By the time we finished processing, it was almost completely dark. It was raining. I think in about 50 or 60 hours it'll get really bad." Spezzoni pointed to a spot on the map. "I think you can try somewhere around here, Joe." After Nip returned to his ship, I contacted the Times. My father told me that Bish had called, but hadn't revealed anything new, only shared a vague suspicion that something foul was afoot again. Steve Ravik and Leo Belcher were far too calm about the whole situation, including the price offered to exotic organics. "I think so myself," added the father. "This gang definitely has a sharp knife up its sleeve." "Was Bish very drunk?" I asked. "Well, I wouldn't say he's sober," said the father. "You know, I'm beginning to think that until he's halfway drunk, he can't really be considered sober." There's something to that, I thought. Metabolism is a personal thing. For all I know, alcohol could be food for Bish. Or he's developed an immunity, and the antibodies are starting to harm themselves if not neutralized by alcohol. Tom was supposed to take Al Davis's place, and I, accordingly, would take Tom's place at the 50mm cannon. So, the ship was almost at the surface of the sea, and Tom and I went to one of the gun turrets at the stern. I was attached to an old model cannon, similar to the ones used by infantry platoons in the Federal Army of Earth. The mount for this cannon was the same as that of a 90mm anti-gravity tank cannon. The combination of the firing mechanism with the vertical and horizontal aiming system was one of the most insane designs spawned by the nightmares of an engineer-inventor. It certainly worked on Fenris. Externally, the firing mechanism consisted of a stock and a trigger, which suited me. It also had an optical sight with a plastic mask to protect the shooter's eyes from being blinded. The aiming mechanism was controlled by a single lever. You could move the machine gun diagonally in any direction with a single movement, but it required some effort to move it in the opposite direction. If the magazine was empty, pulling the trigger made a distinctive click. I fired a few blanks. "Be careful," Tom told me. "This thing is a little different from a gun." "Noticeably," I replied. I also noticed that as soon as I locked onto a target and pulled the trigger, the target would appear in a completely different location after the click. All this gun needs is another lever to control the ship's movement. "Well, it's even more interesting this way," Tom answered. He then loaded 5 projectiles, each 1 foot long, into the magazine. For the exercise, inflated monster skins were prepared, with a weight attached to one end so they could float vertically. Tom transmitted something over the intercom, and the first target was thrown overboard. A second later, I saw it bobbing on the waves, drifting away from us. I quickly donned my mask, locked onto the monster in my sights, centered it, and pulled the trigger. The gun roared. I felt a powerful recoil, tore the mask off my face, and saw a column of water and spray rise 50 feet to the left and 100 yards beyond the target. "A shot like that wouldn't leave a pound of wax in the vault," Tom said. I fired again. This time, there was no effect at all. I must have hit the water 2 miles too far. Before Tom could comment on the shot, I fired another. The water rose right in front of the bobbing dummy monster. The aim was right, but it fell short. "Excellent! At least you scared him," Tom grimaced next to me. I remembered my own comments I'd made while teaching Tom how to shoot a pistol, and I held my tongue. The next 2 shots were definitely closer to the mark, but neither would have harmed a real monster. Tom clicked his tongue sadly and reloaded the magazine. "Try again," he said. "This monster is getting away." The difficulty was the air currents above the water's surface. The ship was virtually weightless, and the engines operated against the wind. The engines were supposed to dampen the wind's force, keeping the ship pointed precisely into the wind. Most of the ship's controls were automatic, but not all. This meant the pilot had to make significant adjustments, but I don't think any human could do this with the required precision. Joe Kyvelson, Ramon Llewellyn, or any other Javelin pilot did their job professionally, but that didn't improve the gun's stability. As soon as the second target hit the water, I took aim and fired immediately. The blast was half a mile further, but the shell missed the target by just a few yards. Cursing, I fired again. This shot was simply terrifying. "I realized what you're doing wrong," Tom said. "You're pulling the trigger." "Eh?" I pulled the mask off my face and looked at him, wondering if there were any other outward signs of idiocy. He might as well have criticized someone for using a fork instead of grabbing food with his fingers. "You're not shooting a pistol," he continued. "You don't have to keep the target in your sights with the same hand you shoot. The aiming control in your other hand will do that. As soon as you lock onto the target, grab the trigger as if you were being robbed of 1,000,000 souls." Okay, 16,000. That's about what one monster will cost, according to Morel's prices. A quick tug on the trigger won't hurt the matter at all. So that's why I had to work so hard to get Tom to shoot a decent pistol, and why his father thought it was impossible to hit anything with a pistol, and why monster hunters so often found themselves the victims of barroom shootouts in Port Sandora. I felt the same way Newton did when he realized why the apple had fallen on his head. "You mean like this?" I asked innocently, catching my target and breaking all the sacred laws of firearms use. The shell missed the target by an inch. It nearly toppled, but the weight returned it to its upright position. The wave created by the explosion behind the target began to rocket with terrible force. "That would be a dead monster," Tom said. "Let's see you do it again." I didn't repeat the shot. The next one was simply awful. Too overconfident. I had one more shell in reserve, and I didn't want Tom changing the clip. All this was costing a fortune, even if the army rejected it. With each passing second, the current carried my inflatable monster further and further away. But I used my time to get another shot. Connecting the horizontal scale to the base of the monster, I quickly brought the transverse scale to the center of the target and pulled the trigger. The explosion occurred right under the monster. The hunter's cheers came over the intercom. Tom asked if I wanted to shoot again, and I replied that I thought I'd figured out what was going on, grabbed the cleaning rod, and opened the cannon's breech to clean it. Joe Kyvelson was grinning broadly as I climbed up to the conning tower. "That wasn't bad, Walt," he said. "You've never been behind a gun like that before, have you?" "No. When you shoot this thing, you have to turn all the accepted laws on their head," I said. "Now that I'm supposed to shoot a real monster, where's the best spot to hit?" "Come here, I'll show you," he said, pulling a transparent block from the chart table, a foot wide and 2.5 long. It contained a small figurine of a monster from the RVC. Its long body ended in a trident-like tail. Its wide horizontal fins resembled the wings of ships from the pre-anti-gravity era. Its long neck and small head with a wide, fanged mouth. "Always hit him from the front," he said. "Aim right here. There's a notch at the base of the monster's neck. If a 50mm shell gets 6 or 8 feet into it before exploding, it'll explode right between his lungs, heart, and everything else. If the shell goes the length of the body, it'll split open like a tin can, which will make our job a lot easier and won't ruin too much wax. That's where I usually aim." Let's say he is facing me in profile and doesn't want to turn full face. Well, then aim right under the fins at the end of the tail. That'll turn it into the position you need. But basically, if the ship is down near the surface of the sea, you always have the option of shooting it in the face. Monsters usually try to attack ships. They generally attack anything about their size and within their line of sight, Joe told me. But never shoot from the side, straight into the torso. You will kill the monster, but you will throw away 5,000 sols worth of wax to the wind. While I was learning to fire the cannon, dusk had fallen. Now it was almost completely dark, and the Javelin was sailing with its lights on. We were moving further and further east, leaving daylight behind. The Javelin entered a squall zone, which soon mixed with sleet. The lower lights were turned on, and an observer below reported the appearance of sea spaghetti plantations. The scout boat separated from the ship and moved ahead, illuminating the sea surface with its searchlights and transmitting reports to the Javelin. Spaghetti and a large school of screwfish processing them. Funnels hunting screwfish. Finally, the scout let out a shrill whistle. "Whoa! A monster!" he shouted. "We're circling above it right now!" "Hey, monster!" Kyvelson shouted over the intercom in case anyone had missed the scout. "Everyone prepare for destruction!" Then he saw me standing right there, waiting to see what would happen next. "Hey, mister, didn't you hear me?" he roared. "Get to the cannon!" Wow, now I'm a member of the team. "Yes, sir!" I grabbed the railing, and in a second I was below, and then I ran along the stern to the gun turret. Chapter 9. Monster Destruction. A hunter was waiting for me in the tower. He was supposed to help me if anything happened. The cannon was loaded, the searchlights were on, and the observation screen was adjusted. After checking the cannon, I looked in the direction where the monster should be. Illuminated from above by the scout boat and the lights of the Javelin, the monster swiveled its small head on its long neck. We were moving straight toward it, losing speed and altitude as we went. The head and neck disappeared, then reappeared a little later, the monster moving toward the approaching light. The forward cannon fired, shaking the ship with its recoil. The head sank back into the water, and the shell exploded behind the monster. I tore my gaze away from the screen and glanced out the rear porthole, ready to don the sighting mask at any moment. A moment later, the monster surfaced behind the stern. I fired, hoping to hit nothing, and the ship rose and circled. As soon as I fired, the monster began to dive head first. I fired a second time, hoping to damage the control mechanism, but that, too, was a complete miss. The ship rose to an altitude of about 5,000 feet. My assistant removed the half-empty magazine and replaced it with a new one.
If I had been in that monster's place, I would have swum and swum until I was 200 miles away. But apparently the monster had a very different train of thought. If thoughts are what was going on in a brain the size of a quart bottle, which was housed in a head the size of 2 oil drums, which was crowned by a torso the size of the ship that was hunting that monster. I wonder why monsters don't eat screwfish. Maybe they just don't like them? There's still a lot we don't know about monsters. I also wonder why we don't grow wax on our own farms. We can grow any animal matter we want, after all. I've often thought about this. The monster clearly wasn't in the mood to surface again. Over the intercom, I heard Joe Kivelson's voice. "Remove the guns, seal the embrasures, prepare to dive. We're going to pursue him underwater." My assistant flipped the switch on the cannon retractor and sealed the embrasure. I reported, "Aft turret, safety assured." A few seconds later, Hans Corney's voice was heard. "Gun turret on the forecastle, safety assured." And right after that, Ramon Llewellyn. "The ship's safety is assured, ready to dive." Javelin began its dive. Through the porthole, I could see the water rising. I can't imagine what the radar picked up. All I had was the screen and the porthole. The underwater area was illuminated for 50 feet ahead, and the same astern. I watched clouds of screwfish swarming around us. As they swam, they spun rapidly around their axes, always counterclockwise, never clockwise. A couple of vortexes were out hunting, chasing the screwfish and swallowing them whole. "Prepare to torpedo," the captain barked. My assistant and I grabbed the stanchions. 2 seconds later, my arms nearly tore off. It felt like Neptune himself had smacked the Javelin's bow. The ship rocked up and down for a while, and Joe Kivelson's voice was heard again. "We're surfacing. Prepare to deploy guns. Open fire immediately upon surfacing." "What happened?" I asked the assistant. "The torpedo must have exploded just beneath the monster and lifted it," he said. "It could be dead or simply stunned. The latter case would present certain difficulties. We at the Times have often reported stories of ships having trouble with monsters, some of which were framed in black. The hunter ship is well armed and quite heavy. With a supersonic drive, it could take you from Fenris to Earth. But the monster is also not so simple and well armed. Its scales are about an inch thick and very durable. Many of the chairs in Port Sandor are made of monster scales. The monster strikes with its head, like a snake. It can wreck a boat. There are known cases of the monster headbutting an armored porthole. I wouldn't want the monster knocking out the porthole in my tower and sticking its small head, full of enormous fangs, through. The Javelin was rising rapidly, but no faster than the monster, whose temperament, if anything, had been damaged. The monster was already on the surface, 50 yards behind us. It thrashed the water with its 40-foot-long fin wings, its neck arched to strike. I began aiming the machine gun at the spot at the base of the neck that Kivelson had told me about.
The javelin tilted sharply, hit by a sudden gust of wind. While I was trying to aim the gun again, the ship righted itself, and the crosshairs of the sights were exactly on the monster's neck, 6 feet below its head. I pulled the trigger back, and immediately after the shot, I tore my gaze away from the sights. I didn't have time to see the flash, but I did see the monster's neck jerk to one side from a cloud of smoke, and its head fly off to the other. A second later, as the monster's neck began to lean towards us, the entire porthole in front of me was splattered with blood. 2 rockets were immediately launched, each with a harpoon. The scout boat, which had been circling in the air, submerged and dragged the cable of another harpoon beneath the monster. The monster still flapped its wings and shook its headless neck. It took a moment for it to realize it had been killed. The mate pounded my back until I was black and blue, earning a standing ovation from the entire ship. 2 more harpoons were launched. I came to the conclusion that such a shot was not very common, and hastened to admit that it was pure chance, until the hunters themselves came up with this idea. Actually, we didn't have much time for rejoicing. By the time the monster realized it was dead, it had already disposed of 2 harpoons, which needed to be reinstalled. Be that as it may, it eventually calmed down. The scout boat turned the monster around and brought its tail toward our bow. A special gravity level was activated, and the javelin transformed into an ordinary sea vessel. The boat sank again and again, its rope tightly tugging at the monster. "Excellent," Kyvelson said over the intercom. "Shooting is over. Everyone, prepare for the butchering." I put on my parka and went out on deck. Everyone who wasn't manning the controls or working the engines was there. Equipment had been brought down from below: power saws, cutters, and even solenoid-powered jackhammers. A dozen floodlights were installed on small anti-gravity lifts 50 feet above the deck. By this time, it was pitch dark, and snow had started to fall. It was clear Joe Kyvelson was eager to finish the cutting as quickly as possible before the wind got stronger. "Walt, do you know how to use a machine gun?" he asked me. I replied that I could. I was sure of that. The machine worked in a decent, reasonable manner. "Well, that's great. You'll cover us from the boat," he said. "Mr. Morrell will be the pilot. You've never worked in a butcher shop, and neither has Morrell, so you'll hardly be of any help, only a hindrance. And we really need that machine gunner. Once we start gutting, everything for a mile will be swarming with slashers and halberds. You'll just have to pick them off as they appear." He was polite enough not to add, "Just don't shoot any of the crew." The boat approached, and Morrell and I swapped places with Cesario Vieira and another hunter. Morrell took his place at the controls, and I grabbed my machine gun and checked that I had enough spare ammo pouches. Once we were airborne, I donned my goggles, pointed the machine gun away from the ship, and fired a short burst to make sure it was working properly. Then I settled in, relieved that I didn't have to crawl all over the monster. Below, a solenoid hammer began to hammer at the scales, cutting the skin beneath. The sea began to swell, rocking the ship and the monster. "It's very dangerous work," Morrell said. "You saw our typesetter, Julius. He has a prosthesis. That's how he lost his leg." I don't blame them for wanting to squeeze as much money out of the wax as possible. The hunters ripped the monster open down to its belly and began separating large chunks of fat, throwing them into nets that were then hoisted aboard and lowered into the cargo hatches. I was able to observe this scene for about a minute and explain to Morrell what was happening. Soon, the first school of halberd fish appeared. With their spear-like noses and extremely sharp crests, these fish are the most suitable butchering weapons on Fenris. I aimed my machine gun at the leader and fired a second-long burst at it, then immediately afterward at the next fish. Then I waited a moment for the survivors to gather together and attack their dead, mauling each other, and then fired a volley, destroying most of them. A few seconds later, the slashers appeared, glowing like hot blue steel and waving the clawed tentacles that grew around their necks. I aimed my machine gun at them. They immediately stopped waving their tentacles. Slashers are smart. You kill them, and they immediately get it. Soon the water around the ship was teeming with such creatures. I had to keep them away from the hunters, now working knee-deep in water, while at the same time not killing the entire crew I was trying to protect. Morel had to keep the boat in position despite the increasing wind. Every time I stopped to change my ammunition belt, another onslaught of these creatures followed. The ammunition belt to cover the monster-killing operations was one of the things that contributed to the high cost of maintaining a hunter ship. The ocean floor in the areas where the monsters were butchered was probably covered with a carpet of shell casings. Finally, the hunters finished cutting it up. Everyone went below and battened down the hatches. We battened down the boat, too, and set off after the javelin. The last thing I saw were the monster's remains scattered in the water, surrounded by slashers, halberds, and other sea monsters. Chapter 10. Mayday! Mayday! Mooring a boat inside a ship while airborne is tricky work, even in the best of weather conditions. But with the wind we were currently experiencing, it was like trying to thread a needle through a cement mixer. We followed the javelin into the water and found a spot underwater. We then had to wait in the boat while the ship surfaced, drained the moorings, and resealed them. When the javelin sank to 70 fathoms and settled to the bottom, we depressurized the boat and climbed out. There was still work to do with the wax packaging, but that could wait. Everyone was dirty, tired, and hungry. We lined up for the showers. 3 at a time we washed. Finally, everyone gathered in the comfortable wardroom under the aft gun turret. The comfort was largely due to the fact that each hunter could find a place to sit and move around without tripping over their comrades. There was a large coffee pot, and everyone had a bowl and a cup for food. Since there is no set daily routine on a hunter ship, hot food is always available in the wardroom, and everyone eats and sleeps when they can. Once the monster is killed and butchered, the ship is resting on the bottom. This is the only time the entire crew can gather together. Everyone, of course, discussed hunting, wax, and calculated how much they could get for it at a price of 80 centisols a pound. I figured we have about 14 tons of wax, said Ramon Llewellyn, checking the wax as it was lowered into the vault. He did some mental math and added, let's say 22,000 sols. Then he took paper and pencil and continued calculating. To my surprise, he calculated Morel's share and mine. Hey, do we really want them to pay us back? I whispered to Morel. We just joined them for a stroll, after all. I don't want that money, he replied. These people need every soul they earn. As am I, after all, not being paid by any reputable company on Earth and not having my own bank account. Be that as it may, I didn't go to sea on the Javelin to earn money, and a journalist must be very scrupulous when presented with the opportunity to earn some money on the side. It wouldn't do any harm in the current state of affairs, I thought, but if put into practice, it could end in news coloring, favoritism, and all sorts of damning stories that don't actually exist. We already practice such things. For example, hushing up the story of the caterpillar snail at the spaceport and Bishop Ware's involvement in it. And what about the brawls that never happen in local bars. "We're just guests," I said. "We're not here to work." "But you damn well worked," Joe Kyvelson protested. "You may have come aboard as guests, but you're both crew members now. I've never seen such a precise shot. Walt dispatched that monster like a chicken on a cutting board, and he did a great job covering us while we were butchering it. But Walt couldn't have done it if Mr.
Morell hadn't held the boat, and in this weather, that's no easy job either. "Okay, let's talk about this when we get back to port," I said. "Are we going back, or should we try to get another monster?" "I don't know," Joe replied. "If we keep hunting, we'll have to wait until the wind dies down, but by then it'll be pretty cold." "The longer we're at sea, the more the monster costs us," said Abdullah Monahan, an engineer. "These costs reduce everyone's share." "To tell you the truth, I can't wait to get back," Joe Kyvelson said. "I want to see what's going on in Port Sandor." "Me too," Morell agreed. "I want to find a place, open an office, and get down to business. When does Cape Canaveral arrive? I want to ship a large shipment of goods for the first time." "Oh, not for the next 400 hours, that's for sure," I replied. "Spaceships try to avoid the pre-sunset and pre-dawn storms on Fenris. Strong winds make landing a challenge." "Well, that means there'll be plenty of time," Morell said. "The wax you didn't hand over to the cooperative, plus the one the hunters will take back. But I still have a lot of work to do." "Yes," I agreed. "Dodge a bullet, for starters." "Oh, I don't think there'll be any problems," Morell said. "That Ravik guy's lost his entire magazine." He was about to continue, but before he could add a word, an explosion thundered somewhere. The entire ship shook like a cannon recoiling, and we all fell into a heap. The Yavelin listed to starboard. There was a chorus of screams, mostly from those who had scalded themselves with coffee and the hunter who had remembered about the ammunition. "The ammo's aft, you idiot," Joe Kyvelson barked at him, rising to his feet. "Everyone stay where you are. I'll check it out." He opened the door, quickly slammed it back, and locked it with the bolt. "It looks like the hull ahead has been breached. The water is rising, spurting out of the engine room hatch like a geyser," he said. "Ramon, check out the boat moorings. The rest of you, follow him. Grab all the food and warm clothing you can. We're abandoning ship." Joe stood in the doorway, pushing people through or holding them back so they wouldn't crowd in, and muttered, "Calm down, don't push, we'll all get out." As I passed the small galley, I saw 2 hunters hauling out packages of food. Nothing out of the ordinary was happening, so I calmly made my way to the campsite, pulling on an incredible amount of clothing as I went. Dumont opened the boat's hatch. I threw my luggage in and jumped in myself, followed by a bundle of clothes. Then Tom appeared. Joe Kyvelson was the last to descend, grabbing the ship's log and other things. "Water is gushing out of every crack," he said. "The Yavelin's entire front end must have been torn off." "Well, now we know what happened to Simon McGregor's Claymore," I said, more to myself than to anyone else. Joe and machine gunner Hans Corney removed the rocket from the crate, unhooked the harpoon, and installed the explosive device in the combat chamber. Joe paused for a second and nodded in my direction. "I think so too. Come on, everyone grab something stronger. We're going out." I knew what was coming next and gripped the handrail with all my might, as if it were a lost and now recovered lover. Morell suspected nothing, but he was savvy enough to accurately imitate those who were aware of what was happening. Morell gripped the handrail tightly from the other side. They fired a flare. At first, nothing happened. I told Morell to hold on to the handrails. A second later, the airlock exploded and water hit the boat under enormous pressure. A little more time passed, the pressure equalized, and we emerged through the hole. The boat passed over the Javelin, circled around, and returned. The ship lay on the bottom, a quarter submerged in mud.
The entire forward section on the port side was missing.
Joe Kyvelson retrieved the square box he'd grabbed with the ship's log, tinkered with it a bit, and tossed it overboard. It was a radar locator. Sometimes hunters were lucky, and in a single outing, they'd catch more whacks than the ship could hold. Then they'd pack up their catch, tie off an anchor, and lower it to the bottom, leaving the radar there too. It could transmit a signal and the ship's name for 2 years. "Do you really think this is sabotage?" Morell asked me. Blowing up a ship with 16 hunters on board seemed like something out of the ordinary for him. Perhaps that was true, considering the ethics of business on Earth. Maybe it's a power unit. No, it can't be. But even if one of those things had exploded, it would have vaporized the entire ship and a 1/4 cubic mile of water around it. No, it was an old-fashioned, provincial-made chemical explosive. Ravik? It was a rhetorical question. You know how easy it will be for him to breathe without you and Kyvelson, and here is such a chance to get rid of both at once. Everyone on board was listening to this conversation, and I continued. "What do you know about this guy, Al Davis?" "He was alone on board for a while this morning after the meeting," Abdullah Monahan said. "And he disappeared during the chaos at Hunter's Hall," Tom added. "And when he showed up here, he wasn't even a scratch on him. I think he would have been in real trouble if Ravik's people hadn't considered him one of their own." "We should see him when we get back," someone said in a sweet voice. "If we go back," said Ramon Llewellyn. "We'll have to work hard for it." "We have a boat," said Hans Corney. "It's a little crowded, but I think we can get to Port Sandor." "I hope we can," said Abe Clifford, the navigator. "Shall we try to get up, Joe?" "Yes, we'll see how she behaves up there," the captain replied. As we rose, at a depth of 30 fathoms, we passed the monster. It stretched its neck and came toward us. Monahan brought the boat to a near vertical position, and emptying the engines of everything possible, we shot out of the water like a cork. The wind lashed and tossed the boat around like a ping-pong ball, and several seconds, admittedly quite uncomfortable, passed before Monahan managed to regain even a semblance of control. The hunters were using harsh language, and several of them had blood running from their noses. Monahan tried to turn the boat into the wind. Red lights flashed all over the control panel. Abdullah lowered the boat a little, and for a while we flew like a bullet, driven by the wind. Gradually, Abdullah lowered the boat lower and lower, and we went under again. "That's how it is," Joe Kyvelson said when we were back in the underwater silence. "We'll have to stay underwater until the wind dies down. No one is to make any unnecessary movements or breathe in more air than necessary. We need to conserve oxygen." "Isn't the boat equipped with electrolyte gills?" Morell asked. "It's equipped, but they only produce enough oxygen for 6 people at most. There are 16 of us on board." "How long will our oxygen last?" I asked. "About 8 hours. If we sail to Port Sandor underwater, it will take 50 hours. The wind will gradually begin to die down, only in about 20 hours. "We can head south, toward Herman Reichsland," said Abe Clifford, the navigator. "Let me figure it out." He pulled out a ruler, a notepad, and a pencil, and sat back to back with the pilot, closer to the light. Everyone watched him in complete silence, which was suddenly broken by Joe Kyvelson's roar. "Dumont, you light this pipe and I feed it to you right away." Old Pete Dumont snatched the pipe from his mouth and quickly stuffed the lighter into his pocket. "Damn! Joe, I just didn't think," he began. "Okay, give it to me." Joe put the phone in the drawer under the cards. "Next time you don't think, you won't have it handy." After a while, Abe Clifford looked up from his notebook. "I couldn't get the Yavelin's exact coordinates, somewhere around 25 degrees east longitude and 20 degrees south latitude. We couldn't get our coordinates at all.
other than that we're somewhere around 30 degrees south latitude. The radar signals are coming directly northeast of us. If we reverse and keep going, we'll reach Sanzeri Bay and Herman Reichsland. If we get there, everything will be fine. We'll be downwind of the Hacksaw Mountains and can change oxygen from time to time. And when the wind dies down, we'll be able to head home safely. Then Joe, Abdullah, and Abe began discussing how fast the boat could travel that distance underwater. The results were not encouraging. "Looks like we're in for a 10-hour underwater voyage," Joe said. "That's 2 hours longer than we'd like, and the gills won't provide any more oxygen than they're doing now. We just need to use as little of it as possible. Everyone lie down and do nothing to save energy. I'll work on the radio and see if I can get in touch with anyone." It's not a sin to hope, I thought. These receivers are used on boats to communicate with a ship during reconnaissance missions. It can operate within 100 miles. Hunter ships never operate that close to each other. Of course, there's the hope that a ship has sunk within earshot. So Abe took control and steered the boat so that the Javelin's radar signals were coming directly from behind. And Joe Kyvelson began transmitting. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Captain Kyvelson of the Javelin. My ship has been wrecked. There was an explosion in the engine room. The entire crew is now on a reconnaissance boat, heading southwest of the crash site, towards Sancerre Bay. We are unable to give our exact coordinates. The locator signal is coming from the Javelin. I am calling all ships. Calling Mayday." Joe stopped transmitting. Apart from the occasional crackling sound, nothing could be heard from the receiver. Joe started transmitting again. I curled up into a ball, trying to keep my feet away from anyone's face and my face away from anyone's feet. Someone started praying. Someone else asked him to be quiet and not waste oxygen. I tried to sleep, the only practical thing to do in this situation. I must have succeeded. When I woke up again, Joe Kyvelson continued irritably. "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday." Chapter 11. Darkness and Cold. When I next woke up, Tom Kyvelson was still casting the same spell, and his father was asleep. The hunter, who had been praying earlier, began praying again, but no one cared anymore about how he was wasting oxygen. It was a theosophist's prayer for a soul guide. I remembered that Cesario Vieira was a theosophist. Perhaps soul guides really existed. If so, they'd probably find us soon. I realized I didn't care how it happened, and I chalked it up to a lack of oxygen. Glenn Morrell interrupted the monotonous calls for help and prayer. "If we stay here another hour, we're finished," he said. "I bet we are." There were no disputants among us. Joe Kyvelson opened his eyes and looked around. "We haven't radioed anyone," Morrell continued. "That means no one will find us for an hour. Am I right?" "Yes, probably somewhere within those limits," Joe admitted. "How far from the shore are we now?" "The radar isn't picking up anything but schools of fish," Abe Clifford replied. "All I know is we're in Sancerre Bay right now." "Okay, so why shouldn't we surface then?" Morrell continued. "It's 1 in 1,000 chance we'll be lucky, but if we stay here, we don't have a single chance." "What do you think?" Joe asked, addressing everyone. "I think Morrell is right." "There is no death," said Cesario. "Death is a transition to another state, and then life again."
"I don't care what you decide." "What do we have to lose?" someone else asked. "We've been playing on credit for a long time." "Excellent, we're surfacing," the captain said. "Everyone, hold on tight." We woke everyone who was still sleeping, except for the 3 hunters who were unconscious. We wrapped them in blankets and tarps like babies and tied them down tightly. We checked to make sure nothing was loose in the boat and tied and secured everything we could find. Then Abdullah pointed the boat upward and pushed the engines to their limits. Just as we began to rise, I heard Cesario's voice. To those who want to meet me after reincarnation, I can only say one thing. I will not reincarnate in Fenris again. The headlights illuminated the path only 50 or 60 feet ahead. I saw slashers, halberds, and other vermin scurrying out of our way. Then we emerged vertically onto the surface. Everything happened again, only this time Abdullah didn't try to fight it. He simply held his course upward. The boat began to spin. I think many of us lost consciousness, certainly me. Finally, more by luck than effort, Abdullah managed to turn the boat into the wind. For a while, we flew more or less calmly, but then the boat began to spin again. From where I'd tied myself in, I could see the control panel. Through the forward porthole, I saw rocks resembling a monster's grin. I closed my eyes and awaited the arrival of the soul guides. For a few seconds that felt like half an hour, none of them appeared, and I opened my eyes again. The mountains were now both ahead and to the right. I wondered when Father would find out what had happened to us. Cesario began praying again, joined by Abdullah, who suddenly remembered he had been raised Muslim. I hoped he wasn't trying to pray towards Mecca, even assuming he knew where it was located relative to Fenris. This made me laugh, and I thought now was the perfect time to laugh at anything. Our situation was so dire that anything that happened would be simply ridiculous. I continued laughing when I noticed we were slowly descending and going in reverse. Apparently, Abdullah, who had stopped praying by this point, had somehow regained some control of the boat and kept it pointed into the wind. Everything would be fine if the wind strength remained constant, and just as I was thinking this, the boat was thrown up and spun again, and I saw a sheer cliff out the rear porthole. The next moment, I saw rocks and boulders breaking away from the cliff and flying in defiance of all laws of gravity. Then it dawned on me that this was landing level and we were descending head over heels. This continued for a few seconds, then the boat hit the ground with its stern, bounced, and hit again. I lost consciousness on the third impact. When I came to, I was hanging over the side of the boat, which was now its ceiling, the lights outside and inside out. Joe Kyvelson held the lantern while Abe Clifford and Glenn Merle tried to untie me and lower me down. The air was crisp and bitterly cold. "Hey, we're already down there," I said in such a way that it seemed like no one but me knew about it. "Is anyone else alive?" "That's all I know," Joe replied. "I think I broke my arm." Then I noticed that he was holding his arm tightly to his body. Morel had seriously injured his head and was constantly wiping the blood off with his sleeve while he worked. When they lowered me down, I looked around. Someone was shining a flashlight on the stern, which was practically completely destroyed. It was a miracle that the rocket container hadn't exploded, but an even greater miracle was that everyone was alive, although it would have been a miracle even if any of us had survived. We found 2 flashlights that could be lit and revived the unconscious ones. One hunter had a broken leg, another a broken wrist, and Abdullah Monahan figured he had 2 broken ribs. The rest were all intact, but covered in bruises and cuts. I was literally aching everywhere. We found a working heater and turned it on. Tom and I used a tarp to somehow cover the holes in the stern. After Morel and Cesario finished setting the bones, applying splints, and bandaging Abdullah's ribs, they poured some water from one of the canisters into the kettle and started making coffee. Pete Dumont found his pipe and lit it. Joe Kyvelson lit his. "Okay, where are we?" someone asked Abe Clifford. The navigator shook his head. "The radio is broken, as are the radar and navigation equipment.
I can confidently say that we are on the northern coast of German Reichsland. Everyone laughed except Morel. I was forced to explain to him that Hermann Reichland was the Antarctic continent of Fenris, and there could no longer be any other shores. I'd say we're a fair distance west of the Gulf of Sancerre, Cesario Vieira ventured. We can't be to the east. We were being carried west. I think we're at least 500 miles away. Don't fool yourself, Cesario, Joe Kyvelson told him. We were lifted up by a turbulent airflow and carried east. The altimeter tried to read something, but for half the flight it simply couldn't. We don't know where we are now. I accept Abe's statement. We're at the mouth of some fjord, said Tom. I think it branches off into a fork, and we're at the top left, but I can't say for sure. I can't find anything like that on the map, Abe Clifford said after a while. Joe Kyvelson cursed. Abe, you know very well how meticulously the maps of this coast were drawn up. What good will it do us now to know where we are? I asked. The radio is broken. We won't be able to transmit our coordinates to anyone. Maybe we can get the engines back in order and get the boat airborne again when the wind dies down, Monahan said. I think I'll have a look at them. I wonder how badly they've been damaged. With a hole in the stern? Asked Hans Crony. We won't go 100 miles before each of us is colder than a pistol barrel. We'll plug the holes with wet snow and let it freeze for us, I suggested. There'll be enough snow before the wind dies down. Joe Kyvelson looked at me. That's it, he said. When can you start inspecting the engines, Abdullah? Right now, but I need help. You've got me so busy that I doubt I can handle it alone. I think we should split into 2 groups and scout the area, Ramon Llewellyn said. We need to find a better anchorage than this boat. Not everyone has enough warm clothing, and we have casualties. 1 heater isn't enough. In about 70 hours, we'll all freeze to death sitting around it. Someone expressed hope that we could find the cave. I doubt it, said Llewellyn. I was in these parts once on a research expedition. It's full of volcanic rock, mostly granite, and there are very few caves. But it's entirely possible we could find some natural shelter nearby, or something we could use to make a shelter. We have 2 lifts, each with a half-ton capacity, that could be used to construct something out of the rocks. Let's split up. I'll lead one group, and you, Abe, lead the other. One group will go up the fjord, the other down. We selected the hunters with the most warm clothing and those who hadn't been too badly hurt in the landing, and divided into 2 groups. Tom wanted to join us, but Abdullah insisted on staying and helping with the engine checks. Finally, 6 of us, Llewellyn, Morel, Abe Clifford, old Pete Dumont, myself, and another hunter, stepped out of the boat into the fresh air. We had 2 portable searchlights. Reconnaissance boats always carry plenty of gear. Llewellyn took one, Clifford the other. Snow had begun to fall, and the wind was blowing it straight toward us in the gorge where we'd landed. A stream flowed between the rocks. After the rains that lasted until dark, it had become a real river, the rocks along its banks coated with ice. We merely glanced in its direction and shook our heads. Our exploration would be accomplished without crossing this stream. We stood there for a while, trying to see through the damned snowfall, and then went our separate ways. Abe Clifford, Dumont, and another hunter went upstream, while Ramon Llewellyn, Glenn Merle, and I went downstream. A few hundred yards downstream, the river gave way to a 50-foot waterfall. We climbed down next to it and discovered that the gorge widened further. This was the seashore, or rather, what had been the seashore thousands of years ago. Hermann Reichsland sank beneath the waves on its eastern side and rose above the water on its western side. We turned away from the river, and the wind picked up, blowing from the left rather than directly in our faces. The mountain peak was to our right, and the roar of the sea could be heard ahead and to our sides. Tom was right when he said the fjord looked like a spear. Trees grew scattered around, and when we rounded the top of the mountain, another valley opened up before us. The trees on Fenris, like everything else, are markedly different from anything similar on normal planets. They're not tall, the largest no more than 15 feet tall, but they reach 6 to 8 feet in thickness. All the branches grow in different directions from the top of the trunk, reminding me of pictures of jellyfish I've seen. Their outer bark is hard as stone, but underneath it lies another layer of bark, soft and spongy, which becomes progressively softer toward the center, and then comes a super hard core about 2 feet thick. "Well, now we can make a fire," said Morel, looking at the trees. "And how are you going to chop them? With knives?" I asked. "We have a cutter on the boat," said Llewellyn. "We can cut them into 1,000-pound chunks and haul them to camp on the lifts. The spongy bark can be soaked in water, allowed to freeze, and then used to construct a suitable hut." He glanced around, as far as the snowfall allowed. "This might be a good place for a camp." Probably not, I thought. If we're going to work on the boat, then no. I also really didn't want to try to drag Dominic over the falls with a broken leg. I said nothing. Better to wait until we get back. It's too cold and windy here for arguments. And besides, we don't know. Maybe Abe and the others have found something more suitable upstream. Chapter 12. Work after the disaster. We were gone for about 2 hours. Abdullah and his assistants removed the protective plates from the engines and used them to barricade the holes in the stern. The heater kept the air inside the boat warm. Not as warm as outside, but certainly comfortable. Abdullah, Tom, and Hans Corney inspected the converters, which, to my untrained eye, were a hopeless mess. There was also some work going on in the forward part of the boat. Cesario Vieira had found a small portable radio that wasn't in such bad shape and was taking it apart. It seemed to me that this might be more effective than the others, so I picked my way through the piles of engine parts with Cesario. It wasn't exactly a radio. It had a range of no more than 100 miles, or at least it couldn't send signals beyond that. "Is that all we have?" I asked, examining the radio. It was the same type as my reporter's, except that it didn't record. There's also a regular ship's radio, but it's smashed to pieces. I thought maybe I could cobble together something more decent from these two cripples. We used a fair amount of radio equipment at the times, and I had some experience with it. I started disassembling a large receiver and then remembered the radar and dragged it in too. The main problem was that all the internal components of this equipment were so tiny that even a watchmaker's tools would have been too big for working with them, while we only had a standard set of tools suitable for a gunsmith. While we puzzled over the broken radio equipment, Ramon Llewellyn told the others what we'd discovered during the expedition. Joe Kyvelson shook his head. "It's too far from the boat. We can't keep going back and forth to keep working on the engines. We need to cut down some trees there and haul them here on lifts. And as for using the spongy bark for shelter, I think that's a good idea. But let's build a hut here." "Okay. Can I take the men and start felling trees right now?" asked the captain's assistant. "No. Let's wait until Abe returns and see what he managed to discover upstream." Tom, who was still fiddling with the converters, said, "I think we can forget about the engines. That's factory work. We need spare parts, and we don't have anything here that could benefit the engines." That was exactly what I was thinking. Tom knew a lot more about engines than I did, and I wanted to hear his point of view to confirm my own. "Tom, take a look at this junk," I said. "Maybe you can help us." He came closer, looked at what we were working on, and said, "You need a magnifying glass. Wait, maybe I'll find something." Then he reached into one of the drawers, rummaged around, pulled out a pair of binoculars, came back to us, sat down next to us, and began to take them apart. Tom removed 2 lenses from the objective lens, and thus we had a pair of excellent magnifying glasses. This was a huge help, but being able to see something and doing it, and having the tools to do it, aren't quite the same thing. Tom found a sewing kit, some sandpaper, and started making miniature screwdrivers out of needles. Abe Clifford, Pete Dumont, and another hunter soon returned. They immediately huddled around the heater and coffee pot.
After warming up a bit, Abe said, "Half a mile upstream is a small waterfall. It's easy to walk around it, either above or below, and the ground around it is such that one might assume there was once a lake there. The wind isn't that strong there, and the entire bottom, or whatever it was, is overgrown with trees. It would be a good campsite if it weren't so far from the boat." "How hard would it be to cut down the trees right there and ship them here?" Joe asked, about to explain what was on his mind. "Well, that's easy. I think it'll be much easier than from where Ramon found it." "I think so too," the first mate agreed. "Dragging half a tree trunk over that waterfall below is a lot harder than throwing it over the waterfall above." He began buttoning his parka. "Well, let's grab the cutter and the hoists and get going." "Wait, I'll warm up a bit and then I'll come with you," Abe said. Then he walked over to where Cesario, Tom, and I were tinkering with the radio equipment. Looking at the tiny screwdrivers and other tools Tom had made, Abe clicked his tongue approvingly. "I take it back, Ramon," he said. "I'm more useful here. Have you dismantled any of the radio navigation equipment yet?" he asked us. I stood up. "You do this for me, and I'll go and work with the woodcutter's tool," I said. Tom wanted to come with me, but Abe told him to keep working on his tools. Pete Dumont said he'd show us around, and Morel volunteered to come along. There was a brief exchange of clothes, and we grabbed a searchlight, a cutter, and 2 hoists, and headed upriver. The waterfall turned out to be slightly higher than what we found below, but it was much easier to navigate around it, especially since we had lifts at our disposal. The wind brought the most serious difficulties and the greatest dangers. Although, when we reached the top, it wasn't as strong. After walking 200 yards through a narrow gorge, we soon emerged into a fairly wide area, which Abe had described as a former lake bed. Around us, as far as the light from our spotlights allowed, grew squat trees with serpentine branches jutting out from their tops. We started with the ones closest to us. We cut off the overhanging branches and tackled the trunk. We took turns working. The others jumped around, trying to keep warm. The first trunk weighed almost 1.5 tons, even after all the branches were cut. We barely managed to lift one end of the trunk with 2 hoists. The spongy mass that transitioned from bark to pith was 2 feet thick. We cut it into slabs for building the hut. The hard pith makes an excellent fire. We didn't care about the branches. There was more than enough strong wood here. We felled 8 trees, sawed them into slabs, and stacked them. Only when we decided to call it a day did it become clear how tired and cold we all were. 2 of us carried the trees to the waterfall and lowered them down. The rest met them there and cut them into slabs. If only we had at least one more cutter and a couple more lifts. If only we had at least one working boat. When we returned to the boat, everyone who wasn't injured and had enough warm clothing to leave the heater came out of the boat to help. First, we started a fire with an arc torch, then began building a hut opposite the boat. Everyone worked except Dominic Silverstein. Even Abe and Cesario stopped fiddling with the radio, and Joe Kyvelson and the hunter with the broken wrist also helped, each with their one good arm. By this time,
The wind had died down, and the snow had fallen even harder. We made shovels from the outer bark of trees, and although they quickly broke, dumped snow on the completed walls of the hut. I lost track of time. And finally, we finished something resembling a hut with a fireplace. It was warm, cozy, and most importantly, there was enough room for everyone. We had to keep chopping trees. Very soon it would get so cold that it would be impossible not only to work, but even to travel between the trees and the camp. The snow finally stopped falling, the sky cleared, and we saw the stars. This didn't make us any happier. While the sky was covered by clouds, the warmth had somehow been retained. Now it was simply escaping into space. The river froze over, and the waterfall froze completely. On the one hand, this was a good thing. We simply tossed the logs down, and some of them slid another 200 yards downriver. But the cold was gradually getting to us. Only 5 of us were cutting the logs: Cesario, old Pete Dumont, Abe Clifford, and me. We were the smallest and therefore had more warm clothing. So, as long as we could move, we couldn't stop. If the fire went out, everyone would freeze to death in seconds. Abe Clifford finally got his radio working. He hoped it would be able to send signals within a 500-mile radius. The hunters, taking turns, kept transmitting Mayday. I think it was Bish Ware who once explained to me that May Day had nothing to do with the calendar day following the last day of April. In the old French language of Earth, it sounded like May Day, meaning help me. I wondered, how was Bish? I confess, I wasn't exactly optimistic about him. Cesario, Abe, and I were working at the waterfall, distracted by nothing but the hard, long-burning core. I straightened up for a moment and looked at the sky. Fenris's 3 moons illuminated everything around as if it were day. The sparkling snow and frozen waterfall were simply magnificent. I turned to Cesario. "Look, you'll miss all of that if you're not born on Fenris next," I said. "That and the longest sunrises and sunsets and—" I didn't have time to continue the list of unique aspects of life on Fenris, because suddenly, from the direction of the boat, I heard bursts of automatic weapons fire. One short burst, then another, and another, and another. Chapter 13. Signal Light. We all shouted at once. "They're shooting! Machine guns!" They shouted as if they had to explain to each other what it was. "Someone attacked them?" Cesario suggested. "There's no one here to attack them," Abe said. "All the dangerous and harmless creatures have burrowed into the ground for the night. I bet they're just splitting wood." It's entirely possible. One short burst could knock off all the soft bark and get to the core. But why aren't they using a cutter? It's in the boat now. "We better go and find out what's going on," Cesario insisted. "There might be some problems." None of us were armed, and it never occurred to us that we might need them. Fenris has plenty of dangerous land animals, but during periods of extreme heat and extreme cold, they all burrow into burrows and enter a near cataleptic hibernation. Perhaps some creature had burrowed into the rocks near the camp and awakened from the warmth of our fire? We were fine without spotlights. The satellites illuminated the way perfectly. We didn't want to be reduced to dust by a 7mm machine gun, so as soon as we spotted the camp, we started yelling at the top of our lungs. As soon as the hunters saw us, they stopped shooting and also started yelling at the top of their lungs. Finally, we began to discern words. "Come here quickly! We have a connection!" We burst into the cabin. Everyone crowded around the boat's top hatch, which now served as a door. Abe pushed his way through the hunters, followed by them. A reporter's conditioned reflex is to be in the center of the action. I even caught myself shouting as I pushed past Abdullah. "Press!" As soon as we were inside, I asked, "What happened?" He saw Joe Kyvelson giving up the radio to Abe. "Who did you contact?" "Mahatma, Hellrider," he said. "The signal is very quiet, but clear. They're trying to figure out our direction. About a dozen ships are searching for us. Hellrider, Peckwood, Bulldog, Wild Hertha." "How did they know?" I asked. "Did anyone pick up our call signs while we were underwater?" Abe Clifford broadcast on the radio. "No, of course not. We have no idea where in the middle of nowhere we are. All the navigation equipment is smashed to pieces." "Okay, can you navigate by the stars, Abe?" I think it was Fenbrig's voice, but the audibility was almost non-existent. "Of course we can. If you're within range of our homemade receiver, the stars tell us we're right where you are," Abe replied. "Listen, our searchlight is pointed straight up. Can you see it? With all these satellites, we could be half a mile away from you and not see you." "We will shoot with machine guns," said the navigator. "I know. I heard gunfire on the radio. Do you have any missiles? Maybe you could fire one and we can detect it." "Hey, that's an idea. Hans, do we have another rocket?" Corny said yes, and grabbing another hunter with him, he followed her into the boat. I repeated my question to Kyvelson. "No. Your father tried to contact us via video link. It must have been after we abandoned ship. He got no answer and put out a general call for all ships. Nip Spizzoni was the closest. He picked up a locator signal and spotted the Javelin with its torn airlock and empty boat dock. After that, everyone started searching for you." Feinberg said he'd alerted the other ships. If the Hellrider was the only ship we were in contact with, then if the Hellrider couldn't see the missile, then no one else would. Apparently, the same thought had occurred to Abe Clifford. "You say you're spread out along the entire coast. Are the other ships to the east or west of you?" "To the west, as far as I know." "So we are to the east of you. Where are you now?" "About 500 miles east of Sancerre Bay." This meant that we were at least 1,000 miles east of the Gulf. I heard some shouts outside. Then I made out Hans Corny's voice. "The rocket is ready for vertical launch. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The rocket is launched." Clifford repeated over the radio. "The rocket has launched." And when it exploded at a decent altitude, he asked, "Did you see it?" "No. We didn't see anything," Feinberg answered. "Hey, I know what they'll see," Tom exclaimed. "If we light all those trees on fire." "Not a bad idea. Listen, Mahatma, we have a whole forest here, on the plateau above the camp. If we set it on fire, will you see?" "Why not? Even in this damn dim light." "Wait a minute, I'll call other ships." Tom donned warm clothes, Cesario grabbed an arc torch, and the three of us rushed out of the hut. We hurried along the well-trodden path to the waterfall, freed the lifts from the logs, and used them to ascend to the plateau. Before, when we felled trees, we didn't bother with the branches and simply scattered them. Now we gathered them in piles near the trees so that the wind, which hadn't completely died down, would help the trees catch fire faster, and ignited them with an arc torch. Soon all the branches were ablaze, and then the bark of the trees caught fire too. The heat from the fire began to cause some discomfort, even though the air temperature was around -90 degrees Fahrenheit. Cesario worked with a torch. When all the branches were ablaze, he began setting the trees themselves ablaze. As soon as one tree caught fire, he immediately moved on to the next. "This guy is a real pyrotechnic maniac," Tom told me, wiping sweat from his forehead with the sleeve of his father's parka, which he wore over his own. "That's right," Cesario found time to respond.
Do you know who I was 50 reincarnations ago? Nero, who set Rome on fire. Theosophists never hesitate to poke fun at their own religion in this way. They see things this way. Nothing is good enough unless it can be laughed at. Do you remember the job I did in Moscow a little later? I don't know if Cesario actually had any astral experience, but he was doing this job very well now. We waited a little further nearby, confirming that the fire had engulfed the trees on both sides of the river. Huge plumes of smoke rose, illuminated by the flames, and where the fire didn't illuminate the smoke, it dispersed into black clouds. If our rescuers didn't notice them, they'd have no excuse. Finally, we headed back. As we got within earshot of the camp, excited shouts reached us. All the hunters were jumping around the hut, shouting, "They noticed! They noticed us!" The boat was also full of voices. They came from the receiver. "Peckwood, to Stormy Hertha, we also see a light, just to our left. Yes, Bulldog, we see your running lights. We are definitely behind you. Slasher, to Peckwood, we don't see you. Fire a flare." I pushed my way to the receiver. "This is Walter Boyd, a representative of the Times, with the victims of the Javelina," I said. "Does anyone have audio-video equipment so I can take a couple of pictures for my editorial office?" My statement caused general laughter among the operators of the approaching ships. "We have such a thing, Walt," I heard Oscar Fujisawa say. "I'm going ahead in the Peckwood Scout. I'll take it with me." "Thank you, Oscar," I said, and then asked, "Did you see Bish War when you left the port?" "I certainly did," Oscar replied. "You can thank him for sending us out to look for you. I'll tell you when I see you." Chapter 14. Rescue Work. A scout boat from the Peckwood arrived half an hour later from the other side of the gorge, where flames and plumes of black smoke were rising. It circled our boat, the hut, and the hunters gathered around them. I saw Oscar in the machine gunner's seat, aiming a video camera at us. He filmed us jumping, screaming, laughing, and waving our arms. Then the boat turned and began to land. We all ran to the boat, everyone except Dominic with his broken leg, and two other hunters who didn't have enough clothing to escape the flames. When the boat hatch opened, I heard Oscar's voice. "And now I hand the camera over to Walt Boyd, a Times correspondent among the Javelin victims." Emerging from the hatch, he handed me the camera. A machine gunner climbed out behind him. I filmed them, and the boat lifting off and flying west to bring the ships here. Then I closed the camera and asked Oscar, "What were you saying about Bish Veer? Was he the first to start searching?" "Exactly," Oscar said. "About 30 hours after you left port, he gathered some information that led him to believe the Javelin had been sabotaged. He went to your father, who contacted me. Mohandos Feinberg and I were still in port, and then began video calling the Javelin. When there was no answer, your father put out a general call to all hunting ships. Nip Spizzoni went to search the area where he suspected you were hunting. He picked up your sonar signal and found the Javelin on the seabed, its bow torn off, its moorings open, and its submerged boat missing. We all assumed you were heading south in the submerged boat, so that's where we began our search. Well, Bish Ware, that's the last I heard, is dead drunk," said Joe Kyvelson. "Ah, it was just a game," said Oscar. "The idea was to fool the city police and anyone else who wanted to be fooled. It worked so well that he was able to crash a party Steve Ravik threw after the meeting. That's where he managed to sniff out that Ravik had a spy aboard the Javelin. He spent the next 20 hours or so pursuing this theory and eventually found your Davis, who had pulled his back. Bish found out exactly what Davis was doing on the ship and then concluded that whatever sabotage had taken place, it had to do with the engines. And what happened, by the way? Two of us, interrupting each other, told him what had happened. Oscar nodded. That's what Nip Spatsoni thought when he saw your ship. Well, then Bish spoke with your father and me, and then your father called Nip. It was obvious that Joe Kyvelson was clearly suffering from the fact that he owed his life to Bish Ware. It's a good thing someone listened to that drunkard, Joe said discontentedly. I wouldn't have. Yes, I don't think you would have listened, Oscar told him in a rather unpleasant voice. I think he did some very difficult detective work. I nodded, and suddenly another idea from Bish Ware's Reformation ideas struck me. Detective work. That's what it would be. A private detective agency would open in Port Sandor. Maybe I could convince him to open one. It might interest Bish. He has plenty of connections, he's handy with a pistol, and if he hired a couple of tough but honest citizens who also knew how to handle a gun and organized something like a Bureau for Protection and Investigation, it would be a very useful initiative. And it would also distract him from the things he'd been distracted by with Baldur Honeyrum. If he stayed sober at least 50% of the time, that would be 50% of the success. Ramon Llewellyn asked how Al Davis was doing. We didn't have time for any Al Davises, Oscar replied. As soon as Bish figured out what happened aboard the Javelin, we knew you needed help, and you needed it fast. Bish will look after Al until we get back. That's true, unless he gets drunk and forgets, Joe said angrily. Everyone, even Tom, looked at him irritably. I think we should find out what he drinks, and buy you a whole jug, Joe, Oscar's machine gunner told him. The Hellrider, which had been closest to us when our call signs were detected, appeared first. After some maneuvering, it landed in the gorge, and Mohandos and 8 of his crew emerged with a makeshift stretcher and a pile of blankets. We lifted Dominic aboard, while Abdul and the hunter with the broken wrist climbed on their own. More ships were following the Hellrider, so we decided to wait. Joe Kyvelson probably should have boarded the Hellrider to have his hand examined, but the captain was the last to leave, so he stayed behind. Oscar said he'd pick up Tom, Joe, Glenn Morrell, and me on the Peckwood. I was glad of this. Oscar, his mate, and the navigator, all 3 bachelors, and they often host parties on the Peckwood when they're not hunting. So the Peckwood is a more comfortable ship than any other. Joe decided to leave the boat as is. He was planning to carry out the salvage work on the Javelin. The salvage ship could retrieve everything here, too. Okay, but, Oscar said, bring that machine gun and other small arms. I think it's going to be a bit hot in Port Sandor for the next 20 hours. I was starting to think about it myself. The hunters from the Hellrider, Corkscrew Finnegan's men from the Wild Hertha, and Nip Spazzoni from the Bulldog, all were talking about doing something about Steve Ravik. Steve had a good move, the explosion on the Javelin, but it hadn't worked, and now it looked like that bomb would do him in. It was unlikely to be a walk in the park. Steve had his own gang, and he could count on 20 or 30 of Morton Holstock's police, and if they started fighting, it would be even more difficult. Besides, they were all together, and the hunter ships were returning one by one. I wondered if Ravik Holstock's thugs would try to stop the hunters at the port, or if they were concentrating on the hunters' hall and the city hall to withstand a siege. All I knew for sure was that there would be a lot of shooting in Port Sandor before it was all over. Finally, all the survivors except Oscar, Joe, Tom, Morrell, and myself were picked up by one ship or another. The Peckwood, which had been circling at 5,000 feet all this time, landed near our camp, and we climbed aboard. The Peckwood's conning tower was twice as long as that of a typical hunter-killer. It contained 2 sofas and numerous easy chairs. There was also a large display unit and a communications screen. I hurried to the latter. I called up the times.
My father approached me as soon as I finished entering the combination. He was in his shirt, without his robe, and armed with a pistol. We were probably something to behold, but in the end, my father was a hair's breadth from being left without his family, and I was a hair's breadth from death. After expressing wild delight at the happy reunion, I asked my father about the situation in Port Sandor. He shook his head. "Nothing good, Walt. Rumor has it that a bomb was planted on the Javelin, and everyone's guessing who did it. We haven't expressed any opinions yet. We were waiting for confirmation." "Play the recording," I said. "I'll tell you everything I know." My father nodded, extended his hand beyond the screen, and nodded again. I started with the hunt for the monster, and went on to the ship sinking. Everyone gathered in the wardroom after the dismantling, and then the explosion. Then I told him what we saw after abandoning ship and circling the Javelin. The condition of the ship's hull suggests that the explosive device was planted in the engine room, I finished. We have several shots of the Javelin on the seabed, taken by Captain Spizzoni, said my father.
Captain Cortland, the spaceport police chief, believes it's nothing more than a high-explosive bomb. Do you think an accident is out of the question? Yes, of course. There wasn't a soul in the engine room at the time. The ship was lying on the bottom, and the entire crew was in the wardroom. Okay, that's enough, said Father. We'll present this as conclusive and compelling evidence of sabotage. He then turned off the recording. May I now learn how you left the ship and ended up on Herman Reichland? Father extended his hand and turned the recording back on. I briefly described our time on the boat, the landing and the crash, the camp, cutting and floating trees, and repairing the radio. Then Joe Kyvelson said a few words, followed by Tom and Glenn Merle. I was about to say a few words in conclusion, but I sat down on the sofa next to him, leaned back, and relaxed. My next memory is of Oscar Fujisawa's assistant shaking my shoulder. "Port Sandor is already visible," he told me. I muttered something in response, sat up, and saw that someone had covered me with a blanket. Tom Kyvelson was still asleep on the couch across from me, also covered with a blanket. The hand on the clock above the control panel pointed to 8 GS. Joe Kyvelson was nowhere to be seen, and Oscar and Glenn Merle were drinking coffee. I walked to the front window. A scarlet glow was rising on the horizon ahead. And Cesario would lose that too, if his next reincarnation took place outside of Fenris. In reality, there was nothing special about it. It was simply the damp, warm air rising from the city's main ventilation vents, liquefying and freezing upon first encountering the cold air, illuminated from below by spotlights. I watched this scene for a moment longer, made myself a cup of coffee, and when I finished, I walked over to the screen. He was still tuned to the times, and Mohandos Feinberg sat in front of him, smoking one of his black cigars, a 10mm Sturberg tucked into his belt. "You guys are pretty far behind," he said. "I always thought the Peckwood was the fastest ship. We got here 3 hours ago." "Who else?" "Corkscrew and some of his men are here at the Times now. The Bulldog and the Slasher have only just landed. Some of the ships that were furthest west and didn't make it to your camp have long since arrived in port. We're having a meeting here. We're organizing the Port Sandor Vigilance Committee and a new Hunters Cooperative." Chapter 15. Vigilant. When the Peckwood surfaced beneath the city's roof, I realized something was afoot. There were about 20 ships in the harbor, either docked or afloat. A crowd of people in ship's clothing had gathered on the shore, standing in groups, talking excitedly, occasionally moving from one group to another. Everyone was armed, not only with knives and pistols as usual, but also with heavy rifles and machine guns. A slight commotion erupted below to the left.
A dozen hunters were pushing their way through the crowd, dragging a 50mm ship's cannon on an anti-grav cart. I was beginning to dislike this, and Glenn Merle, who had just woken from his slumber, liked it even less. He'd come to Fenris to negotiate a wax trade, not to get involved in a civil war, and I had no interest in that either. Getting rid of Ravik, Holstock, and Belcher should have brought order and harmony to Port Sandor, but the fighting is bringing neither to the city. Maybe I should have played dumb and not made any statements about what happened on the Yavalin without first speaking with my father face to face. I dismissed the thought. From the moment my father unsuccessfully tried to contact the Yavalin and then broadcast a general call to the entire squadron of hunter ships, no one doubted what had happened. It was too similar to the disappearance of the Claymore, after which Ravik became president of the cooperation. Port Sandor had long been under Steve Ravik's control. The hunters simply couldn't tolerate him any longer. Joe Kyvelson grumbled, annoyed that his broken arm meant he'd only be able to swing one fist when the going got tough, and therefore have half as much fun. One of the reasons Joe was a lousy shot was that he simply didn't like pistols. They were too impersonal a weapon for him. Oscar Fujisawa disagreed. He pulled a special Mars Joint Police Force pistol and 2 spare magazines from his desk drawer. Below, on the main deck, the machine gunner was handing out weapons. Squabbling could be heard. Everyone wanted an axe, but there weren't enough for everyone. Oscar emerged from the wheelhouse and spoke, raising his voice. "Hey, down there! Stop arguing! Everyone stay on the ship. I'm heading to the Times. As soon as I leave the Peckwood, take her to the inner canal. Don't let anyone on board you don't trust." "So, where are we going?" Joe Kyvelson asked. "Of course. This is the safest place for Mr. Morell, and I want to know exactly what's going on here." "You don't need to hand me over for safekeeping," Morell protested. "I can take care of myself." The famous last words, I thought. "Absolutely, but we must be absolutely certain," Oscar told him. "Right now, you are the most essential person on Fenris. If we don't have a representative from Exotic Organics, Ravik has won the war." Oscar, Morell, Joe Kyvelson, Tom, and I boarded the boat and ascended to the second lower level. We passed a couple of blocks of bars, cafes, dance halls, shops, and gear vendors. Oscar steered the boat through the storage area, carefully skirting Hunter's Hall and City Hall, and pulled into the Times parking lot. There was a crowd of people around the Times, mostly employees, and quite a few women. Almost all of them were outside on the street or in the parking lot. It wasn't just a disorderly crowd. I noticed that people were carrying machine guns and shotguns. As we pulled into the parking lot, they recognized the boat from the Peckwood and crowded down below. It was quite difficult to park the boat without running over anyone. Everyone was friendly, too friendly for us to feel comfortable. Oscar pushed Joe Kyvelson forward so that it was obvious that his arm was broken and began to shout, "Please make way! This man is an injured person! Please do not crowd! There is an injured person with us!" The crowd began to part, and from somewhere behind I heard, "Joe Kyvelson! He was wounded! They pulled him out of there! He needs help!" This remark made the blue veins on Joe's forehead pop out, and he began to make some sounds. "Oh, he was really seriously hurt. Just listen to him." When we went up to the editorial office, Father, Bish, and a few others were waiting for us at the elevator. Bish was dressed as usual, a conservative black suit, his tie pinned with a natural opal. Father had thrown on a robe, and Julius had 2 pistols and a knife. The editorial office was crowded with people, ship's officers, merchants, and employees. Among them, I spotted the banker Sigurd Ngutsori, Professor Hartzenbach, armed with a pistol, and a Zen Buddhist priest who was clearly wearing something under his kimono. Everyone greeted us enthusiastically, and we shook hands. I noticed that Joe Kyvelson seemed uneasy shaking Bish Ware's hand. The fact that Bish had been the first to search for the javelin and thereby save our lives hadn't swayed Joe. He still considered Bish an old drunkard of little use. It was difficult to convince Joe of anything. As everyone headed to the editorial room, I pulled Bish aside. "How did you manage that?" I asked. Bish chuckled. "It's not that complicated. I just happened to be in the right place and ordered a few drinks. The whole secret of Ravik's mercenaries is that they're corrupt.
They'll do anything if you pay for their drinks. And as long as my uncle is solvent, I have the money to pay for the drinks." Over the 5 years I've spent in this heavenly corner of the galaxy, I've learned many surprising things about Steve Ravik.
Okay, but it's unlikely that anyone was hanging out at Martin Joe's or One-Eyed Svensson's bar, bragging about planting a bomb on the Javelin. That's pretty much it, Bish said. You wouldn't believe how careless people can be.
For example, I learned that Ravik had spies in the hunting parties. I tried to warn the captains many times, but apart from Fujisawa and Corkscrew, no one wanted to listen. It wasn't that they couldn't think such a thing about Ravik. They just couldn't believe there was a traitor in their crew. This Davis guy had been suspicious of me for a long time. I talked to Ramon Llewellyn about him, but he just ignored it. Well, for example, Davis always spent far more money than his share of the Javelin profits allowed him. He likes to show off, often ordering drinks for everyone and playing the boss. He blamed it all on luck at cards, but whenever I saw him play, he always lost. I knew about the wax we'd seen when Morel arrived, but I still thought they were holding it back to squeeze more money out of Belcher and Ravik. Then a friend I'd spoken to at Pinamunda told me he thought Morel seemed to know a lot more about the wax trade than he did about literature. Then came the meeting, and everything that happened afterward. I started putting things together. Then I dropped into a party at Hunter's Hall, heard something else, and the picture began to come together. About 30 hours after the Javelin set sail, I popped into Seventh Heaven. Who do you think ordered drinks for everyone? Al Davis. I let him buy me one, and he started telling me a story about how he pulled his back. The dancing started a little later, and when Al was dancing, it seemed to me that his back was fine.
Then at One-Eyed Svensson's, I overheard 2 guys making a bet that the Javelin would never return to port. I knew how things would unfold. If it weren't for Bish Ver, we'd still be sitting around the fire on Herman Reichland. Then it would get too cold to chop down trees, and we'd all freeze to death. I mentioned this to Bish, but he just waved it off and suggested we join the others. "Where's Al Davis now?" I asked. "Quite a few people want to talk to him." "Yes, I know. At first, I wanted to take him while he could still speak, but when your father started calling Javelin, he simply disappeared from sight." "Ah." I ran my finger across my throat. Bish slowly shook his head. "I doubt it," he said. "There's no need for that yet. Such things are unnerving. I'm sure Al isn't in the Hunter's Hall. He's hiding somewhere else." When we joined the others, Joe Kyvelson was just finishing up his account of what had happened aboard the Javelin and was still discussing what should be done with Steve Ravik. Oddly enough, the banker and the professor were the ones most thirsty for blood. Or maybe that wasn't so strange. They knew very well what Steve Ravik had done to Port Sandor, and it affected them just as much as the hunters. It seemed that of everyone present, only my father and Bish weren't burning with the desire to rush to the Hunter's Hall that very minute and slaughter everyone there, and then do the same in the City Hall. "Tell you what," Joe Kyvelson shouted, "we need to clear out those 2 rat holes.
There are about 1,000 hunters on the coast, and look how many people here in town want to help. We have enough people to swallow the haul whole." "You won't find him very edible," Bish told him. "Ravik has about 30 of his own thugs and about 20 of the city police. He has at least 4 50mm cannons on the landing pad above, half a dozen heavy machine guns, and twice as many regular 7mm ones." "Bish is right," someone said. "They've barricaded the parking lot downstairs and sealed off the first 2 floors. There are a lot of our people around, but no one can get in there. If we try to get into the hall, a lot of people will die." "You mean it's better to sit here, gossip, and do nothing?" Joe objected. "We're going to do something, Joe," my father told him. "But first we have to discuss exactly what we're going to do and how. Otherwise there's no telling who's going to swallow who up." "Okay, but we have to make a decision very quickly," Mohandos Gandhi Feinberg said. "And how are things at the city hall?" asked Oscar Fujisawa. "You say Ravik has 15 to 20 police officers in the hall, but where are the rest?" "In the municipal building," Bish said. "Coal stocks hold up there. He's trying to pretend nothing out of the ordinary is going on." "Good. That's where we need to go first," Oscar said. "Take about 200 men, make a lot of noise, break out a few windows, and chant, 'Whole stock against the wall,' for a long time. He'll quickly call his cops out of the hall to cover his own ass. Meanwhile, we can try a quick attack on the Hunters' Hall. While the demonstration is going on, our main forces must be concentrated there," Corkscrew Finnegan countered. "We mustn't let Ravik escape." "I don't care whether he leaves or not," said Oscar. "I don't want Ravik's blood. I want to rid the cooperation of him, and if he leaves now, he will never come back." "You need him, and you need him alive," Bishware said. "Ravik has something like 4 million souls in a bank on Earth, and every millisol has been stolen from this planet through the cooperation. If you kill him, you'll have an infinite amount of time to try to get that money back." This gave the captains pause. Even Joe Kyvelson frowned when Bish reminded him how much it would cost to salvage the javelin. Sigurd Ngatsori spent a moment calculating. But still, if Ravik were hanged, the Precision and Trust wouldn't spend a single sola on it. "It's none of my business," Glenn Merle said. "But I'm a businessman, and watching an execution that cost 4 million is too much for me." 4 million, said Bish. "And for the rest of your lives, each of you will not be able to answer the question of whether this was a fair trial or just murder." The Buddhist priest looked at Bish in amazement. After all, he was the only cleric among us and should have been the first to think of this. But instead, it was Bish, the clown bishop, who did it. "I think it's a good idea," said Father. "Not to gather more people than necessary at the Hunters' Hall. We don't want the police to be afraid to leave the hall when Holstock calls for their help." Bish stood up. "While we're on the subject, I wonder if I should see what I can do in the Hunters' Hall," he said. "I'll see if I can get in from lower levels 1 or 2. Walt, do you still have that nifty gas canister?" I nodded. On the outside, it looked like a regular pocket lighter, slightly larger than average, the kind any kid hanging around Port Sandor might have. It worked like a lighter until you pressed the little button on the side, which then sprayed gas instead of flame. A single press could knock down a healthy man. It could also knock down Zarathustra's prairie cow. I'd once bought this lighter from a man at Cape Canaveral. I'd always assumed it was stolen on Earth. It was quite an expensive item, but I couldn't ride my bike 650 light-years to find out who owned it. One of the Port Sandor apothecaries refilled my lighter, and although I'd never used it yet, it was very convenient for taking me around for work. It didn't cause external damage like, say, a pistol. "Yes, it's downstairs in my room. I'll bring it now," I said.
"Be careful, Bish," said the father. "These bandits will shoot you as soon as they see you."
"Who, me?"
Bish swayed toward the table and grabbed it. "Who would want to hurt me? I'm good old Bish Terran Bish. No one will hurt him. He's everyone's friend." He walked away from the table, bumped into a chair, knocked it over, and began to sing. "Come here, you super astronauts. Listen, I'll tell you about Niflheim, contaminated with fluorine. It's hell among the planets." I clapped involuntarily. It was magnificent. Bish sober played Bish drunk, and not everyone can do that. Then he picked up a chair and sat down on it. "Where have you posted guards around the hall, and how do I get past them?" he asked. "I don't want one of my own to empty a clip at me." Nip Spizzoni took a pencil and a notepad and sketched out a plan. "This is the second lower level," he said. "Here we have a car and 2 men guarding the approaches. Here we have a boat, 3 men and a machine gun. Here is a jeep. Now on the first lower level, we have 2 boats, here and here. The password is exotic. The answer is organic." He smiled at Morel. "A compliment to your company." "Okay. I need a bottle of liquor. I need to freshen my breath, and maybe I'll want to buy someone a drink. If I can get inside, there's no question about what I'll do next. An entire army could march past 2 sleeping guards." Little brother, I thought, if Bish succeeds, no one in Port Sandor will be able to look down on him again, not even Joe Kyvelson. I started to mull over the idea of a detective agency again. I wonder if Bish could use a young partner. Bish and Boyd, the Planetary Detective Agency. We went downstairs together, and I gave him a gas lighter and a bottle of honey rum. I was a little dubious about the latter, but Bish noticed and laughed. "Don't worry, Walt," he said. "It's just for color and scent protection. I promise I'll be very economical." We shook hands, trying to make it as casual as possible. Bish headed for the elevator, and I went up. By the time I returned, the Port Sandor Vigilance Committee had split into sections. The first group formed a circle, widewise, while the second, smaller group huddled around the table, discussing strategy and tactics. My father, Sigurd Ngatsori, Reverend, Nip, and Mahatma were there. "Well, we better get back to the docks before there's trouble," Corkscrew said. "None of the hunters will follow anyone but their captain." "We need someone the townspeople will follow," Oscar said. "They don't care about the hunter captain's orders. Perhaps you, Sigurd?" The banker shook his head. "Ralph Boyd is the man we need," he said. "Ralph is needed here," Oscar said. "We need a command center. The demonstration against Holstock and the attack on Hunter's Hall must be coordinated." "We have about 150 men, and we'll all have something to arm ourselves with," someone said. I looked around. It was Kashmir Ogarlian from the Rodriguez and Ogarlian shipyard. "They'll follow me, but I'm not that well known in town." "Hey, Professor Hartzenbaugh," Mohandos Feinberg said. "You look quite respectable. Have you ever led a vigilante group?" Everyone laughed, and to his credit, the professor himself burst out laughing. "I have a lot of experience working with children," he said. "Children are savages, just like lynch mobs. What works for one works for the other. Yes, I agree." "Excellent," said Father. "I'll be something of a chief of staff. Oscar, you, Joe, Corkscrew, and the others. You decide who among you will lead all the hunters. Kashmir, you will command your workers and the rest of the shipyard employees, and so on."
Sigurd, you, Reverend, and Professor Hartzenbach will gather everyone you can in the city.
Now we must decide what forces we need to intimidate Holstock, and what for the attack on the Hunter's Hall. I think we should wait a bit, see what Bish Ware can do, Oscar said. We'll gather our men, decide who will be where and how, but put off decisive action for a while. If Bish manages to get into the hall, perhaps we won't need the demonstration at City Hall. Joe Kyvelson started to say something, but his colleagues looked at him so hard that he immediately fell silent. My father was estimating the number of machine guns, assault rifles, and vehicles we had at our disposal when the fire alarm sounded. Chapter 16. Civil War is postponed. The siren wailed for 30 seconds, receding and approaching, its wail coming from everywhere, from the main city level and the 4 levels below. All Port Sandor had for such an emergency were volunteer organizations, or rather, disorganized firefighters, made up of representatives from 6 companies feuding with each other. This was the best Port Sandor had. If we had trusted the city government, we would have had no fire protection at all. Thanks to the volunteer firefighters, we had a central fire alarm system, and the Times editorial office was connected to it. The siren fell silent, and 4 sharp whistles blared from the 4th section, followed by 4 more shrill ones from the lower level. There was a moment of silence, and then a cry immediately rose among the hunter captains. The fire was precisely where the hunters were storing wax unregistered by the cooperative. "Shut up, everyone!" my father roared, his voice louder than I'd ever heard him raise before. "Shut up and listen!" "4th Squad, lower level," the fire alarm system announced. "There's a wax fire, wax that doesn't belong to the cooperative. The fire is dangerously close to the ammunition depot and directly beneath the woodworking plant on lower level 2. I repeat, there's a wax fire. Do not use water or chemical extinguishers. Half of the Vigilance Committee's personnel belong to volunteer firefighting organizations. They immediately rushed to their stations. A Buddhist priest and 2 doctors followed them. The rest, mostly hunters, stood around the table, looking at each other. Oscar Fujisawa laughed evilly. "I had a great idea for sabotage," he said. "The only problem is that Ravik had it a little earlier." "You think it's Ravik?" Father began, laughing even more angrily than Oscar. What a moron I am for asking such questions. I started gathering my gear when the discussions about the demonstration at City Hall and the attack on the Hunter's Hall had just begun. I decided to go in a Jeep, which is equipped with heavy audio-video equipment. In case I had to abandon the vehicle, I took lighter equipment, similar to what Oscar had on the Peckwood Scout. Since events were unfolding in such a way that it was unlikely anyone would take the rights of civilians and war reporters seriously, I took a Stenberg 7mm. My father was clearly upset when he saw this. "You better leave him alone, Walt," he said. "You're not going to get into a shootout." It makes sense, I thought. If you don't prepare for something, it won't happen. This line of thinking isn't new. Many people have thought so. As far as I can remember, entire governments on Earth reason similarly, and they all no longer exist. You know how many creepy crawlies there are on the lower level? If not, ask Mr. Morell. One of them sent him to the hospital. Father couldn't help but agree. The abandoned sections of the lower level harbor a wide variety of caterpillar snails and the like, and the heat and fire will stir them up, causing them to begin moving throughout the level. Once Ravik starts a fire, he'll do everything he can to keep it from being extinguished quickly. He'll have plenty of crawling companions for that. Okay, but if there's gunfire, stay out of the way. Your job is to get the news, not play the hero in a shootout. I'm no hero. That's why I live to be 60. And I don't know any heroes my age.
It was my turn to nod. There was nothing to object to. I muttered something about news being mined, not made, checked my Sturberg, slung the radio over my shoulder, and picked up the lightweight equipment kit. Joe and Tom Kyvelson went to assemble a javelin team to fight the fire. The attack on City Hall and the Hunters' Hall was postponed, but no one forgot about it. Father, Oscar, and Professor Hartzenbaugh remained in the editorial office, distributing forces to monitor both buildings. Morel decided to come with me, and we went down to the parking lot and climbed into the Jeep. The main city-level Broadway was deserted. Everyone had descended to the lower level. We began descending the first shaft we came across and immediately ran into a traffic jam. We hovered over equipment being dispatched from the first lower level, mostly manipulators and the like. There wasn't a single police officer in sight, but there were plenty of volunteers futilely trying to direct traffic. I took a few shots to remind those in need of a reminder that our government is powerless to do anything in the event of an emergency. Several cars, water trucks, and fire trucks bearing the sign Volunteer Fire Department Number 3 reversed direction and headed toward the city. "If they know another way down, maybe we should follow them," Morel suggested. "They're not going down. They're heading to the woodworking plant in case the fire spreads to the upper level," I said. "They don't use that kind of equipment to put out wax." "Why not?" I looked at him. "I thought your work involved wax," I said. "Yes, but I'm not a chemist, and I don't know anything about how wax burns. All I know is how it's used and what its demand is." "Well, have you heard of these giant molecules?" I asked.
They have everything but the kitchen sink, including enough oxygen to sustain a fire in water or a vacuum. There's not enough oxygen to make wax explode like gunpowder, but there's enough to make the fire uncontrollable. Water isn't just useless, it just makes things worse. Morel wondered why. Burning wax is liquid. Its melting point is 250 degrees Celsius. Wax ignites at 750 degrees Celsius. Wax doesn't have a boiling point unless it's at its flash point. Putting out wax with water is like pouring water on molten metal. The fire will spread even faster. But if the melting point is lower than the flash point, the wax should have melted before it ignited? That's usually how it works. That's why I think it was sabotage. I think someone planted a thermo-concentrated bomb. The wax started melting and burning at the same time. In any case, the packages burn from the bottom. If the fire started there, the wax on top will melt and flow downward, fueling the fire. If the fire started from the top, the burning wax will flow downward and ignite the wax below. "So how the hell are you going to put out the fire?" Morel asked. "No one's going to put it out. We need to separate the packages that haven't caught fire yet, try to knock down the fire, and let it burn out. That's all we can do." We were shouting all this at each other, the noise all around us unbearable, the shouts and curses mingling with the wail of sirens and the ringing of bells. I spotted a small gap in the vertical traffic jam, pulled the Jeep into it, and immediately remembered that the Jeep was a company Jeep and I had the right to use the siren. I added its wail to the general hubbub and dropped down one level. Several large cranes had gathered there, trying to force their way through, waving hooks, pincers, and pushers in all directions. I imitated a cat being pulled by the tail with my siren twice and joined the row of cranes. The lower-level Broadway was in a terrible commotion. We found ourselves smack dab in the middle of two massive energy converters from the city's power plant. The street was even narrower than the upper level, surrounded by ceiling-high walls. I lifted the Jeep as high as I could, our heads almost brushing the ceiling. Morel, who had seen my equipment before, grabbed the camera and shot a few frames while I edged forward,
inch by inch. The noise around us was so intense that we didn't even bother talking to each other. Finally, thanks to audacity and recklessness, I managed to advance the jeep a few hundred yards. Looking down, I saw a huge crane, its boom about 50 feet long. Ahead, the crane was protected by a large sheet of bulletproof steel. The crane bore the cooperative emblem, but the 3 men operating it looked like shipyard workers. I couldn't understand it. This contraption had been built specifically to handle burning wax. It and 2 other similar cranes were stored on the second lower level beneath the hunter's hall. I wondered if Bish had managed to find a way into the hall from below. It was hard to believe Ravik had sent equipment to fight a fire he himself had ordered. I lowered the jeep a few feet, politely blared the siren, and addressed the workers operating the crane. "Where did this thing come from?" "Hunter's Hall. Sent by Steve Ravik. 2 cranes are already near the fire. If they don't give us a way through this chaos—" The workers' further remarks were not fit for publication in a family magazine like The Times. I raised the jeep higher again and saw what was going on. It was an underwater dredger from the coast, usually used to clear sand from ship moorings and the inner canal. No wonder there was a traffic jam. I wonder how they were going to transport it to the outskirts of the city. I took a few shots and contacted the editorial team. Yuli Kubanov responded. "Do you receive everything I send?" I asked.
Yes, and what's that huge thing in front? One of the port dredgers? Exactly. Now look here, I pointed the camera at the crane. The workers look like they're from Rodriguez and O'Gorlean, but they say Ravik sent the crane. Do you know anything about that? Hey Ralph, what's this Walt saying about the equipment Ravik supposedly sent to extinguish the wax? Julius shouted. His father approached. It wasn't Ravik, it was Colstock. He requisitioned the cooperative's equipment. He called me and asked who could be sent for a crane so Ravik's henchmen wouldn't start firing machine guns. Kashmir O'Gorlean sent his men. The road ahead seemed to clear. The dredger was pulled forward and everyone moved after it. I get it, I said. Holstock's ready to throw Ravik off the ship. He's realized Steve's a dead turkey and he doesn't want to go into the oven after him. Walt, can you ever believe that a person is capable of doing a decent thing, even just once in his life? Of course I can. A decent man. There are plenty of those in Port Sandor, but Mort Holstock isn't one of them. In the good old days, a politician on Earth used to say in such cases, "Let's look at his track record." Okay, Mort's track record isn't exactly impressive, that's true, his father admitted. I understand Morton's at the scene of the fire right now. Don't spit in his face if you see him. I won't, I promised. I'm very picky, and I don't spit just anywhere. Apparently, the city hall is having a tough time of it too, I thought. Maybe Mort's afraid that people will start flocking to Fenris again, and, God forbid, there will be elections. By this time, I'd circled the dredger, driven past the nuclear power plant buildings, and emerged into open space. Electric lights were visible ahead. Trucks and forklifts were coming toward us, transporting ammunition to safety. Then we saw a huge black mushroom of smoke rising to the ceiling. The lights ahead grew brighter, and a mixed noise of sirens, the roar of machinery, and the shouts of people reached us. And there was also an unbearable stench. Port Sandor had its fair share of foul odors, but the city's ventilation system did its job, and the odors didn't spread beyond their intended limits. The sewage treatment plant and the woodworking plant had nothing in common with the flower beds. But the worst stench on Fenris came from burning wax. Fortunately, it didn't catch fire very often. Chapter 17. Burning Wax. Once we cleared the jam,
I was able to work with the camera myself. The wax packages were stacked 20 feet high, leaving 30 feet of clear space above them. But the section where the wax was stored was too cramped, especially since there were additional columns supporting the ceiling beneath the woodworking plant. The stacks weren't isolated from each other, and the fire could spread throughout the wax. There were far more people and equipment than the space could accommodate. We circled the crowd and landed in a relatively clear spot where I could film the firefighters hauling down the wax packages, loading them onto anti-gravity lifts, and pulling them away from the fire. It wasn't very hot yet, and the firefighters were unprotected. In any case, they weren't working that close to the fire, which was nevertheless spreading very quickly. The dredger and armored cranes hadn't yet been brought into service. I circled clockwise, dodging the platforms and trucks hauling the wax to safety. They were transporting it to the section I'd driven my Jeep through just minutes earlier, and piling it right on top of the piles of mineral fertilizer. The operation was directed from a makeshift headquarters, which had been set up in a site recently cleared of ammunition. Female operators sat around 2 screens and a radio. I recognized one of my school teachers, Joe Kivelson's wife, Oscar Fujisawa's girlfriend, and Sigurd Nagatsori's secretary.
A little further on, there was also a makeshift kitchen. I parked the Jeep, Merle and I got out and walked into the headquarters. Joe Kivelson was in charge. I believe I've said it before, more than once, that Joe isn't the most intellect-forward person on Fenris. We have plenty of better voices, but Joe never loses his individuality, no matter what. He sat on an empty crate, smoking one of Mohando's Freinberg's black cigars. Joe usually smoked a pipe, but a cigar was easier on a man temporarily without an arm. Standing before him, like a schoolboy before a teacher, was Mort Holstock. "But Joe, they just won't let us," Mort whined. "I talked to Mr. Fesci. He said he knows it's an emergency, but there's a directive strictly prohibiting the use of the spaceport for storing anything other than cargo from a newly arrived ship or cargo ready for shipment." "What are you talking about?" Morell asked. "Fesci won't let us place this wax on the spaceport grounds," Joe said. "We have to put it somewhere. Since we're on this mission, we need plenty of space to put out the fire. We need to spread these packages far enough apart to keep the fire from spreading." "Okay, why can't we use the spaceport?" Morell asked. "This is cargo for the next ship. I'm sending it to Exotic Organics in Buenos Aires." He turned to Joe. "Are all the packages marked so we can tell who they belong to?" "Yes, that's right. We'll be able to count the losses and work everything out in the final accounts." "Excellent. Give me a car, have someone drive me to the spaceport. Call them and tell them I'm on my way. I'll talk to Fesci myself." "Martha," Joe shouted to his wife, "get a car and a driver, quickly. Then connect me with the spaceport. I need Fesci or Mr. Mansour." Less than 2 minutes later, a car arrived, and Morell was taken to the spaceport, and Joe was already talking to someone at the spaceport. I called the editorial office and told my father that Morell was buying wax as soon as it was pulled from the fire at 80 centisols a pound. My father said he'd pass the news on immediately. Then I spoke with Holstock, and this time he didn't try to hint at my age. Rather hypocritically, I told him he'd done a wonderful job sending the cooperative equipment. I suspect it sounded as if I were the mayor of Port Sandora, and Holstock, a 17-year-old kid who'd done something unusual for his age. If so, Holstock didn't notice. He was now very sympathetic to any member of the press. I asked him where Ravik was. "Mr. Ravik is in the Hunter's Hall," he said. He thought it unwise to appear in public now. What a clever take on the situation. There's a certain amount of anti-Semitic sentiment based on the mistaken notion that he was responsible for what happened on the Javelin. That's a complete lie, of course. Mr. Ravik had nothing to do with it. He wasn't even close to the Javelin. "Where's Al Davis?" I asked.
Who? I'm afraid I don't know such a person. After Holstock drove away in his huge, black, airy limousine, Joe Kyvelson gave a short laugh. I should have told him where Al Davis was, he said. No, I guess not. It's a religious issue, and I don't discuss religion. I quickly turned off the radio. Who got him? I asked. Joe named 2 hunters. It happened here. There were 6 guards here, and they had a jeep with a machine gun. About an hour ago, a truck pulled in here with 2 men in ship's uniforms in the cab. They said Pierre Caroli had just returned from a hunt with a full cache of wax and that they were transporting it straight from the docks, so where could they unload it? Well, the guys guarding the wax believed it. After Hellrider contacted us, Pierre took his ship to Twilight Bay, and they could have gotten the monster in that time.
Well, the guys said there was still room on the other side, and the truck took off and began crossing the section. When they were closer to the center, one of them threw a thermoconcentrate bomb. But behind the truck, to show them where to store the wax, was a jeep with 2 hunters and a machine gun in it. As soon as the explosion went off, one of the hunters grabbed the machine gun and aimed the truck in his sights. He fired only 1 burst at the cabin, and the truck crashed into a foundation column. After sounding the fire alarm, they went to see who was in the truck. Both people were dead. One of them was Al Davis. That's a shame, I said. I so wanted to record his confession. Where's that truck now? Joe pointed towards the burning wax. Right on that side. 2 men are guarding it. The bodies are still there. We've decided to leave it alone for now. A thorough investigation is necessary. We need to have evidence in case Holstock starts a case against the guards. I wonder how he'll manage it. By any law in the Federation, if a person is killed while committing a criminal offense, and a bombing or arson are classified as such, they've simply paid for their crime, and no one is punished for their murder. Although, of course, such a trivial matter as legality ranks last on Holstock's list of concerns. I'll go and take this picture, I said, turned on the receiver, and told the whole story. My father already knew about the incident through the Fire Safety Center, but he hadn't been told that one of the arsonists was Al Davis. Like me, he was deeply saddened by the incident. Davis himself was no loss, but if he were alive and able to speak, he could have helped us prove Steve Ravick's involvement in the Javelin explosion. I disconnected the radio and climbed into the jeep. The firefighters were already close to the fire. There was no way to maneuver a jeep over or to the right of the flames. At least 500 people and a ton of equipment were concentrated there, all working like crazy, hauling away the wax that hadn't yet caught fire. Large cranes grabbed the 500-kilogram packages as best they could, hauled them aside, loaded them onto trucks, or simply tossed them onto fertilizer bags attached to jeeps and other vehicles. They hooked the packages, hauled the wax away from the fire, returned, and started all over again. As soon as a package was hauled down, a man operating a manual forklift, the same kind we used to deliver timber on Hermann Reichsland, would pick it up and haul it away. The main firefighting efforts were concentrated on this side. Large fans were brought in on lifts. Apparently, the strategy was to drag the wax to one side, then set up the fans and blow the heat and smoke to the other. This way, more people could work on this side, and more wax could be saved. I started to circle the burning wax to the left, clockwise, but soon realized I shouldn't have. A long, ceiling-high wall stretched toward the Cosmodrome, partially supporting the factory located on the level above. Next to it was a huge pile of various old equipment and mechanisms, once piled here and long forgotten. Right across from it, the wax was burning. A wave of heat and smoke forced me to lower the jeep. I surveyed the junkyard and decided I'd probably have to make my way on foot. I quickly described the situation over the radio and tried to connect the junkyard to the constant metal shortage on Fenris. Then I slung the camera over my shoulder, grabbed a flashlight,
and began picking my way through the piles of equipment. I held the flashlight in my left hand. It's not very smart to hold it in your right, unless you're left-handed, of course. The walking wasn't particularly difficult. I spent more time walking between the machinery than climbing over it.
I felt movement behind me as I passed between a broken woodworking press and a leaky 500-gallon tank. I was very glad I hadn't been talked into it and had brought my pistol. This creature was the size of a 10-gallon barrel with a thick tail. It moved using 6 fins. Around its mouth were 6 tentacles resembling a miniature elephant's trunk. Its entire mouth, almost to the gullet, was filled with sharp teeth. This creature has about a dozen names, but most often it is simply called the meat grinder. The meat grinder is eternally hungry and devours everything that moves. It didn't care at all that I might be as inedible to it as all the flora and fauna of Fenris was to me. The meat grinder wasn't interested in biochemistry. It was coming straight at me, all its tentacles swirling. I grabbed my Sturberg as soon as I heard the approaching sounds. I also remembered that my radio was on, and I was supposed to comment on anything even remotely interesting that was happening around me. "There goes the meat grinder, heading straight for me," I commented in a rather uneven voice and immediately fired into its toothy throat. While hitting my target, I simultaneously had to dodge its tentacles. The meat grinder began to twitch convulsively. I fired again, and it jerked sharply and went still. "Now I'll go and have a look at that truck," my voice trembled. The truck, along with Al Davis and his companion, ended their existence when they collided with the 200-foot base of the column. On impact, the truck folded halfway, like an accordion, and slid down. Violent deaths are not uncommon in Port Sandor. I don't like to look at the results, but be that as it may, it's part of my job, and this time it was especially unpleasant. 2 hunters, guarding the truck and its contents, sat on empty boxes, smoking and watching the wax extinguish. I swapped the half-empty clip for a fresh one and shined the flashlight around. That would have been stupid, or at least unnecessary. If there was even one meat grinder in the junkyard, it was a safe bet there wouldn't be any more. I found a 10-foot steel rod and, walking up to the grinder, pushed it a few times. It showed no sign of life, so I walked past calmly. I climbed into the Jeep and returned to where Joe was directing the proceedings on the 5 screens, shouting orders that were repeated even louder over the loudspeakers around him. Equipment from Odin shipyards and docks began to be removed. Trucks carrying the still unburned wax also carried equipment, such as small lifts that could operate in close proximity to the fire. A large amount of wax had melted to the point where it was difficult to grab, and many packages had burst from the heat. Wax caught fire here and there in the stacks. I circled around to the right and began to remove the large crane at work, trying to mentally calculate how much wax had been there to begin with and how much could be salvaged. Each package weighed 1,000 pounds, and the crane lifted 2 or 3 at a time. I was still racking my brain over the calculations when someone to my right shouted a warning. Flaming wax sprayed out, someone screamed, and I saw an ambulance pull up. Apparently, one of the stacks had collapsed, splattering someone with wax. I shuddered involuntarily. Burning wax is worse than molten lead or napalm. The man was dragged away from the flames, and men in asbestos suits began stripping him of his burning clothes. Before I reached the scene, he was loaded into an ambulance and taken away. There was very little hope that he would reach the hospital alive. More screams rang out from the right, and 2 more stacks collapsed. The packages rolled forward, and a man working nearby without a machine ran to the side. Flames shot up and then gusted from below. I managed to capture the whole thing,
At the same time, 2 cranes arrived and began hauling the packages away from the fire. Then I saw the manager of Odin's Docks and Shipyards, Guido Fieschi, and drove up to him in a jeep. "Mr. Fieschi," I called out, "could you spare me a few seconds and say a few words?" He saw me and smiled. "I just stopped by to see how much more wax we could salvage," he said. "There's already about 1,000 tons at the Cosmodrome, plus more on the way, and you'll probably still be able to salvage some more. We can be sure we've saved 1.5 million sols worth of goods, and perhaps 3 million at the new price." "That's good news for everyone on Fenris," I said, and mentally added, "with some exceptions." Then I asked him if he had heard anything about the injured man. "No, I know what happened. An ambulance was on its way to meet us. I hope they'll have time to do everything necessary." The stacks began to collapse one after another, and the fire quickly spread below. Joe Kivelson's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. "Everyone, move to a safe distance! Turn on the fans! We're starting from the other side!" Chapter 18. Bishwar's Treason. I wanted to know who exactly was injured, but Joe Kivelson was too busy to answer reporters' questions. He was directing the next phase of the firefighting effort. I approached the spot where the arsonists had met their end, scrambled closer to the flames, and skimmed off the spreading, burning wax. A large amount of equipment had been moved to this side, including 3 cranes and a dredger. While I was making my way, fans had been set up and were getting ready to start up. A quick roll call was held to ensure no one remained in the danger zone, and the fans began to work. It resembled a horizontal volcanic eruption, with burning wax blown 100 feet into a strictly cordoned-off empty space. Cranes, jeeps, and other equipment grabbed the wax and pulled it away from the flames. Now, thanks to the fans running behind them, the firefighters could work closer to the fire, preventing it from spreading so quickly. A lot of wax was saved. Each package pulled from the fire was worth 800 sols at the new price. Finally, they pulled everything they could from the fire, turned off the fans, and the dredger pulled in. It scooped up the burning wax, moved it slightly to the side, and scattered it across the concrete. I calculated that if there had been 6 to 7 million sols worth of wax here before the fire, by the time the firefighters pulled the last package from the fire, they had managed to salvage just over half of what they had started with. The work was drawing to a close, with only 2 dredgers moving back and forth, scattering the fire across the concrete. All that was left was to watch the wax burn out. I glanced at my watch. 2 hours had passed since we'd heard the fire alarm. I panned the scene again, filming the spaceport workers hauling away the last packages of wax. Then, I drove the jeep to the place where they were handing out coffee and sandwiches and lowered it to the ground. Perhaps, I thought, Interplanetary News would be interested in the footage I'd captured. It could make a fantastic program. Pictures from life on Fenris, the galaxy's paradise. I ordered a huge sandwich and a cup of coffee, checked the radio, and began circulating among the firefighters discussing the recent firefighting effort. Everyone had been absolutely heroic during the firefighting, but now everyone was too shy to admit it. There were many well-aimed jokes about Al Davis, who died in the fire he himself had started. I saw Cesario Vieira and joined him. "Was there enough fire for you to fully enjoy it?" I asked. "Brother, you bet. Although something similar already happened on Herman Reichland."
Have you seen Tom here? No, and you? I saw him about an hour ago on this side. When the fans started blowing, I was already on Al Davis's side. He whistled slightly. That was a mess. There was still a crowd of people gathered around the fire, but they were all from the city. The hunters had gathered near the spot from which Joe Kivelson had directed the operation. We finished our sandwiches and headed toward them. Judging by their voices, they were in an extremely tense mood. "And don't do anything stupid," one of them said as we approached.
No need to look for any rope. Just shoot as soon as you see them. Yes, I thought. 2 million souls lost in the fire meant quite a bit to them. I said something to that effect. It's not about the money, another hunter told me. It's about Tom Kievelson. What's wrong with him? I asked anxiously. Didn't you hear? He was splashed with burning wax, the hunter said. His whole back was on fire. I don't even know if he's alive now. So that's who was screaming so heartbreakingly as the fireman tore his burning clothes off. I made my way to the front, where Joe Kievelson, Mohandos Freinberg, Corkscrew Finnegan, Oscar Fujisawa, and a dozen other captains and senior officers were gathered. Joe, I said, I was just told about Tom. Did you find out anything? Joe turned around. Ah, Walt. Well, as far as we know, he's alive. He was alive when they brought him to the hospital. The one at the Cosmodrome? I unclipped my hand phone and called my father. He'd heard that someone had been injured, but he didn't know who. He said he'd contact the hospital right away. He called back a few minutes later. Tom was badly burned. His entire back was damaged. They're preparing for a tissue transplant. They say his condition is very serious, but 5 minutes ago he was still alive. I thanked my father and hung up. When I told the hunters what my father had told me, they were all very upset.
When a nurse at the hospital tells you that a patient is in serious condition, instead of the usual phrases like, everything is fine, as expected, it means things are truly very, very serious. These days, anyone who makes it to the hospital has a chance of getting out. But sometimes victims still die in the hospital. These were the so-called serious cases. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, Joe said dully. We can blow the brains out of those bastards who started this fire, said Oscar Fujisawa. Let's start right now. Oscar, as I've already mentioned, was more impressed than anyone by Bish Ware's remark that lynching Ravik would cost the hunters 4 million souls. But if they spared his life, after a years-long investigation, they would be able to recover their money from the bank on Earth. It was then that I realized I hadn't thought about Bish once since the fire started. I called the editorial office. My father hadn't heard from Bish either. What's going on at the Hunters' Hall now? I asked. Everything's quiet there. The police left the building after Holstock commandeered the equipment. They helped the shipyard workers remove the cranes, then headed for the city hall. As far as I know, both Ravik and Belcher are still in the Hunters' Hall. I'm in contact with the guards at the approaches to the hall. If necessary, I'll call them right now. I conveyed this to the hunters, and they all agreed. Nip Spazzoni and a few other hunters are leading the armed men from the docks. They're establishing a cordon around the hall, Oscar said. Your father may have already heard they're taking up positions. Father, of course, had already heard. He also relayed that he'd contacted all the posts on the first and second lower levels, and everyone was reporting that all was quiet in the Hunters' Hall. The only thing missing was a single jeep on the second lower level. This had everyone worried.
This is the same jeep that reported that Bish had passed, said Mohandos Freinberg. Did something happen to both of them? Maybe he got out of the jeep, Joe said, and went inside after Bish. It's strange that he didn't announce his intentions, someone said. That's not strange at all, I countered. These receivers aren't protected from interception. He may not have intended to abandon his post, but since it happened, he was smart enough not to announce it over the radio. That's reasonable, Oscar said. But whatever happens, we can't do anything about it if we stay here. It's time to take action. He stepped aside and shouted, Peckwood! Peckwood! All hands on deck! The other captains also began to break away from the crowd and disperse, shouting the names of their ships. I hurried to my jeep and checked the equipment.
The large camera didn't have much film left, so I swapped it for a new one. This one would last another couple of hours. I was worried about Tom and couldn't help him, and I was worried about Bish and couldn't help him either. I had a job to do. What was brewing now could be called the beginning of the first civil war on Fenris. But it's a good thing I changed the tape beforehand. Perhaps, many years from now, when Fenris has taken its rightful place in the Federation, this day will be celebrated like Bastille Day, the 4th of July, or Federation Day. Perhaps, in a couple of centuries, historians will call me the most important source of information on these events. And if Cesario was right about his choice of religion, maybe I'll be one of them, grumbling, "Is this Boyd really such a reliable source?" After all, he was only 17 at the time. Finally, after much roll calling and fussing, the rebel army began to move. We all ascended to the main city level and headed down Broadway. Finally, we reached the cordons stationed around Hunter's Hall. They were mostly dock workers who weren't involved in the firefighting effort. It seemed they'd removed the cannons and machine guns from half the ships in the harbor and hoisted them onto trucks or makeshift barricades. No one, not even Joe Kyvelson, wanted to start the operation with a massive attack on the Hunter's Hall. "We need to bomb that nest," he said. "If we launch an assault, we'll lose half our men before we even get there. One man with a machine gun in good cover can hold off 200 attackers in an empty space." "Bish might be in the hall," I said. "Yes," Oscar confirmed. "But even putting that aside, there's no need for us to burn down a house we built with our own money." "How are you going to take them?" Joe asked. "Cancel the frontal attack, and Joe won't have any tactical options left." "You stay here and distract them. Shoot at the windows a bit. I'll take a dozen men and go down to the second lower level. If we can't come up with anything, then we'll drag a couple of packages of wax down here and smoke them out." It might be a bit pricey, but considering how much wax Steve Ravik burned, it's only fair to let him breathe in the smoke from the burning wax. I said we'd need a password if we wanted to avoid being shot by our own people. And it would also be a good idea to know the wave combination for the Peckwood scout boat, from which Joe and Oscar were planning to command the operation. Oscar took 10 or 12 men, all piled into a truck, and headed for lower level 2, while I followed in the Jeep. Usually, all the equipment and vehicles were stored on the second lower level. But now, except for a forge, 2 barrels of fuel and lubricants, and a few sheets of steel, there was practically nothing there. I was driving my Jeep along the ceiling and was the first to see a man lying on the sheet metal. He was wearing ship's clothes and had a knife and a pistol on him. At first, I thought he was dead. 2 hunters examined him. "A gas canister," one of them stated. It was one of the guards at the Hunter's Hall. There was no Jeep nearby. I started to worry. It looked like he'd been tranquilized with something like my lighter. There aren't many of those on Fenris. Maybe someone had taken the canister from Bish, and they could only have taken it from a dead person. They don't want prisoners. We laid the hunter on the workbench, rolled up the sack and placed it under his head, and began climbing the spiral staircase. I didn't expect any trouble, but I kept my hand close to my pistol, just in case. The first lower level was mostly occupied by storage areas. There wasn't a soul there. As we climbed higher to the main city level, we heard the sounds of machine gun fire coming from outside. There was no return fire. I unclasped my handphone. "We're inside," I relayed. "Cease fire. We're heading up to the parking lot." "Okay. Looks like no one's paying attention to us," Joe Kyvelson replied. The shooting died down. We went up to the parking lot. It was completely barricaded. There were 8 machine guns, but there wasn't a soul inside. "We're going up," I relayed. "It's empty here. Looks like they escaped." "I'm not sure," Oscar said. Maybe they're all holed up inside and waiting for us to come out into the open. Possible, though highly unlikely, I thought. The escalator was offline, and we weren't planning on setting up any hypothetical ambush by turning it on. We slowly made our way up, and I pulled out my pistol so no one would think I was just messing around. The common room was empty, and two of us were checking the bar counter, the only place we could hide. We started climbing to the third floor. The assembly hall was empty. The service rooms were also deserted. I searched them all, expecting to find the body of Bish Ware in one of them, and maybe someone else as well. I'd seen Bish deal with a caterpillar snail, and I don't think he'd let anyone shoot him like that. The safe in Ravik's office was open, and papers were scattered on the floor.
I mentioned this to Oscar, who examined the office and then relaxed completely. It seemed he hadn't expected to find anyone there. We continued on to Steve Ravik's quarters. The hunters cursed when they saw all the opulent splendor with which Ravik had surrounded himself at their expense. Here, as in the upper parking lot, no bodies were found. I contacted them again. "You may come in," I said. "There is no one here except us, the vigilant." "Huh?" Joe couldn't believe it. "How could they get away?" "Through the second lower level," I said, and told Joe about the sleeping guard. "Okay, stay there. We're going." Everyone gathered in the common room. Two hunters sat down at the bar with beers, and someone passed around a box of cigars from Ravik's apartment. Downstairs, the escalator turned on, and about 200 hunters, led by Joe, began to ascend. "I bet you didn't find Bish here either," Joe said. "I'm afraid they took him hostage," Oscar said. "The guard was knocked out with the same kind of spray as Bish's." "Ha!" Joe exclaimed. "I bet it wasn't like that. Bish led them out." Then the discussion began. While it was going on, I went to the comm screen, called up the Times, and told my father everything. "Yes," he said, "I thought so. Morrell called from the spaceport a few minutes ago. Mort Holstock arrived there in a car. He heard the spaceport staff talking about Ravik and Leo Belcher also arriving in a jeep. They asked the spaceport police for protection, and Captain Cortland took them under his protection." Chapter 19. Masks are torn off. For 2 or 3 seconds there was dead silence. You could have heard a kitten sneeze. Then it began. First an inarticulate roar, then articulate but unprintable speech. What had echoed within these walls when the news broadcast Leo Belcher's interview about the new wax prices sounded more like a prayer meeting than what I was hearing now. "Say it again, Ralph," Oscar Fujisawa growled. My father must not have heard him. It was clear he was saying something, but like Oscar, I couldn't read lips. Oscar turned to the crowd, and in a voice as powerful as a foghorn shouted, "Everyone shut up and listen!" Those standing closest to us fell silent, while the rest continued sharing their impressions. Oscar pointed his machine gun at the ceiling and emptied a whole clip. 200 of you, shut up! Listen!" he commanded, turning back to the screen. "Again, Raffle." "What were you talking about?" "Holstock arrived at the spaceport half an hour ago," said Father. "He bought a ticket to Earth. Sigurd and Gotsori is here. He called the bank and was told that Holstock withdrew everything from his account, about 3,000 souls. Some in cash, the rest in banking cartel checks. Morrell has information that Bish Ware, Steve Ravik, and Leo Belcher arrived at the spaceport before Holstock, about an hour ago. He didn't see them with his own eyes, but he spoke with spaceport employees who had the pleasure of doing so. Now the hunters, standing closer to the screen, became completely enraged and went into such a frenzy that Oscar was forced to empty his entire clip into the ceiling again. "Okay, we'll pick them up at the Cosmodrome," he said. "We need to prepare 4 ropes instead of 3. "You'll have to fight your way in," my father said. "Odin docks and shipyards won't let you just take the people from the spaceport. They all have tickets for the ship, and Fayeshi will take them under his protection." "Then we'll blow this damn spaceport to pieces," someone shouted. Oscar considered whether he should waste another clip to achieve silence, but decided against it. He'd managed to make himself heard without firing. "We're not planning on doing anything like that. We need the spaceport to survive. But we'll take Ravik, Belcher, and Holstock." "And that son of a bitch where?" Joe Kyvelson added. "And Bishop Vera," Oscar agreed. "The spaceport is guarded by only 20 or 30 police officers, while we have 3,000 or 4,000. 3,000 or 4,000? Of course, just disorganized hunters against 50 disciplined, trained, and well-organized police officers. The Cosmodrome police force consisted entirely of professionals. I knew their captain and lieutenants. They had previously served in the regular army and now trained their police officers like professional soldiers. "I bet Bish was working for Ravik all this time," Joe said. Not very smart, even for Joe Kyvelson. "Then why did he need to inform my father, Oscar, and Mahatma about the sabotage on the Javelin? It didn't do Ravik any good." "I get it," Oscar said. "He's only ever worked for one man, Bish Ware. When Ravik got into trouble, Bish realized he could make some money by helping Steve out. I bet he had something similar in mind when he first showed up here. Did you notice he knew how much money Steve had siphoned off Fenris into his bank account on Earth? And when Bish saw that Ravik couldn't get out of this mess alone, he realized he might just have another rich uncle." I was more stunned by the news I heard from my father than anyone else. The scariest part was that Oscar might be right. I'd never considered that before. I'd assumed Bish had perhaps gotten completely drunk, fallen into the hands of Ravik and Belcher, and somehow managed to learn from him the guard positions around the Hunter's Hall, etc. Then it occurred to me that Bish had decided to rid Fenris of Ravik so that not even the shadow of guilt for Steve's murder could fall on the Hunter's shoulders. Perhaps he had become a traitor to save us from ourselves? I turned to Oscar. "What's so exciting to you?" I asked. "You got what you wanted. You yourself recently admitted that you don't care what happens to Ravik as long as he's not in the cooperative. Great, he's not there anymore." "I said that before the fire," said Oscar.
We hadn't lost 2 million sols worth of wax in the fire yet, and Tom wasn't half burned and lying in the hospital. And we didn't have to toss a coin to see if he was alive or not.
"Yes, I thought you were Tom's friend," Joe reproached me. I wondered how much skin would grow on Tom's back from Ravik dangling from the noose. I decided not to ask Joe and turned to Oscar. I quoted him a passage from Moby Dick. The name of Fujisawa's ship was taken from that book. "How many barrels of whale oil will your revenge bring you, Captain Ahab?" I asked. "Even if you get your revenge, you won't make much money at our market." Oscar looked at me angrily, wanted to say something, changed his mind, and shrugged. "I know, Walt," he said, "but you can't measure everything in barrels of whale oil or packages of wax." One of those absolutely true and completely meaningless observations. My job is to receive news, not to make it. I wonder if this observation has any significance. After a lengthy looting of Ravik's quarters, the captains finally managed to sort out the crowd of hunters. Be that as it may, the cavalrymen stopped plundering the enemy camp. I've read similar stories many times in my textbooks. Usually, If the enemy didn't counterattack, at worst they had time to retreat. Having set to work, the hunters collected all the cannons and machine guns available in the Hunters' Hall, loaded them onto anti-gravity vehicles, and marched them out into the street. There were now about 5,000 of us, many on foot. The entire crowd, marching down Broadway, now looked much more like an army. Since robbery is an activity unworthy of a reporter, I climbed into my Jeep and led the way, turning on the camera. I filmed the procession behind me, an illustrated supplement to a history textbook on Fenris that will be published in about 100 years.
We encountered no one. Only a combat anti-gravity vehicle hung at the edge of the spaceport, right between the floor and the ceiling. 2 50mm cannons and a missile launcher pointed in our direction. Only one man in an olive-green uniform stood on the road. I knew him. It was Ranit Singh, Captain Cortland's second mate. Instead of a helmet, he wore a turban and had a black beard that made Joe Kivelson's white chin look like Tom's chicken fuzz. On his belt, in addition to his pistols, Ranit carried a dagger, the kind no Singh ever parted with. He also carried a radio transmitter. Ranit raised the microphone to his mouth, and his voice boomed out from the loudspeaker on the overhead machine. "Excellent! You've come far enough. The first vehicle that gets 100 yards ahead will be destroyed." 1 man and 1 combat vehicle against 5,000 men armed with 20 cannons and 100 machine guns. He won't last any longer than a pint of gin at a funeral. The only thing they'll manage to do before they die is reduce 10 or 15 of our vehicles to dust and destroy a couple hundred of our men. A crowd is different from soldiers, and our rebel army was still a crowd. Crowds don't seek victory at the cost of their own lives, and they won't appreciate their comrades advancing over their own corpses. Soldiers are a different matter. When they don their uniforms, they realize that the day might come when they will have to face death in battle, and they were prepared for it. I photographed the combat vehicle and the lone soldier in the turban, another good illustration for a future history textbook, and began to slowly move forward. I tried to drive so that the Times sign on my Jeep was clearly visible to Ranita, and stopped exactly 100 yards away. I lowered the Jeep, got out, unslung my pistol, hung it on the control lever, and walked forward. "Lieutenant Ranit," I said, "I represent the Times, and I need to get to the spaceport on a very important matter. I need the facts. Maybe if I get them, these people will be satisfied." "We'll be satisfied, and how?" Joe Kivelson yelled behind me. "We need the people who started the fire that injured my son." "Is this Tom Kivelson's father?" Singh asked me, and when I nodded, he took the microphone again. "Captain Kivelson, your son is now in our hospital. His life is not in danger. I repeat, his life is not in danger. The men you came for have been taken into protective custody. If any of them are guilty of any crime, and if you assign authorized representatives to speak with them, instead of rushing the whole crowd to the spaceport, they can, I said, can be returned for trial. But they will not be taken from here by force as long as I or any of my men are alive." "Well, that's simple. We'll get them later," Joe Kivelson shouted. "Someone will get it, but not you," Ranit Singh told him. "Van Steen, you destroy this boat first if there's any action from the crowd." "Yes, sir. My pleasure, sir," someone answered from the machine in the air. No one from the rebel army, if they still had one, could comment on what they'd heard. Lieutenant Ranit turned in my direction. "Mr. Boyd," he said. There were no pats on the shoulder or reminders of my age. Ranit was a man of dignity, and he respected that in others. "If I allow you onto the spaceport grounds, will you tell these people only the facts you've managed to obtain?" "Lieutenant, the Times always does things this way," I said. "Okay, almost always this way." "Will you believe what the Times reporter tells you?" "Yes, of course.
It was Oscar Fujisawa. "I don't believe it," said Joe Kyvelson. "He's always covering for that old drunkard Bish Ware." "Lieutenant, I'll remove that remark, as well as my own, from the report," I said.
"Will you allow Captain Kyvelson to come with me? And someone else," I couldn't help but add, "so they can confirm that he's telling the truth." Ranit quickly calculated everything in his mind. He wasn't afraid to die. I think he'd be genuinely surprised if anyone even mentioned fear. But right now, his job was to protect refugees from an enraged mob. A heroic death was of no use to anyone here. If Ranit allowed a small delegation of hunters into the spaceport, it would prevent a senseless attack on the spaceport and save many lives and a fair amount of ammunition. "Okay, you may select 5 men to accompany Mr. Boyd," he said. "They are not to bring weapons, only what they carry on their belts." Singh's religion forbade him to part with his dagger, but his decision didn't make me any happier. Respect for the dignity of others is a fine quality in an officer, but like a reporter's respect for facts, Ranit's feelings could sometimes lose their virtue. The cars at the gate began to descend, and hunters jumped out and gathered in a huddle. Finally, they chose their delegates. They were Joe Kyvelson, Oscar Fujisawa, Kashmir Ogorlian, an engineer from the fertilizer plant, and Reverend Hiram Zilker. Everyone, even Zilker, was armed with pistols. Seeing this, I returned to the jeep and picked up my Sturberg. Ranit Singh turned off his loudspeaker and spoke to someone on the radio. After a while, an olive-green limousine appeared in the air, piloted by a policeman in uniform and a hat. It landed, picked up me and the delegates, and took off again. We were met in the staff parking lot by Police Lieutenant Chris Hantos. He was armed with a single pistol, part of his uniform, and wore a beret instead of a helmet. After speaking with us, Chris led us to Mr. Feishy's office. I was in the spaceport's service areas for the first time in 20 hours. Ogorlian visited here a little less frequently. The others had never been here at all. And now they gazed in awe at the shining mirrors, smoky lamps, thick carpets, and all sorts of shiny things. The whole of Port Sandor could look just as good, I thought. It could, and probably will, but only after some time. Opposite Mr. Feishy's desk, chairs were arranged in a semicircle. There were 3 people at the table. Captain Cortland, with a gray mustache and 4 metal bars on his uniform. Feishy himself, who had managed to change and wash since I last saw him. And in the center, in the place of honor, Bish Ware. You'd think he was presiding over an ecclesiastical court. Joe Kyvelson growled as soon as he saw Bish. "Here he is, this dirty traitor. He betrayed us all. I wouldn't be surprised if—" Bish looked at Joe like a bishop at a choir boy challenging church doctrine. "Be quiet," he ordered. "I pursued this man you call Ravik all the way to Fenris, consorted with every drunkard in this paradise, and spent 5 years playing the local drunkard, not just to have him taken from me and lynched right after I arrested him. My prisoners are not lynched." "Who the hell are you?" Joe asked. "Please explain it to them, Mr. Feishy," said Bish. "Mr. Ware is a special executive agent of the Earth Federation," Feishy said. "Captain Cortland and I knew about this from the very beginning. As far as I know, no one else was informed." After this, one could hear a mosquito sneeze. Federation agents specialized in many areas: military intelligence, various types of police, colonial service, and charter company agents. But the Federation had fewer special agents than inhabited planets. Their rank was unofficially equivalent to that of an army general or a space admiral. They enjoyed all the privileges of members of parliament and reported only to the Federation president.
Everyone had heard of special executive agents, but few had seen one, or even known someone who had.
And Bish, old Bish, on friendly terms with everyone, was one of them. And I tried to make a man out of him, tried to fix him. I even thought that if Bish quit drinking, he might make a good private detective. I wondered what color my face had turned. I started looking for any crack in the floor where I could slip in unnoticed. I should have known that Bish, while not a special agent, was certainly not a drunk. He hadn't had a drink for 4 hours and was still as drunk as ever. Exactly the same. And that time he casually picked up a bottle falling from the bar and replaced it. No drunk could have done that. Alcohol affects reflexes first and foremost. And the way Bish shot the caterpillar snail. I've seen drunks shoot accurately, but none of them can instantly draw a pistol from its holster. That requires precise coordination. And the way he faked drunkenness in the Times office. A seasoned actor playing a well-practiced role. Of course, Bish drank a lot, but some people resist alcohol better than others. Bish was one of those people. Just because he needed to drink to cover up, that didn't mean he'd become a drunk. Spreading out his drinking throughout the day, Bish never drank more than was necessary to maintain his image. What did he drink when he was in the editorial office with my father and me? Fruit pop. Well, at least I was able to process it after being rubbed in the nose. Joe Kyvelson just stood there with his mouth open. Reverend Zilker couldn't close his either. The shipyard clerk and the chemical engineer didn't say a word, but they were clearly thrown off their game. Oscar Fujisawa did his best not to look surprised. He was one of the best poker players in Port Sandor. "I thought it was something like that," he said brazenly. "But Bish—" "I'm sorry, Mr. Ware." "Just Bish, Oscar." "Bish, what do you need from Ravik?" Oscar asked. For 5 years, the Federation hasn't sent a single specialist to investigate Ravik's activities in the cooperative. Yes, we've been looking for him for a long time. I've been working on this case for 15 years. You could say I've made a career out of it. Steve Ravik's real name is Anton Garrett. Perhaps Bish expected us to jump up from our chairs and shout, "Ah, the famous Anton Garrett! You finally got him!" That didn't happen. We remained seated, exchanging glances and trying to coax anything connected with that name from our memories. Joe Kyvelson was the first to succeed. "I know that name," he said. "Something to do with Loki, right?" "Yes, that's right." It dawned on me again when the facts were shoved under my nose. "Loki's enslavement, that's it?" I asked. "I've read about it, but I don't think I've heard anything about Garrett." That was his job. Those taken 15 years ago were just small fry. Garrett is the #1 figure. He's the one responsible for the enslavement of 20 or 30,000 Lokians, gentle, harmless, benevolent people. Most of them died in the mines. It's no wonder a Federation special agent pursued Garrett for 15 years. You can kill your own grandmother, rob a bank, burn down an orphanage with all the orphans or anything else similar. But if you manage to escape this planet, consider yourself safe. Of course, there is such a thing as extradition, but who cares? The distances are too great, and communication between planets is incredibly slow. But enslavement is more than just a crime. The Earth Federation is the government of all sentient peoples and all races. It exists for all. The Federation Constitution guarantees equal rights for all. Enslaving anyone is an attack on the Federation's fundamental foundations. It's no wonder they spent 15 years hunting the man responsible for Loki's enslavement. Garrett was a month ahead of us. By the time we tracked him to Baldur, he was already a year ahead. He was 5 years ahead when we learned he'd gone from Baldur to Odin. 6 years ago, 9 years into the hunt, With some information, we figured he'd board a ship from Odin to Earth and disembark at one of the stops along the route. There are 6. We sent 1 man to each of the 6 planets. I pulled that prize out of a hat. Upon arriving on Fenris, I established contact with Mr. Feshi. It turned out that a man resembling Garrett had arrived here 7 years ago on a ship on the Odin-Earth route and was calling himself Steve Ravik. Of course, he didn't look like the photos of Garrett, but I knew immediately that he'd had cosmetic surgery when I managed to get his fingerprints. Special Agent Ware pulled out a cigar, examined it with drunken solemnity as usual, and lit it. Then he noticed the lighter and set it aside. I walked over to the table and picked up my weapon. Thanks, Walt. If I hadn't had this thing, I doubt it would have gone so smoothly. Where was I? Oh, right. I got Ravik Garrett's fingerprints, and they didn't match the ones we had on file. I sent a request. According to the response I received 18 months later, Steve Ravik was a woman named Ernestine Coyon, who died in a hospital in Paris-sur-Baldur 14 years ago. But that's impossible, Reverend Zilker exploded. Steve Ravik is not a woman, Joe said, and least of all the one who died 14 years ago, Bish agreed. But the fingerprints belong to Coyon, a beggar who died in the general ward of a large hospital. A person who needed to change her appearance and fingerprints, and whose hands were clearly not a man's size. Plus, there was a crooked surgeon on the hospital staff. Now do you understand? They're doing the same thing to Tom's back now, I told Joe. But you can't grow fingerprints the same way you grow skin grafts. You need real skin from a person's palm. The beggar died in a general ward, and after she died, they sent her body to some kind of energy converter. I thought for a second. That's where the trick with putting out a cigarette on your palm came from. Bish nodded encouragingly. Exactly. His palms were as sensitive as the soles of a shoe. I noticed it. Well, 6 months passed. Another 2 waiting for reports from other planets. And another 6 months, and so on, until the last Pinamunda from Earth arrived. I finally received the final confirmation through Dr. Watson. You remember him. Who you assumed was in Afghanistan, I said, trying to salvage anything I could. The only person I was trying to impress was Walt Boyd. Did you notice? Careless of me, Bish chided himself. He brought me a report stating that the surgeon who served at the Baldur Hospital at the time has been identified. He denies having dealt with any criminal, but he agrees to participate in the identification. He's currently on his way to Earth and can identify a photograph of the man he operated on 14 years ago. His testimony and Ernestine Coyon's fingerprints will help establish Ravik's identity. A simple identification is sufficient. Ravik's guilt has long been proven, and now proving that Ravik and Garrett are the same person won't be difficult. Why didn't you arrest him immediately after you received confirmation from your friend in Afghanistan? I asked. Good question. I asked myself that, Bish said. If I had arrested him, there would have been no sabotage on the Javelin. The wax would not have been set on fire, and Tom would not have been harmed. I sent my man, a detective of the Colonial Police, to Gimli. It's not far, and there are at least 2 destroyers available there. He will return on one of them, pick up Garrett, and ferry him back to Earth. He should arrive in approximately 250 hours. I thought it would be safer to leave Garrett free in the meantime. There's nowhere for him to hide here. What I didn't realize then was what a bomb Mr. Morrell was. Everything changed completely. In the end, I was faced with a choice. Help Garrett escape from Hunter's Hall, or allow him to be lynched before I could arrest him. He turned to Joe Ivelson. Since you didn't know all this,
I'm not offended by all the epithets you've awarded me." "How was I supposed to know?" Joe began. "Exactly. You should have heard what Garrett and Belcher, I believe the latter's real name, told me when they got out of the Jeep, and Captain Cortland's men immediately handcuffed them. It shocked even an old sinner like me. We spent a long time talking about everything that had happened. Bish managed to infiltrate the Hunter's Hall just as Al Davis and his companion, on Ravik's orders, ignited the wax. The entire gang was planning to flee the hall as soon as the alarm was raised, and everyone was distracted by the firefighting effort. Bish overpowered the guard and led them through lower level 2, bringing them to the spaceport, where the police were already waiting. Once I had all the information I could, I called the Times. The radio stayed on the whole time. I was glad that my father was as shocked as I was to learn who Bish Ware was. He wasn't inclined to remind me of my campaign to fix Bish, but I was glad I hadn't had the chance to share my idea for a detective agency with him. That would have been completely unnecessary. "What will happen to Belcher and Holstock?" asked the father. "Belcher will be sent to Earth along with Ravik, i.e. Garrett. He was involved in the wax case from that side, and the investigation should take place there. Bish is convinced that someone from the Cap herd is involved. Holstock is a purely local matter. That's what I'm thinking about with all these flights. We won't be able to put a 30 under this story for a very long time." "Well, we can put a 30 under Steve Ravik's story." Then it dawned on me. Ravik's story was over. The story of the racketeer's reign over the Hunters Cooperative was over. But Anton Garrett's story was a different matter entirely. It was news to the entire Federation, the end of a 15-year hunt for a criminal known throughout the galaxy. And who held this story? A single reporter. Port Sandor's ace, Walter Boyd. "Yes," I said, "Ravik's story is over, but we still have Anton Garrett's story. And I'm going to get to it right now." Chapter 20. Final. Tom Kivleson was placed in a private room at the Cosmodrome Hospital. When I entered, he was sitting in a chair propped up with pneumatic cushions, with a breakfast tray on his lap. Tom was very pale, and, it seemed to me, had lost several pounds. He could move one arm perfectly freely, but they had bandaged him so completely that his other arm was only free up to the elbow. Tom was so focused on what was on the tray that he didn't look up when I entered, thinking it was another nurse, a doctor, or someone of that sort. "Will you give me a cigarette and a cup of coffee when I'm done with all this?" he asked. "Well, I don't know about coffee, but my cigarettes are at your disposal," I said. Tom raised his head and whistled. "Walt, how did you get in here? I thought they definitely wouldn't let anyone in until lunch." "The power of the press," I said. "Bluff, flattery, and blackmail. What are they doing to you here?" "A nightmare. Look what's for breakfast. I thought we were limited in food on Herman Reichsland. How's Dad?" "He's fine. The splint was removed, but he'll still have to wear the bandage." "Lucky guy. He can walk on his own 2 feet, and I bet he's not starving. Speaking of food, I feel like a cannibal eating fake meat. My whole back is fake meat." Tom stuffed his mouth with what they brought him and, without swallowing, asked, "Did I miss Ravik's hanging?" I was amazed. "Didn't any of the staff tell you anything?" "Ha! They don't even tell me the exact time. They're afraid to disturb me." I told him everything. First about who Bish Ware really was, then about Steve Ravik. Tom sat with his mouth open for a while, then filled it with something from his plate and said, "Go on. How did it all happen?" I told him how Bish had led Garrett and Belcher through lower level 2 and delivered them to the spaceport, where Cortland's men were already waiting for them. Garrett will be sent to Earth, and from there to Loki. They want the natives of Loki to see the consequences of breaking Earth's laws, to demonstrate that our laws exist for more than just our protection. Belcher will also be sent to Earth. There was also a meeting of the hunter ship captains. They decided to take the wax from the cooperative and sell it to Morel, but nevertheless, everyone unanimously decided to keep members in the cooperative. Everyone understands this is necessary to return Garrett and Belcher's money. Oscar Fujisawa and Cesario Vieira are leaving for Cape Canaveral to settle this matter and file a petition to reclassify Fenris. Oscar will return on the next ship, and Cesario will remain on Earth as the cooperative's representative. I think he and Linda will get married there. Great. They'll stay on Earth. Can you imagine, Cesario? They won't have to give up their souls to God and be reincarnated for that. Tom finished his breakfast. I relieved him of the tray, and placing it under the chair, I found an ashtray, took out my lighter, and lit 2 cigarettes for us both. Tom watched me doubtfully as I lit up, apparently expecting me to press the wrong button and immediately pass out for a couple of hours. I told him about how Bish had used that contraption. I bet before it became known who he was and what he really did, many people wanted to see him dangle from a noose. What does my father think of Bish now? Bish Veer is a great man, the savior of Fenris, I said. He played his role flawlessly all these years. Your father admits that Bish even managed to fool him. Oscar Fujisawa probably knew everything from the very beginning. Well, Oscar honestly admitted that he suspected something of the sort, but he did not consider himself entitled to interfere in this matter. Tom laughed, and then asked if they were going to hang Mart Holstock. I hope they wait until I get out of here. You know, representatives of Odin Docks and Shipyards declared him a political refugee. They assigned 2 of their accountants to us to check all the financial records for any violations of the law. And look what I found. There are no financial records in Port Sandor. We're not even allowed to withdraw cash from his account, thousands of souls perhaps, since it was probably saved from his 5,000 souls a year salary. He's also heading to Earth via Cape Canaveral. It turns out that we don't have a government at all. And when did we have it? Yes, but we have it now. A temporary dictatorship. Bish Ware is the dictator. Fayeshi lent him Ranit Singh and his men. First, Bish gathered the city police and the treasurer and sent them to the spaceport. Fayeshi forced Holstock to buy them tickets. So no more unofficial hangings. This planet now obeys the letter of the law. A nurse entered the room. She didn't approve of either my presence or Tom's smoking. Have you had breakfast yet? She asked Tom. Tom looked at her innocently and said, No, I'm just waiting for them to bring something to eat. Okay, I'll take care of everything, said the sister. I thought they'd already brought you breakfast. She headed for the door, but then came back, started fiddling with the pillows, and found the tray on the floor. So you did have breakfast after all, she accused Tom. Tom looked at her with an innocent expression. Oh, you mean these samples? Yes, I like them. You can bring them all, and also a larger roast beef and mashed potatoes.
Oh, and will there be ice cream?
Nice try. Too bad it didn't work. Don't worry, Tom, I said. I'll get my lawyer to get you out of here, and then we'll take you back to my place, and Mrs. Layden will treat you to a fine meal. The nurse snorted contemptuously, clearly believing that whoever Mrs. Layden was, she knew nothing about scientifically based diets. When I returned to the editorial office, my father and Yuli were having breakfast. They had just finished editing the materials. I informed Yuli that the life of Tom Kuyvelson, the son of Captain Kuyvelson, one of the Yavalin crew members injured in the fire, was now out of danger. My father managed to put this on the front page of the news. And there was plenty of news. The destroyer Simon Bolivar, heading from Gimli to Fenris to retrieve the notorious Anton Garrett, had emerged from hyperspace and was now contactable by radio. Father spoke with the captain and Detective McBride, who shared the latest interplanetary news with him for our press. A boat from the Simon Bolivar had arrived at Fenris, but the ship itself remained in orbit. Detective McBride, aka Dr. Watson, planned to remain on Fenris to restore normal police operations. Extensive evidence of Leo Belcher and Garrett Ravik's fraudulent activities was discovered in the Hunter's Hall. It was possible to recover substantial sums from their bank accounts on Earth. Agent Gonzalo Ware, it seems he had a real name, but the title changed from time to time, issued several additional rules and decrees. Most of the thugs who were supposed to be enforcing the cooperation were convicted of vagrancy and sent to clean up the city. The bars along the coast were bustling, and Bish's devoted flock was shocked to learn the identity of their bishop. There were a lot of plans for voter registration, organizing elections, and a local company was commissioned to manufacture voting machines. I don't think Fenris had ever had machines like that.
The Bolivar's commander promised to take your material back to Earth and make sure it gets into interplanetary news, my father told me as we prepared the material for transmission. The Bolivar will reach Earth 200 hours before the Cape Canaveral. Interplanetary news will be delighted to receive your material. They rarely get stories like this first, and this is a big story. I don't have the right to exclusive authorship, I said. You worked on this as much as I did. No, the father objected. I know what I'm doing. After finishing work, I remembered I hadn't eaten anything since breakfast and went downstairs to the refrigerator. My father joined me, and while I was thinking of something to snack on, he refilled his pipe, poured himself a cup of coffee, sat down at the table, and lit a cigarette. You know, Walt, I've been thinking a lot lately, he began. Oh, I thought. When my father starts a conversation like that, everyone should prepare for immediate immersion. We've all had to think a lot lately, I agreed. Yes. You know, they want to elect me mayor of Port Sandora. I nodded silently and finished chewing my sandwich. Well, that was very sensible. My father is an honest, meticulous, and scrupulous man. He senses people's moods, sometimes even too much. His abilities are undeniable. There's a certain antagonism between the hunters, the port workers, and the city employees. My father is respected and trusted by all three. Will you take on this? I asked. I suppose I will be obliged to if they really want to elect me. Yes, it will add more work for me. My father, of course, as mayor, will be able to devote some attention to the Times, but not as much as he does now. What do you want me to do? I asked. That's what you were thinking, he said. I've been thinking about it for a long time, practically since everything started changing here. I think you need to learn some more. This made me laugh. What, back to Hartzenbach? I asked. Now I can teach him more than he can teach me. I doubt it, Walt. He may be a professor and a woman in trousers, but he's a very educated man. But I wasn't thinking about that. I was thinking about you getting an education on Earth. What? I forgot about food for a second. Let's not fool around. I'm not joking. This is too serious. Okay then. Think again, Father. Education on Earth costs money, and the journey to Earth costs money too. We have some money, maybe even more than you think, Walt. If things go better, we can get more advertising orders. You'll make a good profit on your last piece, which I'll send with the Bolivar, but that's certainly not all. Fenris will be in the news for a long time,
That's why I insisted on your exclusive authorship." His father's pipe went out, and in silence he refilled it and lit it. "All the money I spend on your education will be a good investment. The Times will give it back." "Okay, but there's another problem. What will happen to the Times? If you become mayor, you won't be able to do for the editorial office what you did before, let alone do my job." "Well, you might be shocked by this idea, but we can hire someone to take your place." "Name at least one name," I said defiantly. "Well, Lillian Arnez from the library. She was always interested in journalism," the father began. "Girl," I shouted, "do you have any idea what kind of places I have to go to just to do one report?" "Yes, I've always disliked that necessity. But now many of them are closing, and others are changing their image. And besides, she won't be the only reporter. I don't mean to overpraise you, but you did a job in the editorial office that usually takes at least 3 people. When you return from Earth, you'll find a solid team of reporters here." "And who will I be?" I asked. "Editor," said my father. "I'll resign and devote myself to politics." "If Fenris develops as I suspect, the Times will need a well-educated editor." I continued eating. It excused my silence. Father was right, I knew it. But studying on Earth, it would take at least 4 years, maybe 5, and another year for the round-trip travel. "Walt, you don't have to decide this right now," his father said. "You're not going to Earth with Ravik and Belcher. Oh, and by the way, have you talked to Bish? He'll be upset if you can't say goodbye." To be honest, I avoided Bish, and not because I knew how busy he was. My face burned like the burning wax of monsters. Every time I thought about how I'd planned to make a man out of Bish, I didn't even know what to say to him when we met. Now he seemed completely different to me, as if the old Bish I'd known and loved despite everything had died, and a stranger had taken his place. But I still went to the city hall. The building looked new. The walls had been scrubbed, not a single cigarette butt was on the floor. The herd of hangers-on and slackers had been driven out. Some had been jailed and sent to work. I peered into a couple of offices. People were busy everywhere. A few old policemen had been kept on duty, but now they were wearing clean and pressed uniforms, all clean-shaven. It seemed to me that 2 or 3 of them liked the look. The young woman who served as the mayor's secretary in Port Sandor told me that Bish was currently receiving a delegation of merchants from the outskirts of the city. They seemed to approve of the reforms, but they believed they only affected a few blocks in the center of Port Sandor. They were protesting the new sanitary regulations. Then the secretary called Bish and told me he would be able to see me in a few minutes. I heard the merchants leaving through the other door of the office, one of them saying, "Yes, this is exactly what we dreamed of. Now that it's happened, it seems a bit difficult."
Well, we'll have to get used to it. When I entered, Bish stood up from the table and we shook hands. He looked just like the Bish I knew. He was wearing the same suit. "Glad you dropped by, Walt. Have a seat. How are things at the Times?" "I think you know. You've given us a job." "Yes, there's still so much to do. And there's catastrophically little time. I think I've heard that somewhere before." "Are you returning to Earth on the Simon Bolivar?" "What are you saying? Allah forbids it. I traveled on a destroyer once. Believe me, once is enough for a lifetime. I don't think I can fly on Cape Canaveral either. I'll use the Peenemünde when it passes through Fenris. It's good that McBride, aka Dr. Watson, decided to stop here. It's a big help. I don't know what I'd do without Ranit Singh." "But that won't happen until the Cape Canaveral returns from Earth." "Yes, that's why I'm waiting.
This isn't for publication, Walt. I don't want to start premature rumors that could lead to disappointment. But I've recommended that Fenris be immediately reclassified as a Class 3 planet, and that perhaps a Colonial Service representative be dispatched to Cape Canaveral. A permanent representative, I hope. I saw Tom Kivleson this morning, I said. He seems to be recovering very well. Did any of the staff speak to you? I shook my head. Bish cursed. I wish military intelligence was at that level, he said. Tom was seriously injured. He won't be crippled or anything, of course, but I doubt he'll ever be able to return to work on a hunter-killer ship. He'll have to start a new life. Joe's planning to send him to Earth to study. Joe thinks it was his own idea, but in reality, it was me who suggested it to him. My father also wants to send me to study on Earth. Excellent. What a wonderful idea. Tom is going with me to the Peenemünde. Why don't you join us? That would be great, Bish, but I just can't.
Why not? If Father agrees, he'll be elected mayor of Port Sandora. He won't be able to combine both jobs. He will have assistants there and there. Yes, but you see, studying will take several years, and I can't sacrifice time. Not now. 6 years. You'll have time to study for your exams while you're traveling. They don't need any papers now. They're only interested in your knowledge. You'll study 4 years in college, a year in graduate school, and you'll get the education you need. But Bish, I can get it here at the library, I said. We have microfilms of every book from the beginning of time. Yes, and you'll be old before you've finished a quarter of a single film bank. Do you know which books are essential for your education and which ones aren't worth bothering with? Or which ones you should read first so you can understand what follows? That's what they can give you on Earth. The tools you need for self-education you don't have right now. I considered everything Bish had said. Of course, it made sense. I'd encountered the same problems Bish had mentioned many times trying to get the information I needed. I'd read books that often duplicated each other, and sometimes it was difficult to understand the content because I hadn't read the book I needed before. Of course, Bish was right, no doubt about it. But 6 years. I said it out loud and added, I can't waste time. I need to get down to business. You'll do something, and you'll do it better, using those 6 years. You're not yet 18. 6 years is a third of your entire life. No wonder it seems so long to you. You're thinking incorrectly. Try to compare that time with what you have ahead of you, and you'll see it's very little. You have at least 60 years ahead of you. 6 years of study is 1/10 of what you have at your disposal. I was 50 when I arrived on this planet. The Creator's mistake. Let's say I had 20 years ahead of me. I spent a quarter of that time here playing the role of a worthless drunkard. It's me who should be rushing and moaning about wasted time, not you. I should have sent this planet as far away as possible, boarded the Bolivar, and gone. You know, I thought you liked Fenris. No. If I were a drinker, this planet would have turned me into an alcoholic. When you come back, you'll be only 24, with your whole life ahead of you. And your head will be full of useful things that will help you get a lot out of life. A huge crowd of people saw Bish, Tom, and me off at the spaceport. They had gathered, of course, mostly because of Bish. If I don't find a monument to Bish here when I return from Earth, then there's no room for gratitude on this planet. There had been a large banquet the evening before, and it seemed to me that Bish was a little drunk, although no one can be sure. Perhaps it was simply a consequence of his former role. Now everyone was crowded around us in the large living room of the Peenemünde. Joe Kivleson and his wife were there, as were my father, Julius, and Mrs. Layden, who was now very warm to Bish and had brought with her a small box for us,
which we could open only after we entered hyperspace. Lillian Arnez came. We agreed to exchange tapes. I would send her recordings with tips for my work, and she would send me the latest news from the Times. Glenn Merle had only recently opened his office and was grumbling about a man from Interstellar Import-Export arriving at Cape Canaveral, and, if competition got tougher, he'd be forced to raise the wax price to 1 sol per pound. The entire Javelin crew, with whom we'd spent many pleasant moments on Herman Reichland, and the Civil War veterans had arrived, all except Oscar and Cesario, who would be meeting us on Earth.
I wonder what kind of planet it is, where it gets dark when you go to bed, brightens when you wake up, and you can be on the surface the whole time. I wonder how I'll like college. I'll probably meet people from all over the Federation and learn lots of stories about their home planets. Will I be able to get the education I need? I have many years ahead of me. I can't even imagine how many. Working at the Times. Will I be able to learn everything I need to know for that job? I couldn't shake the idea of artificial wax. Someday we'll have to tackle this problem. The demand for wax is growing, and we don't even know how long we can keep up. We know how fast we destroy monsters, but we don't know how fast they grow. I need to talk to Tom about this. Maybe together we can achieve something here, or at least lay the foundation for those who will work on this problem. The ship's escorts left the ship, and the 3 of us remained in the Pinamunda's lounge. This is where the story began, and this is where it ended. Bish says no story has an ending. He's wrong. Stories die, and nothing is more dead than an outdated story. But before they die, they hatch eggs, and from some of them, great stories emerge. What happened after the ship left Fenris in the blazing glow of sunset is another story entirely. I told the story of how the hunters achieved the organization of an honest cooperation. A decent government appeared on Fenris, and Bish Ver arrested the slave trader Anton Garrett. Gordon R. Dixon. A born military leader. Preface. Moments of truth of the patron of the galaxy. Donald Green was born on Dorsai, a small planet renowned for its well-trained and fearless mercenary soldiers, who were its primary export. By the time he came of age, he was ready to set out for other worlds and make a name for himself there. But he paused for a moment, pondering the strange, almost supernatural force that was guiding him to an unknown destiny. After 6 years of desperate exploits, Donald once again felt this inexplicable power. But his time had passed. The great worlds of the vast galaxy were pursuing their own planetary politics, and now the military camps stood on the brink of a fantastic and final reckoning. And suddenly, Donald recognized his destiny. For he was the only man among the stars who could stop the mechanism of suicidal fate. But to do so, he had to overcome the impossible and vanquish the invincible.